20. Serfs, slaves, social classes, and free individuals. Section 1. The common man in ancient times. Section 2. The earliest slaves. Section 3. The first independent persons. Section 4. Social classes 3,000 years ago. Section 5. Classes hardening into castes. Section 6. Caste in India. Section 7. The system of the mandarins. Section 8. A summary of 5,000 years. Section 1. We have been sketching in the last 4 chapters the growth of civilized states out of the primitive Neolithic agriculture that began in Mesopotamia perhaps 15,000, perhaps 20,000 years ago. It was at first horticulture rather than agriculture. It was done with the hoe before the plow, and at first it was quite supplementary to the sheep, goat, and cattle tending that made the living of the family tribe. We have traced the broad outlines of the development in regions of exceptional fruitfulness of the first settled village communities into more populous towns and cities, and the growth of the village shrine and the village medicine man into the city temple and the city priesthood. We have noted the beginnings of organized war, first as a bickering between villages, and then as a more disciplined struggle between the priest-king and god of one city and those of another. Our story has passed on rapidly from the first indications of conquest and empire in Sumer, perhaps 6,000 or 7,000 BC, to the spectacle of great empires growing up, with roads and armies, with inscriptions and written documents, with educated priesthoods and kings and rulers sustained by a tradition already ancient. We have traced in broad outline the appearance and conflicts and replacements of these empires of the great rivers. We have directed attention, in particular, to the evidence of a development of still wider political ideas, as we find it betrayed by the actions and utterances of such men as Nabonidus and Amenophis Roman IV. It has been an outline of the accumulations of human experience for 10 or 15,000 years, a vast space of time in comparison with all subsequent history, but a brief period when we measure it against the succession of endless generations that intervenes between us and the first rude flint-using human creatures of the Pleistocene dawn. But for these last 4 chapters, we have been writing almost entirely not about mankind generally, but only about the men who thought, the men who could draw and read and write, the men who were altering their world. Beneath their activities, what was the life of the mute multitude? The life of the common man was, of course, affected and changed by these things, just as the lives of the domestic animals and the face of the cultivated country were changed. But for the most part, it was a change suffered, and not a change in which the common man upon the land had any voice or will. Reading and writing were not yet for the likes of him. He went on cultivating his patch, loving his wife and children, beating his dog and tending his beasts, grumbling at hard times, fearing the magic of the priests and the power of the gods, desiring little more except to be left alone by the powers above him. So he was in 10,000 BC. So he was, unchanged in nature and outlook, in the time of Alexander the Great. So over the greater part of the world he remains today. He got rather better tools, better seeds, better methods, a slightly sounder house. He sold his produce in a more organized market as civilization progressed. A certain freedom and a certain equality passed out of human life when men ceased to wander. Men paid in liberty for safety, shelter, and regular meals. By imperceptible degrees, the common man found the patch he cultivated was not his own. It belonged to the god, and he had to pay a fraction of his produce to the god. Or the god had given it to the king, who exacted his rent and tax. Or the king had given it to an official, who was the lord of the common man. And sometimes the god or the king or the noble had work to be done, and then the common man had to leave his patch and work for his master. How far the patch he cultivated was his own was never very clear to him. In ancient Assyria, the land seems to have been held as a sort of freehold, and the occupier paid taxes. In Babylonia, the land was the god's, and he permitted the cultivator to work thereon. In Egypt, the temples or Pharaoh the god or the nobles under Pharaoh were the owners and rent receivers. But the cultivator was not a slave. He was a peasant, and only bound to the land in so far that there was nothing else for him to do but cultivate, and nowhere else for him to go. He lived in a village or town and went out to his work. The village, to begin with, was often merely a big household of related people under a patriarch headman, the early town a group of householders under its elders. There was no process of enslavement as civilization grew, but the headmen and leaderly men grew in power and authority, and the common men did not keep pace with them and fell into a tradition of dependence and subordination. On the whole, the common men were probably well content to live under lord or king or god and obey their bidding. It was safer. It was easier. All animals and man is no exception begin life as dependents. Most men never shake themselves loose from the desire for leading and protection. Section 2. Illustration: Egyptian peasants seized for non-payment of taxes. Pyramid Age. The earlier wars did not involve remote or prolonged campaigns, and they were waged by levies of the common people. But war brought in a new source of possessions, plunder, and a new social factor, the captive. In the earlier, simpler days of war, the captive man was kept only to be tortured or sacrificed to the victorious god. The captive women and children were assimilated into the tribe. But later, many captives were spared to be slaves because they had exceptional gifts or peculiar arts. It would be the kings and captains who would take these slaves at first, and it would speedily become apparent to them that these men were much more their own than were the peasant cultivators and common men of their own race. The slave could be commanded to do all sorts of things for his master that the quasi-free common man would not do so willingly, because of his attachment to his own patch of cultivation. From a very early period, the artificer was often a household slave, and the manufacture of trade goods, pottery, textiles, metalware, and so forth, such as went on vigorously in the household city of the Minas of Cnossos, was probably a slave industry from the beginning. Sayce, in his Babylonians and Assyrians, quotes Babylonian agreements for the teaching of trades to slaves and dealing with the exploitation of slave products. Slaves produced slave children. Enslavement in discharge of debts added to the slave population. It is probable that as the cities grew larger, a larger part of the new population consisted of these slave artificers and slave servants in the large households. They were by no means abject slaves. In later Babylon, their lives and property were protected by elaborate laws. Nor were they all outlanders. Parents might sell their children into slavery, and brothers their orphan sisters. Free men who had no means of livelihood would even sell themselves into slavery, and slavery was the fate of the insolvent debtor. Craft apprenticeship, again, was a sort of fixed-term slavery. Out of the slave population, by a converse process, arose the freedman and freedwoman, who worked for wages and had still more definite individual rights. Since in Babylon slaves could themselves own property, many slaves saved up and bought themselves. Probably the town slave was often better off and practically as free as the cultivator of the soil. And as the rural population increased, its sons and daughters came to mix with and swell the growing ranks of artificers, some bound, some free. As the extent and complexity of government increased, the number of households multiplied. Under the kings, household grew up the households of his great ministers and officials. Under the temple grew up the personal households of temple functionaries. It is not difficult to realize how houses and patches of land would become more and more distinctly the property of the occupiers, and more definitely alienated from the original owner god. The earlier empires in Egypt and China both passed into a feudal stage, in which families, originally official, became for a time independent noble families. In the later stages of Babylonian civilization, we find an increasing propertied class of people appearing in the social structure. Neither slaves, nor peasants, nor priests, nor officials, but widows and descendants of such people, or successful traders and the like, and all masterless folk. Traders came in from the outside. Babylon was full of Aramean traders who had great establishments, with slaves, freedmen, employees of all sorts. Their bookkeeping was a serious undertaking. It involved storing a great multitude of earthenware tablets in huge earthenware jars. Upon this gathering mixture of more or less free and detached people would live other people, traders, merchants, small dealers catering for their needs. Sayce, op. Cit. Gives the particulars of an agreement for the setting up and stocking of a tavern and beerhouse, for example. The passerby, the man who happened to be about, had come into existence. But another and far less kindly sort of slavery also arose in the old civilization, and that was gang slavery. If it did not figure very largely in the cities, it was very much in evidence elsewhere. The king was, to begin with, the chief entrepreneur. He made the canals and organized the irrigation, e.g. Hammurabi's enterprises noted in the previous chapter. He exploited mines. He seems, at Knossos, e.g., to have organized manufactures for export. The pharaohs of the First Dynasty were already working the copper and turquoise mines in the peninsula of Sinai. For many such purposes, gangs of captives were cheaper and far more controllable than levies of the king's own people. From an early period, too, captives may have tugged the oars of the galleys, though tore ancient ships, notes that up to the age of Pericles, 450 BC. The free Athenians were not above this task. And the monarch also found slaves convenient for his military expeditions. They were uprooted men, they did not fret to go home, because they had no homes to go to. The pharaohs hunted slaves in Nubia in order to have black troops for their Syrian expeditions. Closely allied to such slave troops were the mercenary barbaric troops the monarchs caught into their service, not by positive compulsion, but by the bribes of food and plunder and under the pressure of need. As the old civilization developed, these mercenary armies replaced the national levies of the old order more and more, and servile gang labor became a more and more important and significant factor in the economic system. From mines and canal and wall building, the servile gang spread into cultivation. Nobles and temples adopted the gang slave system for their works. Plantation gangs began to oust the patch cultivation of the labor serf in the case of some staple products. Section 3. So, in a few paragraphs, we trace the development of the simple social structure of the early Sumerian cities to the complex city crowds, the multitude of individuals varying in race, tradition, education, and function, varying in wealth, freedom, authority, and usefulness, in the great cities of the last 1,000 years BC. The most notable thing of all is the gradual increase amidst this heterogeneous multitude of what we may call free individuals, detached persons who are neither priests, nor kings, nor officials, nor serfs, nor slaves, who are under no great pressure to work, who have time to read and inquire. They appear side by side with the development of social security and private property. Coined money and monetary reckoning developed. The operations of the Arameans and such-like Semitic trading people led to the organization of credit and monetary security. In the earlier days, almost the only property, except a few movables, consisted of rights in land and in houses. Later, one could deposit and lend securities, could go away and return to find one's property faithfully held and secure. Towards the middle of the period of the Persian Empire, there lived one free individual, Herodotus, who has a great interest for us because he was among the first writers of critical and intelligent history, as distinguished from a mere priestly or court chronicle. It is worthwhile to glance here very briefly at the circumstances of his life. Later on, we shall quote from his history. Illustration: Brawl among boatmen, from Tomb of Tahetep Pyramid Age. We have already noted the conquest of Babylonia by the Aryan Persians under Cyrus in 539 BC. We have noted, further, that the Persian Empire spread into Egypt, where its hold was precarious, and it extended also over Asia Minor. Herodotus was born about 484 BC in a Greek city of Asia Minor, Halicarnassus, which was under the overlordship of the Persians and directly under the rule of a political boss or tyrant. There is no sign that he was obliged either to work for a living or spend very much time in the administration of his property. We do not know the particulars of his affairs, but it is clear that in this minor Greek city, under foreign rule, he was able to obtain and read and study manuscripts of nearly everything that had been written in the Greek language before his time. He traveled, so far as one can gather, with freedom and comfort about the Greek archipelagos. He stayed wherever he wanted to stay, and he seems to have found comfortable accommodation. He went to Babylon and to Susa, the new capital the Persians had set up in Babylonia to the east of the Tigris. He toured along the coast of the Black Sea and accumulated a considerable amount of knowledge about the Scythians, the Aryan people who were then distributed over South Russia. He went to the south of Italy, explored the antiquities of Tyre, coasted Palestine, landed at Gaza, and made a long stay in Egypt. He went about Egypt looking at temples and monuments and gathering information. We know, not only from him, but from other evidence, that in those days the older temples and the pyramids, which were already nearly 3,000 years old, were visited by strings of tourists, a special sort of priests acting as guides. The inscriptions the sightseers scribbled upon the walls remain to this day, and many of them have been deciphered and published. Illustration: statuettes from middle-class Egyptian tombs showing low-class social types in the ancient communities. As his knowledge accumulated, he conceived the idea of writing a great history of the attempts of Persia to subdue Greece. But in order to introduce that history, he composed an account of the past of Greece, Persia, Assyria, Babylonia, Egypt, Scythia, and of the geography and peoples of those countries. He then set himself, it is said, to make his history known among his friends in Halicarnassus by reciting it to them, but they failed to appreciate it. And he then betook himself to Athens, the most flourishing of all Greek cities at that time. There his work was received with applause. We find him in the center of a brilliant circle of intelligent and active-minded people, and the city authorities voted him a reward of 10 talents, a sum of money equivalent to £2,400, in recognition of his literary achievement. But we will not complete the biography of this most interesting man, nor will we enter into any criticism of his garrulous, marvel-telling, and most entertaining history. It is a book to which all intelligent readers come sooner or later, abounding as it does in illuminating errors and Boswellian charm. We give these particulars here simply to show that, in the 5th century BC, a new factor was becoming evident in human affairs. Reading and writing had already long escaped from the temple precincts and the ranks of the court scribes. Record was no longer confined to court and temple. A new sort of people, these people of leisure and independent means, were asking questions, exchanging knowledge and views, and developing ideas. So beneath the march of armies and the policies of monarchs, and above the common lives of illiterate and incurious men, we note the beginnings of what is becoming at last, nowadays, a dominant power in human affairs, the free intelligence of mankind. Of that free intelligence, we shall have more to say when in a subsequent chapter we tell of the Greeks. Section 4. We may summarize the discussion of the last 2 chapters here by making a list of the chief elements in this complicated accumulation of human beings, which made up the later Babylonian and Egyptian civilizations of from 2,500 to 3,000 years ago. These elements grew up and became distinct one from another in the great river valleys of the world in the course of 5,000 or 6,000 years. They developed mental dispositions and traditions and attitudes of thought one to another. The civilization in which we live today is simply carrying on and still further developing and working out and rearranging these relationships. This is the world from which we inherit. It is only by the attentive study of their origins that we can detach ourselves from the prejudices and immediate ideas of the particular class to which we may belong, and begin to understand the social and political questions of our own time. First, then, came the priesthood, the temple system, which was the nucleus and the guiding intelligence about which the primitive civilizations grew. It was still in these later days a great power in the world, the chief repository of knowledge and tradition, an influence over the lives of everyone, and a binding force to hold the community together. But it was no longer all-powerful, because its nature made it conservative and inadaptable. It no longer monopolized knowledge nor initiated fresh ideas. Learning had already leaked out to other less pledged and controlled people who thought for themselves. About the temple system were grouped its priests and priestesses, its scribes, its physicians, its magicians, its lay brethren, treasurers, managers, directors, and the like. It owned great properties and often hoarded huge treasures. Over against the priesthood, and originally arising out of it, was the court system, headed by a king or a king of kings, who was in later Assyria and Babylonia a sort of captain and lay controller of affairs, and in Egypt a god-man who had released himself from the control of his priests. About the monarch were accumulated his scribes, counselors, record-keepers, agents, captains, and guards. Many of his officials, particularly his provincial officials, had great subordinate establishments, and were constantly tending to become independent. The nobility of the old river valley civilizations arose out of the court system. It was, therefore, a different thing in its origins from the nobility of the early Aryans, which was a republican nobility of elders and leading men. At the base of the social pyramid was the large and most necessary class in the community, the tillers of the soil. Their status varied from age to age and in different lands. They were free peasants paying taxes, or serfs of the god, or serfs or tenants of king or noble, or of a private owner, paying him a rent. In most cases, tax or rent was paid in produce. In the states of the river valleys, they were high cultivators, cultivating comparatively small holdings. They lived together for safety in villages and had a common interest in maintaining their irrigation channels and a sense of community in their village life. The cultivation of the soil is an exacting occupation. The seasons and the harvest sunsets will not wait for men. Children can be utilized at an early age, and so the cultivator class is generally a poorly educated close-toiling class, superstitious by reason of ignorance and the uncertainty of the seasons, ill-informed and easily put upon. It is capable at times of great passive resistance, but it has no purpose in its round but crops and crops, to keep out of debt and hoard against bad times. So it has remained to our own days over the greater part of Europe and Asia. 4. Differing widely in origin and quality from the tillers of the soil was the artisan class. At first, this was probably in part a town slave class. In part it consisted of peasants who had specialized upon a craft. But in developing an art and mystery of its own, a technique that had to be learnt before it could be practiced, each sort of craft probably developed a certain independence and a certain sense of community of its own. The artisans were able to get together and discuss their affairs more readily than the toilers on the land. And they were able to form guilds to restrict output, maintain rates of pay, and protect their common interest. 5. As the power of the Babylonian rulers spread out beyond the original areas of good husbandry into grazing regions and less fertile districts, a class of herdsmen came into existence. In the case of Babylonia, these were nomadic Semites, the Bedouin, like the Bedouin of today. They probably grazed their flocks over great areas, much as the sheep ranchers of California do. They were paid and esteemed much more highly than the husbandmen. 6. The first merchants in the world were shipowners, like the people of Tyre and Cnossos, or nomads who carried and traded goods as they wandered between one area of primitive civilization and another. In the Babylonian and Assyrian world, the traders were predominantly the Semitic Arameans, the ancestors of the modern Syrians. They became a distinct factor in the life of the community. They formed great households of their own. Usury developed largely in the last 1,000 years. BC traders needed accommodation. Cultivators wished to anticipate their crops. Sais, op. Sit, gives an account of the Babylonian banking house of Egypt, which lasted through several generations and outlived the Chaldean Empire. 7. A class of small retailers, one must suppose, came into existence with the complication of society during the later days of the first empires, but it was not probably of any great importance. It is difficult to understand how there could be much active retailing without small change, and there is little evidence of small change to be found either in Egypt or Mesopotamia. Shekels and half shekels of silver, weighing something between a quarter and half an ounce, are the lightest weights of stamped metal of which we find mention. 8. A growing class of independent property owners. 9. As the amenities of life increased, there grew up in the court temples and prosperous private houses a class of domestic servants, slaves or freed slaves, or young peasants taken into the household. 10. Gang workers. These were prisoners of war or debt slaves, or impressed or deported men. 11. Mercenary soldiers. These also were often captives or impressed men. Sometimes they were enlisted from friendly foreign populations in which the military spirit still prevailed. 12. Seamen. In modern political and economic discussions, we are apt to talk rather glibly of labor. Much has been made of the solidarity of labor and its sense of community. It is well to note that in these first civilizations, what we speak of as labor is represented by 5 distinct classes dissimilar in origin, traditions, and outlook, namely, classes 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, and the oar-tugging part of 12. The solidarity of labor is, we shall find when we come to study the mechanical revolution of the 19th century AD, a new idea and a new possibility in human affairs. Section 5. Let us, before we leave this discussion of the social classes that were developing in these first civilizations, devote a little attention to their fixity. How far did they stand aloof from each other, and how far did they intermingle? So far as the classes we have counted as 9, 10, 11, and 12 go, the servants, the gang laborers and slaves, the gang soldiers, and, to a lesser extent, the sailors, or at any rate the galley rowers among the sailors, they were largely recruited classes. They did not readily and easily form homes, they were not distinctively breeding classes. They were probably replenished generation after generation by captives, by the failures of other classes, and especially from the failures of the class of small retailers, and by persuasion and impressment from among the cultivators. But so far as the sailors go, we have to distinguish between the mere rower and the navigating and shipowning seamen of such ports as Tyre and Sidon. The shipowners pass, no doubt, by insensible gradations into the mercantile class, but the navigators must have made a peculiar community in the great seaports, having homes there and handing on the secrets of seacraft to their sons. The eighth class we have distinguished was certainly a precarious class, continually increased by the accession of the heirs and dependents, the widows and retired members of the wealthy and powerful, and continually diminished by the deaths or speculative losses of these people and the dispersal of their properties. The priests and priestesses, too, so far as all this world west of India went, were not a very reproductive class. Many priesthoods were celibate, and that class, too, may also be counted as a recruited class. Nor are servants, as a rule, reproductive. They live in the households of other people. They do not have households and rear large families of their own. This leaves us as the really vital classes of the ancient civilized community. A. The royal and aristocratic class, officials, military officers, and the like. B. The mercantile class. C. The town artisans. D. The cultivators of the soil, and E. The herdsmen. Each of these classes reared its own children in its own fashion, and so naturally kept itself more or less continuously distinct from the others. General education was not organized in those ancient states. Education was mainly a household matter, as it is still in many parts of India today. And so it was natural and necessary for the sons to follow in the footsteps of their father and to marry women accustomed to their own sort of household. Except during times of great political disturbance, therefore, there would be a natural and continuous separation of classes, which would not, however, prevent exceptional individuals from intermarrying or passing from one class to another. Poor aristocrats would marry rich members of the mercantile class. Ambitious herdsmen, artisans, or sailors would become rich merchants. So far as one can gather, that was the general state of affairs in both Egypt and Babylonia. The idea was formerly entertained that in Egypt there was a fixity of classes, but this appears to be a misconception due to a misreading of Herodotus. The only exclusive class in Egypt which did not intermarry was, as in England today, the semi-divine royal family. At various points in the social system, there were probably developments of exclusiveness, an actual barring out of interlopers. Artisans of particular crafts possessing secrets, for example, have among all races and in all ages tended to develop guild organizations, restricting the practice of their craft and the marriage of members outside their guild. Conquering people have also, and especially when there were marked physical differences of race, been disposed to keep themselves aloof from the conquered peoples and have developed an aristocratic exclusiveness. Such organizations of restriction upon free intercourse have come and gone in great variety in the history of all long-standing civilizations. The natural boundaries of function were always there, but sometimes they have been drawn sharply and laid stress upon, and sometimes they have been made little of. There has been a general tendency among the Aryan peoples to distinguish noble, patrician, from common, plebeian families. The traces of it are evident throughout the literature and life of Europe today, and it has received a picturesque enforcement in the science of heraldry. This tradition is still active even in democratic America. Germany, the most methodical of European countries, had in the Middle Ages a very clear conception of the fixity of such distinctions. Below the princes, who themselves constituted an exclusive class which did not marry beneath itself, there were the knights, the military and official caste, with heraldic coats of arms. B and C, the burgerstand, the merchants, shipping people and artisans, and D, the bauernstand, the cultivating serfs or peasants. Medieval Germany went as far as any of the Western heirs of the first great civilizations towards a fixation of classes. The idea is far less congenial both to the English-speaking people and to the French and Italians who, by a sort of instinct, favor a free movement from class to class. Such exclusive ideas began at first among, and were promoted chiefly by, the upper classes. But it is a natural response and a natural nemesis to such ideas that the mass of the excluded should presently range themselves in antagonism to their superiors. It was in Germany, as we shall see in the concluding chapters of this story, that the conception of a natural and necessary conflict, the class war, between the miscellaneous multitudes of the disinherited, the class-conscious proletariat of the Marxist, and the rulers and merchants first arose. It was an idea more acceptable to the German mind than to the British or French. But before we come to that conflict, we must traverse a long history of many centuries. Section 6. If now we turn eastward from this main development of civilization in the world between Central Asia and the Atlantic to the social development of India in the 2,000 years next before the Christian era, we find certain broad and very interesting differences. The first of these is that we find such a fixity of classes in process of establishment as no other part of the world can present. This fixity of classes is known to Europeans as the institution of caste. Its origins are still in complete obscurity, but it was certainly well-rooted in the Ganges Valley before the days of Alexander the Great. It is a complicated horizontal division of the social structure into classes or castes, the members of which may neither eat nor intermarry with persons of a lower caste under penalty of becoming outcasts, and who may also lose caste for various ceremonial negligences and defilements. By losing caste, a man does not sink to a lower caste, he becomes outcast. The various subdivisions of caste are very complex. Many are practically trade organizations. Each caste has its local organization which maintains discipline, distributes various charities, looks after its own poor, protects the common interests of its members, and examines the credentials of newcomers from other districts. There is little to check the pretensions of a traveling Hindu to be of a higher caste than is legitimately his. Originally, the four main castes seem to have been the Brahmins, the priests and teachers, the Kshatriyas, the warriors, the Vaisyas, herdsmen, merchants, moneylenders, and landowners, the Sudras, and outside the castes, the pariahs. But these primary divisions have long been superseded by the disappearance of the second and third primary castes, and the subdivision of the Brahmins and Sudras into a multitude of minor castes, all exclusive, each holding its members to one definite way of living and one group of associates. Next to this extraordinary fission and complication of the social body, we have to note that the Brahmins, the priests and teachers of the Indian world, unlike so many Western priesthoods, are a reproductive and exclusive class, taking no recruits from any other social stratum. Whatever may have been the original incentive to this extensive fixation of class in India, there can be little doubt of the role played by the Brahmins as the custodians of tradition and the only teachers of the people in sustaining it. By some, it is supposed that the first three of the four original castes, known also as the twice-born, were the descendants of the Vedic Aryan conquerors of India, who established these hard and fast separations to prevent racial mixing with the conquered Sudras and pariahs. The Sudras are represented as a previous wave of northern conquerors, and the pariahs are the original Dravidian inhabitants of India. But those speculations are not universally accepted, and it is, perhaps, rather the case that the uniform conditions of life in the Ganges Valley throughout long centuries serve to stereotype a difference of classes that have never had the same steadfastness of definition under the more various and variable conditions of the greater world to the west. However caste arose, there can be no doubt of its extraordinary hold upon the Indian mind. In the 6th century BC arose Gautama, the great teacher of Buddhism, proclaiming, "As the four streams that flow into the Ganges lose their names as soon as they mingle their waters in the holy river, so all who believe in Buddha cease to be Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, and Sudras." His teaching prevailed in India for some centuries. It spread over China, Tibet, Japan, Burma, Ceylon, Turkestan, Manchuria. It is today the religion of 1/3 of the human race, but it was finally defeated and driven out of Indian life by the vitality and persistence of the Brahmins and of their caste ideas. Section 7. In China, we find a social system traveling along yet another, and only a very roughly parallel line to that followed by the Indian and Western civilizations. The Chinese civilization, even more than the Hindu, is organized for peace, and the warrior plays a small part in its social scheme. As in the Indian civilization, the leading class is an intellectual one, less priestly than the Brahmin and more official. But unlike the Brahmins, the Mandarins, who are the literate men of China, are not a caste. One is not a Mandarin by birth, but by education. They are drawn by education and examination from all classes of the community, and the son of a Mandarin has no prescriptive right to succeed his father. As a consequence of these differences, while the Brahmins of India are, as a class, ignorant even of their own sacred books, mentally slack, and full of a pretentious assurance, the Chinese Mandarin has the energy that comes from hard mental work. But since his education so far has been almost entirely a scholarly study of the classical Chinese literature, his influence has been entirely conservative. Before the days of Alexander the Great, China had already formed itself and set its feet in the way in which it was still walking in the year 1900. AD. Invaders and dynasties had come and gone, but the routine of life of the Yellow civilization remained unchanged. The traditional Chinese social system recognized four main classes below the priest-emperor. A. The literary class, which was equivalent partly to the officials of the Western world and partly to its teachers and clerics. In the time of Confucius, its education included archery and horsemanship. Rites and music, history and mathematics completed the 6 accomplishments. B. The cultivators of the land. C. The artisans. D. The mercantile class. But since from the earliest times it has been the Chinese way to divide the landed possessions of a man among all his sons, there has never been in Chinese history any class of great landowners, renting their land to tenants, such as most other countries have displayed. The Chinese land has always been cut up into small holdings, which are chiefly freeholds, and cultivated intensively. There are landlords in China who own one or a few farms and rent them to tenants, but there are no great, permanent estates. When a patch of land, by repeated division, is too small to sustain a man, it is sold to some prospering neighbor, and the former owner drifts to one of the great towns of China to join the mass of wage-earning workers there. In China, for many centuries, there have been these masses of town population with scarcely any property at all, men neither serfs nor slaves, but held to their daily work by their utter impecuniousness. From such masses, it is that the soldiers needed by the Chinese government are recruited, and also such gang labor as has been needed for the making of canals, the building of walls, and the like has been drawn. The war captive and the slave class play a smaller part in Chinese history than in any more westerly record of these ages before the Christian era. One fact, we may note, is common to all these 3 stories of developing social structure, and that is the immense power exercised by the educated class in the early stages before the crown or the commonalty began to read and, consequently, to think for itself. In India, by reason of their exclusiveness, the Brahmins, the educated class, retain their influence to this day over the masses of China along entirely different lines, and because of the complexities of the written language, the Mandarinate has prevailed. The diversity of race and tradition in the more various and eventful world of the West has delayed, and perhaps arrested forever, any parallel organization of the specially intellectual elements of society into a class ascendancy. In the Western world, as we have already noted, education early slopped over and soaked away out of the control of any special class. It escaped from the limitation of castes and priesthoods and traditions into the general life of the community. Writing and reading had been simplified down to a point when it was no longer possible to make a cult and mystery of them. It may be due to the peculiar elaboration and difficulty of the Chinese characters, rather than to any racial difference, that the same thing did not happen to the same extent in China. Section 8. In these last 6 chapters, we have traced in outline the whole process by which, in the course of 5,000 or 6,000 years that is to say, in something between 150 and 200 generations mankind passed from the stage of early Neolithic husbandry, in which the primitive skin-clad family tribe reaped and stored in their rude mud, huts the wild-growing fodder and grain-bearing grasses with sickles of stone, to the days of the 4th century BC, when all round the shores of the Mediterranean and up the Nile, and across Asia to India, and again over the great alluvial areas of China, spread the fields of human cultivation and busy cities, great temples, and the coming and going of human commerce. Galleys and lateen-sailed ships entered and left crowded harbors, and made their careful way from headland to headland and from headland to island, keeping always close to the land. Phoenician shipping under Egyptian owners was making its way into the East Indies and perhaps even further into the Pacific. Across the deserts of Africa and Arabia and through Turkestan twalled the caravans with their remote trade. Silk was already coming from China, ivory from Central Africa, and tin from Britain to the centers of this new life in the world. Men had learnt to weave fine linen and delicate fabrics of colored wool. They could bleach and dye. They had iron as well as copper, bronze, silver, and gold. They had made the most beautiful pottery and porcelain. There was hardly a variety of precious stone in the world that they had not found and cut and polished. They could read and write, divert the course of rivers, pile pyramids, and make walls 1,000 miles long. The 50 or 60 centuries in which all this had to be achieved may seem a long time in comparison with the 60 and 10 years of a single human life, but it is utterly inconsiderable in comparison with the stretches of geological time. Measuring backward from these Alexandrian cities to the days of the first stone implements, the rostro-carinate implements of the Pliocene age gives us an extent of time fully 100 times as long. We have tried in this account, and with the help of maps and figures and time charts, to give a just idea of the order and shape of these 50 or 60 centuries. Our business is with that outline. We have named but a few names of individuals, though henceforth the personal names must increase in number. But the content of this outline that we have drawn here in a few diagrams and charts cannot but touch the imagination. If only we could look closelier, we should see through all these 60 centuries a procession of lives more and more akin in their fashion to our own. We have shown how the naked Paleolithic savage gave place to the Neolithic cultivator, a type of man still to be found in the backward places of the world. We have given an illustration of Sumerian soldiers copied from a carved stone that was set up long before the days when the Semitic Sargon I conquered the land. Day by day, some busy brownish man carved those figures, and, no doubt, whistled as he carved. In those days, the plain of the Egyptian delta was crowded with gangs of swarthy workmen unloading the stone that had come down the Nile to add a fresh course to the current pyramid. One might paint 1,000 scenes from those ages. Of some hawker merchant in Egypt spreading his stock of Babylonish garments before the eyes of some pretty, rich lady. Of a miscellaneous crowd swarming between the pylons to some temple festival at Thebes. Of an excited, dark-eyed audience of Cretans like the Spaniards of today, watching a bullfight, with the bullfighters in trousers and tightly girded, exactly like any contemporary bullfighter. Of children learning their cuneiform signs at Nippur, the clay exercise tiles of a school have been found. Of a woman with a sick husband at home slipping into some great temple in Carthage to make a vow for his recovery. Or perhaps it is a wild Greek, skin-clad and armed with a bronze axe, standing motionless on some Illyrian mountain crest, struck with amazement at his first vision of a many-oared Cretan galley crawling like a great insect across the amethystine mirror of the Adriatic Sea. He went home to tell his folk a strange story of a monster, Briareus with his 100 arms. Of millions of such stitches in each of these 200 generations is the fabric of this history woven. But unless they mark the presence of a primary seam or join, we cannot pause now to examine any of these stitches. Book 4. Judea, Greece, and India. 21. The Hebrew Scriptures and the Prophets. Section 1. The place of the Israelites in history. Section 2. Saul, David, and Solomon. Section 3. The Jews, a people of mixed origin. Section 4. The importance of the Hebrew prophets. Section 1. We are now in a position to place in their proper relationship to this general outline of human history the Israelites, and the most remarkable collection of ancient documents in the world, that collection which is known to all Christian peoples as the Old Testament. We find in these documents the most interesting and valuable lights upon the development of civilization, and the clearest indications of a new spirit that was coming into human affairs during the struggles of Egypt and Assyria for predominance in the world of men. All the books that constitute the Old Testament were certainly in existence, and in very much their present form, at latest by the year 100 BC. They were probably already recognized as sacred writings in the time of Alexander the Great, 330 BC, and known and read with the utmost respect 100 years before his time. At that time, some of them were of comparatively recent composition. Others were already of very considerable antiquity. They were the sacred literature of a people. The Jews, who, except for a small remnant of common people, had recently been deported to Babylonia from their own country in 587 B.C. by Nebuchadnezzar II the Chaldean. They had returned to their city Jerusalem and had rebuilt their temple there under the auspices of Cyrus, that Persian conqueror who, we have already noted, in 539 B.C., overthrew Nabonidus, the last of the Chaldean rulers in Babylon. The Babylonian captivity had lasted about 50 years, and many authorities are of opinion that there was a considerable admixture during that period, both of race and ideas, with the Babylonians. The position of the land of Judea and of Jerusalem, its capital, is a peculiar one. The country is a band-shaped strip between the Mediterranean to the west and the desert beyond the Jordan to the east. Through it lies the natural high road between the Hittites, Syria, Assyria, and Babylonia to the north, and Egypt to the south. It was a country predestined, therefore, to a stormy history. Across it Egypt, and whatever power was ascendant in the north, fought for empire. Against its people they fought for a trade route. It had itself neither the area, the agricultural possibilities, nor the mineral wealth to be important. The story of its people that these scriptures have preserved runs like a commentary to the greater history of the two systems of civilization to the north and south, and of the sea peoples to the west. These scriptures consist of a number of different elements. The first 5 books, the Pentateuch, were early regarded with peculiar respect. They begin in the form of a universal history with a double account of the creation of the world and mankind, of the early life of the race, and of a great flood by which, except for certain favored individuals, mankind was destroyed. Excavations have revealed Babylonian versions of both the creation story and the flood story of prior date to the restoration of the Jews, and it is therefore argued by biblical critics that these opening chapters were acquired by the Jews during their captivity. They constitute the first 10 chapters of Genesis. There follows a history of the fathers and founders of the Hebrew nation, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They are presented as patriarchal Bedouin chiefs, living the life of nomadic shepherds in the country between Babylonia and Egypt. The existing biblical account is said by the critics to be made up out of several pre-existing versions, but whatever its origins, the story, as we have it today, is full of color and vitality. What is called Palestine today was at that time the land of Canaan, inhabited by a Semitic people called the Canaanites, closely related to the Phoenicians who founded Tyre and Sidon, and to the Amorites who took Babylon and, under Hammurabi, founded the first Babylonian Empire. The Canaanites were a settled folk in the days which were perhaps contemporary with the days of Hammurabi when Abraham's flocks and herds passed through the land. The God of Abraham, says the Bible narrative, promised this smiling land of prosperous cities to him and to his children. To the book of Genesis, the reader must go to read how Abraham, being childless, doubted this promise, and of the births of Ishmael and Isaac. And in Genesis 2, he will find the lives of Isaac and Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, and of the 12 sons of Israel, and how in the days of a great famine they went down into Egypt. With that, Genesis, the first book of the Pentateuch, ends. The next book, Exodus, is concerned with the story of Moses. The story of the settlement and slavery of the children of Israel in Egypt is a difficult one. There is an Egyptian record of a settlement of certain Semitic peoples in the land of Goshen by the pharaoh Ramesses II, and it is stated that they were drawn into Egypt by want of food. But of the life and career of Moses, there is no Egyptian record at all. There is no account of any plagues of Egypt or of any pharaoh who was drowned in the Red Sea. There is much about the story of Moses that has a mythical flavor, and one of the most remarkable incidents in it, his concealment by his mother in an ark of bulrushes, has also been found in an ancient Sumerian inscription made at least 1,000 years before his time by that Sargon I who founded the ancient Akkadian Sumerian Empire. It runs. Sargon, the powerful king, the king of Akkadia am I. My mother was poor, my father I knew not. The brother of my father lived in the mountains. My mother, who was poor, secretly gave birth to me. She placed me in a basket of reeds, she shut up the mouth of it with bitumen, she abandoned me to the river, which did not overwhelm me. The river bore me away and brought me to Aki the irrigator. Aki the irrigator received me in the goodness of his heart. Aki the irrigator reared me to boyhood. Aki the irrigator made me a gardener. My service as a gardener was pleasing unto Istar, and I became king. This is perplexing. Still more perplexing is the discovery of a clay tablet written by the Egyptian governors of a city in Canaan to the pharaoh Amenophes Roman IV, who came in the XVth dynasty, before Ramesses Roman II apparently mentioning the Hebrews by name and declaring that they are overrunning Canaan. Manifestly, if the Hebrews were conquering Canaan in the time of the XVth dynasty, they could not have been made captive and oppressed before they conquered Canaan by Ramesses Roman II of the Sixth dynasty. But it is quite understandable that the Exodus story, written long after the events it narrates, may have concentrated and simplified, and perhaps personified and symbolized, what was really a long and complicated history of tribal invasions. One Hebrew tribe may have drifted down into Egypt and become enslaved, while the others were already attacking the outlying Canaanite cities. It is even possible that the land of the captivity was not Egypt, Hebrew, Misraim, but Misrim in the north of Arabia, on the other side of the Red Sea. These questions are discussed fully and acutely in the Encyclopedia Biblica, articles Moses and Exodus, to which the curious reader must be referred. Two other books of the Pentateuch, Deuteronomy and Leviticus, are concerned with the law and the priestly rules. The Book of Numbers takes up the wanderings of the Israelites in the desert and their invasion of Canaan. Whatever the true particulars of the Hebrew invasion of Canaan may be, there can be no doubt that the country they invaded had changed very greatly since the days of the legendary promise, made centuries before, to Abraham. Then, it seems to have been largely a Semitic land, with many prosperous trading cities. But great waves of strange peoples had washed along this coast. We have already told how the dark Iberian or Mediterranean peoples of Italy and Greece, the peoples of that Aegean civilization which culminated at Knossos, were being assailed by the southward movement of Aryan-speaking races, such as the Italians and Greeks, and how Knossos was sacked about 1400 BC and destroyed altogether about 1000 BC. It is now evident that the people of these Aegean seaports were crossing the sea in search of securer land nests. They invaded the Egyptian delta and the African coast to the west. They formed alliances with the Hittites and other Aryan or Aryanized races. This happened after the time of Ramesses Roman II, in the time of Ramesses Roman III. Egyptian monuments record great sea fights and also a march of these people along the coast of Palestine towards Egypt. Their transport was in the ox carts characteristic of the Aryan tribes, and it is clear that these Cretans were acting in alliance with some early Aryan invaders. No connected narrative of these conflicts that went on between 1300 BC and 1000 BC has yet been made out, but it is evident from the Bible narrative that when the Hebrews under Joshua pursued their slow subjugation of the Promised Land, they came against a new people, the Philistines, unknown to Abraham, who were settling along the coast in a series of cities of which Gaza, Gath, Ashdod, Ascalon, and Joppa became the chief, who were really, like the Hebrews, newcomers. And probably chiefly these Cretans from the sea and from the north. The invasion, therefore, that began as an attack upon the Canaanites, speedily became a long and not very successful struggle for the coveted and promised land with these much more formidable newcomers, the Philistines. It cannot be said that the promised land was ever completely in the grasp of the Hebrews. Following after the Pentateuch in the Bible come the books of Joshua, Judges, Ruth, a digression, Samuel I and Roman II, and Kings I and Roman II, with Chronicles repeating with variation much of the matter of Samuel Roman II and Kings. There is a growing flavor of reality in most of this latter history, and in these books we find the Philistines steadfastly in possession of the fertile lowlands of the south, and the Canaanites and Phoenicians holding out against the Israelites in the north. The first triumphs of Joshua are not repeated. The book of Judges is a melancholy catalogue of failures. The people lose heart. They desert the worship of their own God Jehovah and worship Baal and Ashtaroth equals Bel and Ishtar. They mix their race with the Philistines, with the Hittites and so forth, and became, as they have always subsequently been, a racially mixed people. Under a series of wise men and heroes, they wage a generally unsuccessful and never very united warfare against their enemies. In succession, they are conquered by the Moabites, the Canaanites, the Midianites, and the Philistines. The story of these conflicts, of Gideon and of Samson and the other heroes who now and then cast a gleam of hope upon the distresses of Israel, is told in the book of Judges. In the first book of Samuel is told the story of their great disaster at Ebenezer in the days when Eli was judge. This was a real pitched battle in which the Israelites lost 30,000 men. They had previously suffered a reverse and lost 4,000 men, and then they brought out their most sacred symbol, the Ark of the Covenant of God. And when the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, so that the earth rang again. And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, "What meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews?" And they understood that the ark of the Lord was come into the camp. And the Philistines were afraid, for they said, "God is come into the camp." And they said, "Woe unto us, for there hath not been such a thing heretofore. Woe unto us! Who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods? These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness. Be strong, and quit yourselves like men, O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews, as they have been to you. Quit yourselves like men, and fight." And the Philistines fought, and Israel was smitten, and they fled every man into his tent. And there was a very great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen. And the ark of God was taken, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain. And there ran a man of Benjamin out of the army, and came to Shiloh the same day with his clothes rent, and with earth upon his head. And when he came, lo, Eli sat upon a seat by the wayside watching, for his heart trembled for the ark of God. And when the man came into the city and told it, all the city cried out. And when Eli heard the noise of the crying, he said, "What meaneth the noise of this tumult?" And the man came in hastily, and told Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were dim, that he could not see. And the man said unto Eli, "I am he that came out of the army, and I fled today out of the army." And he said, "What is there done, my son?" And the messenger answered and said, "Israel is fled before the Philistines, and there hath been also a great slaughter among the people. And thy two sons also, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God is taken." And it came to pass, when he made mention of the ark of God, that Eli fell from off his seat backward by the side of the gate, and his neck brake, and he died, for he was an old man and heavy. And he had judged Israel 40 years. And his daughter-in-law, Phinehas' wife, was with child near to be delivered. And when she heard the tidings that the ark of God was taken, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed herself and travailed, for her pains came upon her. And about the time of her death, the women that stood by her said unto her, "Fear not, for thou hast borne a son." But she answered not, neither did she regard it. And she named the child Ichabod, saying, "The glory is departed from Israel, because the ark of God was taken, and because of her father-in-law and her husband." 1 Sam, chapter Roman 4. The successor of Eli and the last of the judges was Samuel, and at the end of his rule came an event in the history of Israel which paralleled and was suggested by the experience of the greater nations around. A king arose. We are told in vivid language the plain issue between the more ancient rule of priestcraft and the newer fashion in human affairs. It is impossible to avoid a second quotation. Then all the elders of Israel gathered themselves together, and came to Samuel unto Ramah, and said unto him, "Behold, thou art old, and thy sons walk not in thy ways. Now make us a king to judge us like all the nations." But the thing displeased Samuel when they said, "Give us a king to judge us." And Samuel prayed unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Samuel, "Hearken unto the voice of the people in all that they say unto thee. For they have not rejected thee, but they have rejected me, that I should not reign over them. According to all the works which they have done since the day that I brought them up out of Egypt even unto this day, wherewith they have forsaken me, and served other gods, so do they also unto thee. Now therefore hearken unto their voice. Howbeit yet protest solemnly unto them, and show them the manner of the king that shall reign over them." And Samuel told all the words of the Lord unto the people that asked of him a king. And he said, This will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them for himself for his chariots and to be his horsemen, and some shall run before his chariots. And he will appoint him captains over thousands and captains over 50s, and will set them to ear his ground, and to reap his harvest, and to make his instruments of war and instruments of his chariots. And he will take your daughters to be confectioners, and to be cooks, and to be bakers. And he will take your fields and your vineyards and your oliveyards, even the best of them, and give them to his servants. And he will take the tenth of your seed and of your vineyards and give to his officers and to his servants. And he will take your manservants and your maidservants and your goodliest young men and your asses and put them to his work. He will take the tenth of your sheep, and ye shall be his servants. And ye shall cry out in that day, because of your king which ye shall have chosen you, and the Lord will not hear you in that day. Nevertheless the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel, and they said, Nay, but we will have a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles. Sam, chapter Roman 8. Section 2. But the nature and position of their land was against the Hebrews, and their first king Saul was no more successful than their judges. The long intrigues of the adventurer David against Saul are told in the rest of the first book of Samuel, and the end of Saul was utter defeat upon Mount Gilboa. His army was overwhelmed by the Philistine archers. And it came to pass on the morrow, when the Philistines came to strip the slain, that they found Saul and his 3 sons fallen in Mount Gilboa. And they cut off his head, and stripped off his armor, and sent into the land of the Philistines round about, to publish it in the house of their idols and among the people. And they put his armor in the house of Ashtaroth, and they fastened his body to the wall of Bethshan. Sam, chap. Roman 31. David, 990 BC roughly, was more politic and successful than his predecessor, and he seems to have placed himself under the protection of Hiram, king of Tyre. This Phoenician alliance sustained him, and was the essential element in the greatness of his son Solomon. His story, with its constant assassinations and executions, reads rather like the history of some savage chief than of a civilized monarch. It is told with great vividness in the second book of Samuel. The first book of Kings begins with the reign of King Solomon, 960 B.C., roughly. The most interesting thing in that story, from the point of view of the general historian, is the relationship of Solomon to the national religion and the priesthood, and his dealings with the tabernacle, the priest Zadok, and the prophet Nathan. The opening of Solomon's reign is as bloody as his father's. The last recorded speech of David arranges for the murder of Shimei. His last recorded word is blood. But his hoar head bring thou down to the grave with blood, he says, pointing out that though old Shimei is protected by a vow David had made to the Lord so long as David lives, there is nothing to bind Solomon in that matter. Solomon proceeds to murder his brother, who has sought the throne but quailed and made submission. He then deals freely with his brother's party. The weak hold of religion upon the racially and mentally confused Hebrews at that time is shown by the ease with which he replaces the hostile chief priest by his own adherent Zadok, and still more strikingly, by the murder of Joab by Benaiah, Solomon's chief ruffian, in the tabernacle, while the victim is claiming sanctuary and holding to the very horns of Jehovah's altar. Then Solomon sets to work, in what was for that time a thoroughly modern spirit, to recast the religion of his people. He continues the alliance with Hiram, king of Sidon, who uses Solomon's kingdom as a high road by which to reach and build shipping upon the Red Sea, and a hitherto unheard-of wealth accumulates in Jerusalem as a result of this partnership. Gang labor appears in Israel. Solomon sends relays of men to cut cedar wood in Lebanon under Hiram and organizes a service of porters through the land. There is much in all this to remind the reader of the relations of some Central African chief to a European trading concern. Solomon then builds a palace for himself and a temple not nearly as big for Jehovah. Hitherto, the Ark of the Covenant, the divine symbol of these ancient Hebrews, had abode in a large tent, which had been shifted from one high place to another, and sacrifices had been offered to the God of Israel upon a number of different high places. Now the ark is brought into the golden splendors of the inner chamber of a temple of cedar-sheathed stone, and put between 2 great winged figures of gilded olive wood, and sacrifices are henceforth to be made only upon the altar before it. This centralizing innovation will remind the reader of both Akhenaten and Nabonidus. Such things as this are done successfully only when the prestige and tradition and learning of the priestly order has sunken to a very low level. And he appointed, according to the order of David his father, the courses of the priests to their service, and the Levites to their charges, to praise and minister before the priests, as the duty of every day required. The porters also by their courses at every gate, for so had David the man of God commanded. And they departed not from the commandment of the king unto the priests and Levites concerning any matter, or concerning the treasures. Neither Solomon's establishment of the worship of Jehovah in Jerusalem upon this new footing, nor his vision of and conversation with his God at the opening of his reign, stood in the way of his developing a sort of theological flirtatiousness in his declining years. He married widely, if only for reasons of state and splendor, and he entertained his numerous wives by sacrificing to their national deities, to the Sidonian goddess Ashtaroth Ishtar, to Chemosh, a Moabitish god, to Moloch, and so forth. The Bible account of Solomon does, in fact, show us a king and a confused people, both superstitious and mentally unstable, in no way more religious than any other people of the surrounding world. A point of considerable interest in the story of Solomon, because it marks a phase in Egyptian affairs, is his marriage to a daughter of Pharaoh. This must have been one of the pharaohs of the Exis dynasty. In the great days of Amenophes Roman III, as the Tel Amarna letters witness, Pharaoh could condescend to receive a Babylonian princess into his harem, but he refused absolutely to grant so divine a creature as an Egyptian princess in marriage to the Babylonian monarch. It points to the steady decline of Egyptian prestige that now, 3 centuries later, such a petty monarch as Solomon could wed on equal terms with an Egyptian princess. There was, however, a revival with the next Egyptian dynasty, Roman 22, and the pharaoh Shishak, the founder, taking advantage of the cleavage between Israel and Judah, which had been developing through the reigns of both David and Solomon, took Jerusalem and looted the all too brief splendors both of the new temple and of the king's house. Shishak seems also to have subjugated Philistia. From this time onward, it is to be noted that the Philistines fade in importance. They had already lost their Cretan language and adopted that of the Semites they had conquered, and although their cities remain more or less independent, they merge gradually into the general Semitic life of Palestine. There is evidence that the original rude but convincing narrative of Solomon's rule, of his various murders, of his association with Hiram, of his palace and temple building, and the extravagances that weakened and finally tore his kingdom in twain, has been subjected to extensive interpolations and expansions by a later writer, anxious to exaggerate his prosperity and glorify his wisdom. It is not the place here to deal with the criticism of Bible origins, but it is a matter of ordinary common sense rather than of scholarship to note the manifest reality and veracity of the main substance of the account of David and Solomon, an account explaining sometimes and justifying sometimes, but nevertheless relating facts, even the harshest facts, as only a contemporary or almost contemporary writer, convinced that they cannot be concealed, would relate them. And then to remark the sudden lapse into adulation when the inserted passages occur. It is a striking tribute to the power of the written assertion over realities in men's minds that this Bible narrative has imposed, not only upon the Christian, but upon the Moslem world, the belief that King Solomon was not only one of the most magnificent, but one of the wisest of men. Yet the first book of Kings tells in detail his utmost splendors, and beside the beauty and wonder of the buildings and organizations of such great monarchs as Thutmose Roman III, or Ramesses Roman II, or half a dozen other pharaohs, or of Sargon Roman II, or Sardanapalus, or Nebuchadnezzar the Great, they are trivial. His temple measured internally was 20 cubits broad, about 35 feet that is, the breadth of a small villa residence and 60 cubits, say 100 feet long. And as for his wisdom and statescraft, one need go no further than the Bible to see that Solomon was a mere helper in the wide-reaching schemes of the traitor King Hiram, and his kingdom a pawn between Phoenicia and Egypt. His importance was due largely to the temporary enfeeblement of Egypt, which encouraged the ambition of the Phoenician and made it necessary to propitiate the holder of the key to an alternate trade route to the east. To his own people, Solomon was a wasteful and oppressive monarch, and already before his death his kingdom was splitting, visibly to all men. With the reign of King Solomon, the brief glory of the Hebrews ends. the northern and richer section of his kingdom, long oppressed by taxation to sustain his splendors, breaks off from Jerusalem to become the separate kingdom of Israel, and this split ruptures that linking connection between Sidon and the Red Sea by which Solomon's gleam of wealth was possible. There is no more wealth in Hebrew history. Jerusalem remains the capital of one tribe, the tribe of Judah, the capital of a land of barren hills, cut off by Philistia from the sea and surrounded by enemies. The tales of wars, of religious conflicts, of usurpations, assassinations, and of fratricidal murders to secure the throne goes on for 3 centuries. It is a tale frankly barbaric. Israel wars with Judah and the neighboring states, forms alliances first with one and then with the other. The power of Aramean Syria burns like a baleful star over the affairs of the Hebrews, and then there rises behind it the great and growing power of the last Assyrian Empire. For 3 centuries, the life of the Hebrews was like the life of a man who insists upon living in the middle of a busy thoroughfare, and is consequently being run over constantly by omnibuses and motor lorries. Pul, apparently the same person as Tiglath-Pileser Roman III, is, according to the Bible narrative, the first Assyrian monarch to appear upon the Hebrew horizon, and Menahem buys him off with 1,000 talents of silver, 738 BC. But the power of Assyria is heading straight for the now aged and decadent land of Egypt, and the line of attack lies through Judea. Tiglath-Pileser Roman III returns and Shalmaneser follows in his steps. The king of Israel intrigues for help with Egypt, that broken reed, and in 721 BC, as we have already noted, his kingdom is swept off into captivity and utterly lost to history. The same fate hung over Judah, but for a little while it was averted. The fate of Sennacherib's army in the reign of King Hezekiah, 701 BC, and how he was murdered by his sons, Roman 2 Kings Roman 19. 37, we have already mentioned. The subsequent subjugation of Egypt by Assyria finds no mention in Holy Writ, but it is clear that before the reign of Sennacherib, King Hezekiah had carried on a diplomatic correspondence with Babylon, 700 BC, which was in revolt against Sargon Roman II of Assyria. There followed the conquest of Egypt by Esarhaddon, and then for a time Assyria was occupied with her own troubles. The Scythians and Medes and Persians were pressing her on the north, and Babylon was in insurrection. As we have already noted, Egypt, relieved for a time from Assyrian pressure, entered upon a phase of revival, first under Psammetichus and then under Necho Roman II. Again, the little country in between made mistakes in its alliances, but on neither side was there safety. Josiah opposed Necho and was slain at the Battle of Megiddo, 608 BC. The king of Judah became an Egyptian tributary. Then, when Necho, after pushing as far as the Euphrates, fell before Nebuchadnezzar Roman II, Judah fell with him, 604 BC. Nebuchadnezzar, after a trial of 3 puppet kings, carried off the greater part of the people into captivity in Babylon, 586 BC, and the rest, after a rising and a massacre of Babylonian officials, took refuge from the vengeance of Chaldea in Egypt. And all the vessels of the house of God, great and small, and the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king and of his princes, all these he brought to Babylon. And they burnt the house of God, and brake down the wall of Jerusalem, and burnt all the palaces thereof with fire, and destroyed all the goodly vessels thereof, and them that had escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon, where they were servants to him and his sons until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. Roman 2 Chron. Roman 36, 18-19-20. So the 4 centuries of Hebrew kingship comes to an end. From first to last, it was a mere incident in the larger and greater history of Egypt, Syria, Assyria, and Phoenicia. But out of it there were now to arise moral and intellectual consequences of primary importance to all mankind. Section 3. The Jews who returned, after an interval of more than 2 generations, to Jerusalem from Babylonia in the time of Cyrus, were a very different people from the warring Baal worshippers and Jehovah worshippers, the sacrificers in the high places and sacrificers at Jerusalem of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. The plain fact of the Bible narrative is that the Jews went to Babylon barbarians and came back civilized. They went a confused and divided multitude with no national self-consciousness. They came back with an intense and exclusive national spirit. They went with no common literature generally known to them, for it was only about 40 years before the captivity that King Josiah is said to have discovered a book of the law in the temple, Roman 2 Kings, Roman 22. And, besides that, there is not a hint in the record of any reading of books, and they returned with most of their material for the Old Testament. It is manifest that, relieved of their bickering and murderous kings, restrained from politics, and in the intellectually stimulating atmosphere of that Babylonian world, the Jewish mind made a great step forward during the captivity. It was an age of historical inquiry and learning in Babylonia. The Babylonian influences that had made Sardanapalus collect a great library of ancient writings in Nineveh were still at work. We have already told how Nabonidus was so preoccupied with antiquarian research as to neglect the defense of his kingdom against Cyrus. Everything, therefore, contributed to set the exiled Jews inquiring into their own history, and they found an inspiring leader in the prophet Ezekiel. From such hidden and forgotten records as they had with them, genealogies, contemporary histories of David, Solomon, and their other kings, legends and traditions, they made out and amplified their own story, and told it to Babylon and themselves. The story of the creation and the flood, much of the story of Moses, much of Samson, were probably incorporated from Babylonian sources. When the Jews returned to Jerusalem, only the Pentateuch had been put together into one book, but the grouping of the rest of the historical books was bound to follow. The rest of their literature remained for some centuries as separate books, to which a very variable amount of respect was paid. Some of the later books are frankly post-captivity compositions. Overall, this literature were thrown certain leading ideas. There was an idea, which even these books themselves gainsay in detail, that all the people were pure-blooded children of Abraham. There was next an idea of a promise made by Jehovah to Abraham that he would exalt the Jewish race above all other races. And, thirdly, there was the belief first of all that Jehovah was the greatest and most powerful of tribal gods, and then that he was a god above all other gods, and at last that he was the only true God. The Jews became convinced at last, as a people, that they were the chosen people of the one God of all the earth. And arising very naturally out of these three ideas was a fourth, the idea of a coming leader, a savior, a Messiah who would realize the long-postponed promises of Jehovah. This welding together of the Jews into one tradition-cemented people in the course of the 70 years is the first instance in history of the new power of the written word in human affairs. It was a mental consolidation that did much more than unite the people who returned to Jerusalem. This idea of belonging to a chosen race, predestined to preeminence, was a very attractive one. It possessed also those Jews who remained in Babylonia. Its literature reached the Jews now established in Egypt. It affected the mixed people who had been placed in Samaria, the old capital of the kings of Israel, when the 10 tribes were deported to Media. It inspired a great number of Babylonians and the like to claim Abraham as their father and thrust their company upon the returning Jews. Ammonites and Moabites became adherents. The book of Nehemiah is full of the distress occasioned by this invasion of the privileges of the chosen. The Jews were already a people dispersed in many lands and cities, when their minds and hopes were unified, and they became an exclusive people. But at first, their exclusiveness is merely to preserve soundness of doctrine and worship, warned by such lamentable lapses as those of King Solomon. To genuine proselytes of whatever race, Judaism long held out welcoming arms. To Phoenicians after the falls of Tyre and Carthage, conversion to Judaism must have been particularly easy and attractive. Their language was closely akin to Hebrew. It is possible that the great majority of African and Spanish Jews are really of Phoenician origin. There were also great Arabian accessions. In South Russia, as we shall note later, there were even Mongolian Jews. Section 4. The historical books from Genesis to Nehemiah, upon which the idea of the promise to the chosen people had been imposed later, were no doubt the backbone of Jewish mental unity. But they by no means complete the Hebrew literature from which finally the Bible was made up. Of such books as Job, said to be an imitation of Greek tragedy, the Song of Solomon, the Psalms, Proverbs, and others, there is no time to write in this outline, but it is necessary to deal with the books known as the prophets with some fullness. For those books are almost the earliest and certainly the best evidence of the appearance of a new kind of leading in human affairs. These prophets are not a new class in the community. They are of the most various origins. Ezekiel was of the priestly caste and of priestly sympathies, and Amos was a shepherd. But they have this in common, that they bring into life a religious force outside the sacrifices and formalities of priesthood and temple. The earlier prophets seem most like the earlier priests. They are oracular, they give advice and foretell events. It is quite possible that at first, in the days when there were many high places in the land and religious ideas were comparatively unsettled, there was no great distinction between priest and prophet. The prophets danced, it would seem, somewhat after the dervish fashion, and uttered oracles. Generally, they wore a distinctive mantle of rough goatskin. They kept up the nomadic tradition as against the new ways of the settlement. But after the building of the temple and the organization of the priesthood, the prophetic type remains over and outside the formal religious scheme. They were probably always more or less of an annoyance to the priests. They became informal advisors upon public affairs, denouncers of sin and strange practices, self-constituted, as we should say, having no sanction but an inner light. Now the word of the Lord came unto so and so, that is the formula. In the latter and most troubled days of the kingdom of Judah, as Egypt, North Arabia, Assyria, and then Babylonia closed like a vice upon the land, these prophets became very significant and powerful. Their appeal was to anxious and fearful minds, and at first their exhortation was chiefly towards repentance, the pulling down of this or that high place, the restoration of worship in Jerusalem, or the like. But through some of the prophecies, there runs already a note like the note of what we call nowadays a social reformer. The rich are grinding the faces of the poor. The luxurious are consuming the children's bread. Influential and wealthy people make friends with and imitate the splendors and vices of foreigners, and sacrifice the common people to these new fashions. And this is hateful to Jehovah, who will certainly punish the land. But with the broadening of ideas that came with the captivity, the tenor of prophecy broadens and changes. The jealous pettiness that disfigures the earlier tribal ideas of God give place to a new idea of a God of universal righteousness. It is clear that the increasing influence of prophets was not confined to the Jewish people. It was something that was going on in those days all over the Semitic world. The breaking down of nations and kingdoms to form the great and changing empires of that age, the smashing up of cults and priesthoods, the mutual discrediting of temple by temple in their rivalries and disputes, all these influences were releasing men's minds to a freer and wider religious outlook. The temples had accumulated great stores of golden vessels and lost their hold upon the imaginations of men. It is difficult to estimate whether, amidst these constant wars, life had become more uncertain and unhappy than it had ever been before. But there can be no doubt that men had become more conscious of its miseries and insecurities. Except for the weak and the women, there remained little comfort or assurance in the sacrifices, ritual and formal devotions of the temples. Such was the world to which the later prophets of Israel began to talk of the one God, and of a promise that someday the world should come to peace and unity and happiness. This great God that men were now discovering lived in a temple, not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. There can be little doubt of a great body of such thought and utterance in Babylonia, Egypt, and throughout the Semitic East. The prophetic books of the Bible can be but specimens of the prophesyings of that time. We have already drawn attention to the gradual escape of writing and knowledge from their original limitation to the priesthood and the temple precincts, from the shell in which they were first developed and cherished. We have taken Herodotus as an interesting specimen of what we have called the free intelligence of mankind. Now here we are dealing with a similar overflow of moral ideas into the general community. The Hebrew prophets, and the steady expansion of their ideas towards one God in all the world, is a parallel development of the free conscience of mankind. From this time onward there runs through human thought, now weakly and obscurely, now gathering power, the idea of one rule in the world, and of a promise and possibility of an active and splendid peace and happiness in human affairs. From being a temple religion of the old type, the Jewish religion becomes, to a large extent, a prophetic and creative religion of a new type. Prophet succeeds prophet. Later on, as we shall tell, there was born a prophet of unprecedented power, Jesus, whose followers founded the great universal religion of Christianity. Still later, Mohammed, another prophet, appears in Arabia and founds Islam. In spite of very distinctive features of their own, these two teachers do in a manner arise out of, and in succession to these Jewish prophets. It is not the place of the historian to discuss the truth and falsity of religion, but it is his business to record the appearance of great constructive ideas. 2,400 years ago, and 6 or 7 or 8,000 years after the walls of the first Sumerian cities arose, the ideas of the moral unity of mankind and of a world peace had come into the world. 22. The Greeks and the Persians. Section 1, the Hellenic peoples. Section 2, distinctive features of Hellenic civilization. Section 3, monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy in Greece. Section 4, the Kingdom of Lydia. Section 5, the rise of the Persians in the East. Section 6, the story of Croesus. Section 7, Darius invades Russia. Section 8, the Battle of Marathon. Section 9, Thermopylae and Salamis. Section 10, Plataea and Mycale. Section 1. And now our history must go back again to those Aryan-speaking peoples of whose early beginnings we have given an account in chapters Roman 14 and Roman 15. We must, for the sake of precision, repeat here two warnings we have already given the reader. First, that we use the word Aryan in its widest sense to express all the early peoples who spoke languages of the Indo-Germanic or Indo-European group. And secondly, that when we use the word Aryan, we do not imply any racial purity. The original speakers of the fundamental Aryan language, 2,000 or 3,000 years BC, were probably a specialized and distinctive Nordic race of fair white men, accustomed to forests and cattle, who wandered east of the Rhine and through the forests of the Danube Valley, the Balkan Peninsula, Asia Minor, and eastward to the north and west of the great Central Asian Sea. But very early they had encountered and mixed themselves extensively. And as they spread, they continued to mix themselves with other races, with races of uncertain affinities in Asia Minor, and with Iberian and Mediterranean peoples of the dark-haired white race. For instance, the Aryans, spreading and pressing westward in successive waves of Celtic-speaking peoples through Gaul and Britain and Ireland, mixed more and more with Iberian races, and were affected more and more by that Iberian blood and their speech by the characteristics of the language their Celtic tongue superseded. Other waves of Celtic peoples washed with diminishing force into Spain and Portugal, where to this day the pre-Celtic strain is altogether dominant, although the languages spoken are Aryan. Northward, in Europe, the Aryan peoples were spreading into hitherto uninhabited country, and so remaining racially more purely Nordic blondes. They had already reached Scandinavia many centuries BC. From their original range of wandering, other Aryan tribes spread to the north as well as to the south of the Black Sea, and ultimately, as these seas shrank and made way for them, to the north and east of the Caspian, and so began to come into conflict with and mix also with Mongolian peoples of the Uralo-Altaic linguistic group, the horse-keeping people of the grassy steppes of Central Asia. From these Mongolian races, the Aryans seem to have acquired the use of the horse for riding and warfare. There were 3 or 4 prehistoric varieties or subspecies of horse in Europe and Asia, but it was the steppe or semi-desert lands that first gave horses of a build adapted to other than food uses. All these peoples, it must be understood, shifted their ground rapidly. A succession of bad seasons might drive them many hundreds of miles, and it is only in a very rough and provisional manner that their beats can now be indicated. Every summer they went north, every winter they swung south again. This annual swing covered sometimes hundreds of miles. On our maps, for the sake of simplicity, we represent the shifting of nomadic peoples by a straight line, but really they moved in annual swings, as the broom of a servant who is sweeping out a passage swishes from side to side as she advances. Spreading round the north of the Black Sea, and probably to the north of the Caspian, from the range of the original Teutonic tribes of Central and North-Central Europe, to the Iranian peoples who became the Medes and Persians and Aryan, Hindus, were the grazing lands of a confusion of tribes, about whom it is truer to be vague than precise, such as the Cimmerians, the Sarmatians, and those Scythians who, together with the Medes and Persians, came into effective contact with the Assyrian Empire by 1000 BC or earlier. East and south of the Black Sea, between the Danube and the Medes and Persians, and to the north of the Semitic and Mediterranean peoples of the sea coasts and peninsulas, ranged another series of equally ill-defined Aryan tribes, moving easily from place to place and intermixing freely to the great confusion of historians. They seem, for instance, to have broken up and assimilated the Hittite civilization, which was probably pre-Aryan in its origin. They were, perhaps, not so far advanced along the nomadic line as the Scythians of the Great Plains. The general characteristics of the original Aryan peoples we have already discussed in Chapter 15. They were a forest people, not a steppe people, and, consequently, wasteful of wood. They were a cattle people and not a horse people. The Greeks appear in the dim light before the dawn of history, say 1500 BC, as one of the wandering, imperfectly nomadic Aryan peoples who were gradually extending the range of their pasturage southward into the Balkan Peninsula, and coming into conflict and mixing with that preceding Aegean civilization of which Knossos was the crown. Illustration: map showing distribution of Aryan-speaking peoples between about 1000 and 500 BC. In the Homeric poems, these Greek tribes speak one common language, and a common tradition upheld by the epic poems keeps them together in a loose unity. They call their various tribes by a common name Hellenes. They probably came in successive waves. Three main variations of the ancient Greek speech are distinguished: the Ionic, the Aeolic, and the Doric. There was a great variety of dialects in Greece, almost every city having its own output of literature. The Doric apparently constituted the last and most powerful wave of the migration. These Hellenic tribes conquered and largely destroyed the Aegean civilization that had preceded their arrival. Upon its ashes, they built up a civilization of their own. They took to the sea and crossed by way of the islands to Asia Minor, and, sailing through the Dardanelles and Bosphorus, spread their settlements along the south and presently along the north borders of the Black Sea. They spread also over the south of Italy, which was called at last Magna Graecia, and round the northern coast of the Mediterranean. They founded the town of Marseille on the site of an earlier Phoenician colony. They began settlements in Sicily in rivalry with the Carthaginians as early as 735 BC. In the rear of the Greeks proper came the kindred Macedonians and Thracians. On their left wing, the Phrygians crossed by the Bosphorus into Asia Minor. Illustration: an early Greek sea fight, from a painted vase about 550 BC. We find all this distribution of the Greeks effected before the beginnings of written history. By the 7th century BC, that is to say, by the time of the Babylonian captivity of the Jews, the landmarks of the ancient world of the pre-Hellenic civilization in Europe have been obliterated. Turin's and Knossos are unimportant sites. Mycenae and Troy survive in legend. The great cities of this new Greek world are Athens, Sparta, the capital of Lacedaemon, Corinth, Thebes, Samos, Maltus. The world our grandfathers called ancient Greece had arisen on the forgotten ruins of a still more ancient Greece, in many ways as civilized and artistic, of which today we are only beginning to learn through the labors of the excavator. But the newer ancient Greece, of which we are now telling, still lives vividly in the imaginations and institutions of men, because it spoke a beautiful and most expressive Aryan tongue akin to our own, and because it had taken over the Mediterranean alphabet and perfected it by the addition of vowels, so that reading and writing were now easy arts to learn and practice, and great numbers of people could master them and make a record for later ages. Section 2. Now this Greek civilization that we find growing up in South Italy and Greece and Asia Minor in the 7th century BC is a civilization differing in many important respects from the two great civilized systems whose growths we have already traced, that of the Nile and that of the two rivers of Mesopotamia. These civilizations grew through long ages where they are found. They grew slowly about a temple life out of a primitive agriculture. Priest kings and god kings consolidated such early city-states into empires. But the barbaric Greek herdsmen raiders came southward into a world whose civilization was already an old story. Shipping and agriculture, walled cities and writing were already there. The Greeks did not grow a civilization of their own. They wrecked one and put another together upon and out of the ruins. To this we must ascribe the fact that there is no temple state stage, no stage of priest kings, in the Greek record. The Greeks got at once to the city organization that in the East had grown round the temple. They took over the association of temple and city. The idea was ready-made for them. What impressed them most about the city was probably its wall. It is doubtful if they took to city life and citizenship straight away. At first, they lived in open villages outside the ruins of the cities they had destroyed, but there stood the model for them, a continual suggestion. They thought first of a city as a safe place in a time of strife, and of the temple uncritically as a proper feature of the city. They came into this inheritance of a previous civilization with the ideas and traditions of the woodlands still strong in their minds. The heroic social system of the Iliad took possession of the land and adapted itself to the new conditions. As history goes on, the Greeks became more religious and superstitious as the faiths of the conquered welled up from below. We have already said that the social structure of the primitive Aryans was a two-class system of nobles and commoners, the classes not very sharply marked off from each other, and led in warfare by a king who was simply the head of one of the noble families, primus inter pares, a leader among his equals. With the conquest of the aboriginal population, and with the building of towns, there was added to this simple social arrangement of two classes a lower stratum of farm workers and skilled and unskilled workers, who were for the most part slaves. But all the Greek communities were not of this conquest type. Some were refugee, cities representing smashed communities, and in these the aboriginal substratum would be missing. In many of the former cases, the survivors of the earlier population formed a subject class, slaves of the state as a whole, as, for instance, the Helots in Sparta. The nobles and commoners became landlords and gentlemen farmers. It was they who directed the shipbuilding and engaged in trade. But some of the poorer free citizens followed mechanic arts and, as we have already noted, would even pull an oar in a galley for pay. Such priests as there were in this Greek world were either the guardians of shrines and temples or sacrificial functionaries. Aristotle, in his Politics, makes them a mere subdivision of his official class. The citizen served as warrior in youth, ruler in his maturity, priest in his old age. The priestly class, in comparison with the equivalent class in Egypt and Babylonia, was small and insignificant. The gods of the Greeks proper, the gods of the heroic Greeks, were, as we have already noted, glorified human beings, and they were treated without very much fear or awe. But beneath these gods of the conquering freemen lurked other gods of the subjugated peoples, who found their furtive followers among slaves and women. The original Aryan gods were not expected to work miracles or control men's lives. But Greece, like most of the Eastern world in the 1,000 years BC, was much addicted to consulting oracles or soothsayers. Delphi was particularly famous for its oracle. When the oldest men in the tribe could not tell you the right thing to do, says Gilbert Murray, you went to the blessed dead. All oracles were at the tombs of heroes. They told you what was themis, what was the right thing to do, or, as religious people would put it now, what was the will of the god. Illustration: rowers in an Athenian warship, about 400 BC. Fragment of relief found on the Acropolis. The priests and priestesses of these temples were not united into one class, nor did they exercise any power as a class. It was the nobles and free commoners, two classes which, in some cases, merged into one common body of citizens who constituted the Greek state. In many cases, especially in great city-states, the population of slaves and unenfranchised strangers greatly outnumbered the citizens. But for them, the state did not exist. It existed for the select body of citizens alone. It might or might not tolerate the outsider and the slave, but they had no legal voice in their treatment any more than if it had been a despotism. This is a social structure differing widely from that of the Eastern monarchies. The exclusive importance of the Greek citizen reminds one a little of the exclusive importance of the children of Israel in the later Jewish state, but there is no equivalent on the Greek side to the prophets and priests, nor to the idea of an overruling Jehovah. Another contrast between the Greek states and any of the human communities to which we have hitherto given attention is their continuous and incurable division. The civilizations of Egypt, Sumeria, China, and no doubt North India all began in a number of independent city-states, each one a city with a few miles of dependent agricultural villages and cultivation around it. But out of this phase they passed by a process of coalescence into kingdoms and empires. But to the very end of their independent history, the Greeks did not coalesce. Commonly, this is ascribed to the geographical conditions under which they lived. Greece is a country cut up into a multitude of valleys by mountain masses and arms of the sea that render intercommunication difficult. So difficult that few cities were able to hold many of the others in subjection for any length of time. Moreover, many Greek cities were on islands and scattered along remote coasts. To the end, the largest city-states of Greece remained smaller than many English counties, and some had an area of only a few square miles. Athens, the largest of the Greek cities, at the climax of its power had a population of perhaps 1/3 of a million. Hardly any other Greek cities ever exceeded 50,000. Of this, half or more were slaves and strangers, and 2/3 of the free body women and children. Section 3. The government of these city-states varied very widely in its nature. As they settled down after their conquests, the Greeks retained for a time the rule of their kings, but these kingdoms drifted back more and more to the rule of the aristocratic class. In Sparta, Lacedaemon, kings were still distinguished in the 6th century BC. The Lacedaemonians had a curious system of a double kingship. 2 kings, drawn from different royal families, ruled together. But most of the Greek city-states had become aristocratic republics long before the 6th century. There is, however, a tendency towards slackness and inefficiency in most families that rule by hereditary right. Sooner or later they decline. And as the Greeks got out upon the seas and set up colonies and commerce extended, new rich families arose to jostle the old and bring new personalities into power. These nouveau riches became members of an expanded ruling class, a mode of government known as oligarchy in opposition to aristocracy though. Strictly, the term oligarchy, equals government by the few, should of course include hereditary aristocracy as a special case. In many cities, persons of exceptional energy, taking advantage of some social conflict or class grievance, secured a more or less irregular power in the state. This combination of personality and opportunity has occurred in the United States of America, for example, where men exercising various kinds of informal power are called bosses. In Greece, they were called tyrants. But the tyrant was rather more than a boss. He was recognized as a monarch and claimed the authority of a monarch. The modern boss, on the other hand, shelters behind legal forms which he has got hold of and uses for his own ends. Tyrants were distinguished from kings, who claimed some sort of right, some family priority, for example, to rule. They were supported perhaps by the poorer class with a grievance. Pisistratus, for example, who was tyrant of Athens with 2 intervals of exile, between 560 and 527 BC, was supported by the poverty-struck Athenian hillmen. Sometimes, as in Greek Sicily, the tyrant stood for the rich against the poor. When, later on, the Persians began to subjugate the Greek cities of Asia Minor, they set up pro-Persian tyrants. Aristotle, the great philosophical teacher, who was born under the hereditary Macedonian monarchy, and who was for some years tutor to the king's son, distinguishes in his politics between kings who ruled by an admitted and inherent right, such as the king of Macedonia, whom he served, and tyrants who ruled without the consent of the governed. As a matter of fact, it is hard to conceive of a tyrant ruling without the consent of many, and the active participation of a substantial number of his subjects, and the devotion and unselfishness of your true kings has been known to rouse resentment and questioning. Aristotle was also able to say that while the king ruled for the good of the state, the tyrant ruled for his own good. Upon this point, as in his ability to regard slavery as a natural thing and to consider women unfit for freedom and political rights, Aristotle was in harmony with the trend of events about him. A third form of government that prevailed increasingly in Greece in the 6th, 5th, and 4th centuries BC was known as democracy. As the modern world nowadays is constantly talking of democracy, and as the modern idea of democracy is something widely different from the democracy of the Greek city-states, it will be well to be very explicit upon the meaning of democracy in Greece. Democracy then was government by the commonalty, the demos. It was government by the whole body of the citizens, by the many as distinguished from the few. But let the modern reader mark that word citizen. The slave was excluded, the freedman was excluded, the stranger, even the Greek born in the city, whose father had come 8 or 10 miles from the city beyond the headland, was excluded. The earlier democracies, but not all, demanded a property qualification from the citizen, and property in those days was land. This was subsequently relaxed, But the modern reader will grasp that here was something very different from modern democracy. At the end of the 5th century BC, this property qualification had been abolished in Athens, for example. But Pericles, a great Athenian statesman of whom we shall have more to tell later, had established a law, 451 BC, restricting citizenship to those who could establish Athenian descent on both sides. Thus, in the Greek democracies quite as much as in the oligarchies, the citizens formed a close corporation, ruling sometimes, as in the case of Athens in its great days, a big population of serfs, slaves, and outlanders. A modern politician used to the idea, the entirely new and different idea, that democracy in its perfected form means that every adult man and woman shall have a voice in the government, would, if suddenly spirited back to the extremist Greek democracy, regard it as a kind of oligarchy. The only real difference between a Greek oligarchy and a Greek democracy was that in the former, the poorer and less important citizens had no voice in the government, and in the latter every citizen had. Aristotle, in his Politics, betrays very clearly the practical outcome of this difference. Taxation sat lightly on the rich in the oligarchies. The democracies, on the other hand, taxed the rich, and generally paid the impecunious citizen a maintenance allowance and special fees. In Athens, fees were paid to citizens even for attending the General Assembly. But the generality of people outside the happy order of citizens worked and did what they were told, and if one desired the protection of the law, one sought a citizen to plead for one. For only the citizen had any standing in the law courts. Greek democracy was, in fact, a sort of government by a swarm of hereditary barristers. Our modern idea that anyone in the state is a citizen would have shocked the privileged democrats of Athens profoundly. One obvious result of this monopolization of the state by the class of citizens was that the patriotism of these privileged people took an intense and narrow form. They would form alliances, but never coalesce with other city-states. That would have obliterated every advantage by which they lived. There would have been no more fees, no more privileges. The narrow geographical limits of these Greek states added to the intensity of their feeling. A man's love for his country was reinforced by his love for his native town, his religion, and his home, for these were all one. Of course, the slaves did not share in these feelings, and in the oligarchic states, very often the excluded class got over its dislike of foreigners in its greater dislike of the class at home which oppressed it. But in the main, patriotism in the Greek was a personal passion of an inspiring and dangerous intensity. Like rejected love, it was apt to turn into something very like hatred. The Greek exile resembled the French or Russian immigré in being ready to treat his beloved country pretty roughly in order to save her from the devils in human form who had taken possession of her and turned him out. In the 5th century BC, Athens formed a system of relationships with a number of other Greek city-states, which is often spoken of by historians as the Athenian Empire. But all the other city-states retained their own governments. One new fact added by the Athenian Empire was the complete and effective suppression of piracy. Another was the institution of a sort of international law. The law, indeed, was Athenian law, but actions could now be brought and justice administered between citizens of the different states of the League, which of course had not been possible before. The Athenian Empire had really developed out of a league of mutual defense against Persia. Its seat had originally been in the island of Delos, and the allies had contributed to a common treasure at Delos. The treasure of Delos was carried off to Athens because it was exposed to a possible Persian raid. Then one city after another offered a monetary contribution instead of military service, with the result that in the end Athens was doing almost all the work and receiving almost all the money. She was supported by one or two of the larger islands. The League in this way became gradually an empire, but the citizens of the allied states remained, except where there were special treaties of intermarriage and the like, practically foreigners to one another. And it was chiefly the poorer citizens of Athens who sustained this empire by their most vigorous and incessant personal service. Every citizen was liable to military service at home or abroad between the ages of 18 and 60, sometimes on purely Athenian affairs, and sometimes in defense of the cities of the empire, whose citizens had bought themselves off. There was probably no single man over 25 in the Athenian assembly who had not served in several campaigns in different parts of the Mediterranean or Black Sea, and who did not expect to serve again. Modern imperialism is denounced by its opponents as the exploitation of the world by the rich. Athenian imperialism was the exploitation of the world by the poorer citizens of Athens. Another difference from modern conditions, due to the small size of the Greek city-states, was that in a democracy, every citizen had the right to attend and speak and vote in the popular assembly. For most cities, this meant a gathering of only a few hundred people. The greatest had no more than some thousands of citizens. Nothing of this sort is possible in a modern democracy, with, perhaps, several million voters. The modern citizen's voice in public affairs is limited to the right to vote for one or other of the party candidates put before him. He, or she, is then supposed to have assented to the resultant government. Aristotle, who would have enjoyed the electoral methods of our modern democracies keenly, points out very subtly how the outlying farmer class of citizens in a democracy can be virtually disenfranchised by calling the popular assembly too frequently for their regular attendance. In the later Greek democracies, 5th century, the appointment of public officials, except in the case of officers requiring very special knowledge, was by casting lots. This was supposed to protect the general corporation of privileged citizens from the continued predominance of rich, influential, and conspicuously able men. Some democracies, Athens and Miletus, e.g., had an institution called the ostracism, by which in times of crisis and conflict the decision was made whether some citizen should go into exile for 10 years. This may strike a modern reader as an envious institution, but that was not its essential quality. It was, says Gilbert Murray, a way of arriving at a decision in a case when political feeling was so divided as to threaten a deadlock. There were in the Greek democracies parties and party leaders, but no regular government in office and no regular opposition. There was no way, therefore, of carrying out a policy, although it might be the popular policy, if a strong leader or a strong group stood out against it. But by the ostracism, the least popular or the least trusted of the chief leaders in the divided community was made to retire for a period without loss of honor or property. Professor Murray suggests that a Greek democracy, if it had found itself in such a position of deadlock, as the British Empire did upon the question of Home Rule for Ireland in 1914, would have probably first ostracized Sir Edward Carson, and then proceeded to carry out the provisions of the Home Rule Bill. This institution of the ostracism has immortalized one obscure and rather illiterate member of the democracy of Athens. A certain Aristides had gained a great reputation in the law court for his righteous dealing. He fell into a dispute with Themistocles upon a question of naval policy. Aristides was for the army, Themistocles was a strong navy man, and a deadlock was threatened. There was resort to an ostracism to decide between them. Plutarch relates that as Aristides walked through the streets while the voting was in progress, he was accosted by a strange citizen from the agricultural environs unaccustomed to the art of writing, and requested to write his own name on the proffered potsherd. "But why," he asked, "has Aristides ever injured you?" "No," said the citizen. "No, never have I set eyes on him. But oh, I am so bored by hearing him called Aristides the Just." Whereupon, says Plutarch, without further parley Aristides wrote as the man desired. When one understands the true meaning of these Greek constitutions, and in particular the limitation of all power, whether in the democracies or the oligarchies, to a locally privileged class, one realizes how impossible was any effective union of the hundreds of Greek cities scattered about the Mediterranean region, or even of any effective cooperation between them for a common end. Each city was in the hands of a few or a few hundred men, to whom its separateness meant everything that was worth having in life. Only conquest from the outside could unite the Greeks, and until Greece was conquered, they had no political unity. When at last they were conquered so completely that their unity ceased to be of any importance even to themselves. It was a unity of subjugation. Yet there was always a certain tradition of unity between all the Greeks, based on a common language and script, on the common possession of the heroic epics, and on the continuous intercourse that the maritime position of the states made possible. And, in addition, there were certain religious bonds of a unifying kind. Certain shrines, the shrines of the god Apollo in the island of Delos and at Delphi, for example, were sustained not by single states, but by leagues of states or amphictyonies, equals league of neighbors, which in such instances as the Delphic amphictyony became very wide-reaching unions. The league protected the shrine and the safety of pilgrims, kept up the roads leading thereunto, secured peace at the time of special festivals, upheld certain rules to mitigate the usages of war among its members, and the Delian League especially suppressed piracy. A still more important link of Hellenic union was the Olympian Games that were held every 4 years at Olympia. Foot races, boxing, wrestling, javelin throwing, quoit throwing, jumping, and chariot and horse racing were the chief sports, and a record of victors and distinguished visitors was kept. From the year 776 BC onward, these games were held regularly for over 1,000 years, and they did much to maintain that sense of a common Greek life, pan-Hellenic, transcending the narrow politics of the city-states. Such links of sentiment and association were of little avail against the intense separatism of the Greek political institutions. From the history of Herodotus, the student will be able to gather a sense of the intensity and persistence of the feuds that kept the Greek world in a state of chronic warfare. In the old days, say, to the 6th century B.C., fairly large families prevailed in Greece, and something of the old Aryan great household system, see chapter Roman 15, with its strong clan feeling and its capacity for maintaining an enduring feud, still remained. The history of Athens circles for many years about the feud of two great families, the Alcmeonidae and the Pisistratidae, the latter equally an aristocratic family, but founding its power on the support of the poorer class of the populace and the exploitation of their grievances. Later on, in the 6th and 5th centuries, a limitation of births and a shrinkage of families to 2 or 3 members process Aristotle notes, without perceiving its cause led to the disappearance of the old aristocratic clans. And the later wars were due rather to trade disputes and grievances caused and stirred up by individual adventurers than to family vendettas. It is easy to understand, in view of this intense separatism of the Greeks, how readily the Ionians of Asia and of the islands fell first under the domination of the kingdom of Lydia, and then under that of the Persians when Cyrus overthrew Croesus, the king of Lydia. They rebelled only to be reconquered. Then came the turn of European Greece. It is a matter of astonishment. The Greeks themselves were astonished to find that Greece itself did not fall under the dominion of the Persians, these barbaric Aryan masters of the ancient civilizations of Western Asia. But before we tell of this struggle, we must give some attention to these Asiatics against whom they were pitted, and particularly to these Medes and Persians who, by 538 BC, were already in possession of the ancient civilizations of Assyria, Babylonia, and about to subjugate Egypt. Section 4. We have had occasion to mention the kingdom of Lydia, and it may be well to give a short note here upon the Lydians before proceeding with our story. The original population of the larger part of Asia Minor may perhaps have been akin to the original population of Greece and Crete. If so, it was of Mediterranean race. Or it may have been another branch of those still more generalized and fundamental Darkish peoples from whom arose the Mediterranean race to the west and the Dravidians to the east. Remains of the same sort of art that distinguishes Cnossos and Mycenae are to be found scattered over Asia Minor. But just as the Nordic Greeks poured southward into Greece to conquer and mix with the Aborigines, so did other and kindred Nordic tribes pour over the Bosphorus into Asia Minor. Over some areas, these Aryan peoples prevailed altogether and became the bulk of the inhabitants and retained their Aryan speech. Such were the Phrygians, a people whose language was almost as close to that of the Greeks as the Macedonian, but over other areas the Aryans did not so prevail. In Lydia, the original race and their language held their own. The Lydians were a non-Aryan people speaking a non-Aryan speech, of which at the present time only a few words are known. Their capital city was Sardis. Their religion was also non-Aryan. They worshipped a great mother goddess. The Phrygians also, though retaining their Greek-like language, became infected with mysterious religion, and much of the mystical religion and secret ceremonial that pervaded Athens at a later date was Phrygian, when not Thracian, in origin. At first the Lydians held the western seacoast of Asia Minor, but they were driven back from it by the establishment of Ionian Greeks coming by the sea and founding cities. Later on, however, These Ionian Greek cities were brought into subjection by the Lydian kings. The history of this country is not clearly known, and were it known, it would scarcely be of sufficient importance to be related in this historical outline. But in the 8th century BC, one monarch, named Gyges, becomes noteworthy. The country under his rule was subjected to another Aryan invasion. Certain nomadic tribes called the Cimmerians came pouring across Asia Minor, and they were driven back with difficulty by Gyges and his son and grandson. Sardis was twice taken and burnt by these barbarians. And it is on record that Gyges paid tribute to Sardanapalus, which serves to link him up with our general ideas of the history of Assyria, Israel, and Egypt. Later, Gyges rebelled against Assyria and sent troops to help Psammetichus I to liberate Egypt from its brief servitude to the Assyrians. It was Aliats, the grandson of Gyges, who made Lydia into a considerable power. He reigned for 7 years, and he reduced most of the Ionian cities of Asia Minor to subjection. The country became the center of a great trade between Asia and Europe. It had always been productive and rich in gold, and now the Lydian monarch was reputed the richest in Asia. There was a great coming and going between the Black and Mediterranean seas and between the East and West. We have already noted that Lydia was reputed to be the first country in the world to produce coined money and to provide the convenience of inns for travelers and traders. The Lydian dynasty seems to have been a trading dynasty of the type of Minos in Crete, with a banking and financial development. So much we may note of Lydia by way of preface to the next section. Section 5. Now, while one series of Aryan-speaking invaders had developed along the lines we have described in Greece, Magna Graecia, and around the shores of the Black Sea, another series of Aryan-speaking peoples, whose originally Nordic blood was perhaps already mixed with a Mongolian element, were settling and spreading to the north and east of the Assyrian and Babylonian empires. We have already spoken of the arc-like dispersion of the Nordic Aryan peoples to the north of the Black and Caspian Seas. It was probably by this route that the Aryan-speaking races gradually came down into what is now the Persian country, and spread, on the one hand, eastward to India, 2000 to 1000 BC, and on the other, increased and multiplied in the Persian uplands until they were strong enough to assail first Assyria, 650 BC, and then Babylon, 538 BC. There is much that is not yet clear about the changes of climate that have been going on in Europe and Asia during the last 10,000 years. The ice of the last glacial age receded gradually and gave way to a long period of steppe or prairie-like conditions over the Great Plain of Europe. About 12,000 or 10,000 years ago, as it is reckoned now, this state of affairs was giving place to forest conditions. We have already noted how, as a consequence of these changes, the Solutrean horse hunters gave place to Magdalenian fishers and forest deer hunters, and these, again, to the Neolithic herdsmen and agriculturists. For some thousands of years, the European climate seems to have been warmer than it is today. A great sea spread from the coast of the Balkan Peninsula far into Central Asia and extended northward into central Russia. And the shrinkage of that sea and the consequent hardening of the climate of South Russia and Central Asia was going on contemporaneously with the development of the first civilizations in the river valleys. Many facts seem to point to a more genial climate in Europe and Western Asia, and still more strongly to a greater luxuriance of plant and vegetable life, 4,000 to 3,000 years ago, than we find today. There were forests then in South Russia and in the country which is now Western Turkestan, where now steppes and deserts prevail. On the other hand, between 1,500 and 2,000 years ago, the Aral-Caspian region was probably drier, and those seas smaller than they are at the present time. We may note in this connection that Thotmes Roman III, say, the 15th century BC, in his expedition beyond the Euphrates, hunted a herd of 120 elephants in that region. Again, an Aegean dagger from Mycenae, dating about 2000 BC, shows a lion hunt in progress. The hunters carry big shields and spears and stand in rows one behind the other. The first man spears the lion, and when the wounded beast leaps at him, drops flat under the protection of his big shield, leaving the next man to repeat his stroke, and so on until the lion is speared to death. This method of hunting is practiced by the Maasai today and could only have been worked out by a people in a land where lions were abundant. But abundant lions imply abundant game, and that again means abundant vegetation. About 2000 BC. The hardening of the climate in the central parts of the Old World, to which we have already referred, which put an end to elephants and lions in Asia Minor and Greece, was turning the faces of the nomadic Aryan peoples southward towards the fields and forests of the more settled and civilized nations. These Aryan peoples come down from the East Caspian regions into history about the time that Mycenae and Troy and Knossos are falling to the Greeks. It is difficult to disentangle the different tribes and races that appear under a multitude of names in the records and inscriptions that record their first appearance. But fortunately, these distinctions are not needed in an elementary outline such as this present history. A people called the Cimmerians appear in the districts of Lake Urumia and Van, and shortly after Aryans have spread from Armenia to Elam. In the 9th century BC, a people called the Medes, very closely related to the Persians to the east of them, appear in the Assyrian inscriptions. Tiglath-Pileser Roman III and Sargon Roman II, names already familiar in this story, profess to have made them pay tribute. They are spoken of in the inscriptions as the dangerous Medes. They are as yet a tribal people, not united under one king. About the 9th century BC, Elam and the Elamites, whose capital was Susa, a people which possessed a tradition and civilization at least as old as the Sumerian, suddenly vanish from history. We do not know what happened. They seem to have been overrun and the population absorbed by the conquerors. Susa is in the hands of the Persians. Illustration: Scythians as portrayed by a Greek artist. One of the few existing representations of the ancient Scythians, from a Greek electrum vase. A fourth people related to these Aryan tribes who appear at this time in the narrative of Herodotus are the Scythians. For a while, the monarchs of Assyria play off these various kindred peoples, the Cimmerians, the Medes, the Persians, and the Scythians, against each other. Assyrian princesses, a daughter of Esarhaddon, e.g., are married to Scythian chiefs. Nebuchadnezzar the Great, on the other hand, marries a daughter of Cyaxares, who has become king of all the Medes. The Aryan Scythians are for the Semitic Assyrians, the Aryan Medes for the Semitic Babylonians. It was this Cyaxares who took Nineveh, the Assyrian capital, in 606 BC, and so released Babylon from the Assyrian yoke to establish, under Chaldean rule, the Second Babylonian Empire. The Scythian allies of Assyria drop out of the story after this. They go on living their own life away to the north without much interference with the peoples to the south. A glance at the map of this period shows how, for 2/3 of a century, the Second Babylonian Empire lay like a lamb within the embrace of the Median lion. Into the internal struggles of the Medes and Persians that ended at last in the accession of Cyrus, the Persian, to the throne of Cyaxares in 550 BC, we will not enter. In that year, Cyrus was ruling over an empire that reached from the boundaries of Lydia to Persia and perhaps to India. Nabonidus, the last of the Babylonian rulers, was, as we have already told, digging up old records and building temples in Babylonia. Section 6. But one monarch in the world was alive to the threat of the new power that lay in the hands of Cyrus. This was Croesus, the Lydian king. His son had been killed in a very tragic manner, which Herodotus relates, but which we will not describe here, says Herodotus. For 2 years then, Croesus remained quiet in great mourning, because he was deprived of his son. But after this period of time, the overthrowing of the rule of the son of Cyaxares by Cyrus, and the growing greatness of the Persians, caused Croesus to cease from his mourning, and led him to a care of cutting short the power of the Persians if by any means he might, while yet it was in growth and before they should have become great. He then made trial of the various oracles. His method of trial we will not relate here, but it led him to the belief that the Delphi oracle was alone trustworthy. What follows is rather a lengthy passage, but it is so characteristic of the garrulousness and wonder-loving mind of the father of history, and with such a pleasant touch of spite against the Lacedaemonians, that it is impossible to resist the quotation. Illustration: map showing the relation of the Median and Second Babylonian, Chaldean, empires in the reign of Nebuchadnezzar the Great. After this, with great sacrifices, he endeavored to win the favor of the god at Delphi. For of all the animals that are fit for sacrifice, he offered 3,000 of each kind, and he heaped up couches overlaid with gold and overlaid with silver, and cups of gold, and robes of purple, and tunics, making of them a great pyre. and this he burnt up, hoping by these means the more to win over the god to the side of the Lydians. And he proclaimed to all the Lydians that every one of them should make sacrifice with that which each man had. And when he had finished the sacrifice, he melted down a vast quantity of gold, and of it he wrought half-plinths, making them 6 palms in length and 3 in breadth, and in height 1 palm, and their number was 117. Of these 4 were of pure gold weighing 2 talents and a half each, and the others of gold alloyed with silver weighing 2 talents. And he caused to be made also an image of a lion of pure gold weighing 10 talents, which lion, when the temple at Delphi was being burnt down, fell from off the half-plinths, for upon these it was set, and is placed now in the treasury of the Corinthians, weighing 6 talents and a half, for 3 talents and a half were melted away from it. So Croesus, having finished all these things, sent them to Delphi, and with them these besides: 2 mixing bowls of great size, one of gold and the other of silver, of which the golden bowl was placed on the right hand as one enters the temple, and the silver on the left, but the places of these also were changed after the temple was burnt down. Moreover, Croesus sent 4 silver wine jars, which stand in the treasury of the Corinthians, and 2 vessels for lustral water, one of gold and the other of silver, of which the gold one is inscribed from the Lacedaemonians, who say that it is their offering. Therein, however, they do not speak rightly, for this also is from Croesus, but one of the Delphians wrote the inscription upon it, desiring to gratify the Lacedaemonians, and his name I know, but I will not make mention of it. And many other votive offerings Croesus sent with these, not specially distinguished, among which are certain castings of silver of a round shape, and also a golden figure of a woman 3 cubits high, which the Delphians say is a statue of the baker of Croesus. Moreover, Croesus dedicated the ornaments from his wife's neck and her girdles. To the Lydians who were to carry these gifts to the temples, Croesus gave charge that they should ask the oracles this question also: whether Croesus should march against the Persians, and, if so, whether he should join with himself any army of men as his friends. And when the Lydians had arrived at the places to which they had been sent, and had dedicated the votive offerings, they inquired of the oracles and said: Croesus, king of the Lydians and of other nations, considering that these are the only true oracles among men, presents to you gifts such as your revelations deserve, and asks you again now whether he shall march against the Persians, and, if so, whether he shall join with himself any army of men as allies. They inquired thus, and the answers of both the oracles agreed in one, declaring to Croesus that if he should march against the Persians, he should destroy a great empire. So when the answers were brought back and Croesus heard them, he was delighted with the oracles, and expecting that he would certainly destroy the kingdom of Cyrus, he sent again to Pytho, and presented to the men of Delphi, having ascertained the number of them, 2 staters of gold for each man. And in return for this, the Delphians gave to Croesus and to the Lydians precedence in consulting the oracle and freedom from all payments, and the right to front seats at the games, with this privilege also for all time, that any one of them who wished should be allowed to become a citizen of Delphi. But here we may not run on as Herodotus loved to do. Suffice it to say that Croesus made a defensive alliance both with the Lacedaemonians and the Egyptians. We will not quote the story of how a great bronze mixing bowl that the Lacedaemonians sent to Croesus went astray, but we will note a light on the life of the Medes and Persians of that time. Thus, then, it happened about the mixing bowl. But meanwhile Croesus, mistaking the meaning of the oracle, was making a march into Cappadocia, expecting to overthrow Cyrus and the power of the Persians. And while Croesus was preparing to march against the Persians, one of the Lydians, who even before this time was thought to be a wise man, but in consequence of this opinion got a very great name for wisdom among the Lydians, had advised Croesus as follows: O king, thou art preparing to march against men who wear breeches of leather, and the rest of their clothing is of leather also, and they eat food not such as they desire, but such as they can obtain, dwelling in a land which is rugged. And moreover, they make no use of wine but drink water, and no figs have they for dessert, nor any other good thing. On the one hand, if thou shalt overcome them, what wilt thou take away from them, seeing they have nothing? And on the other hand, if thou shalt be overcome, consider how many good things thou wilt lose. For once having tasted our good things, they will cling to them fast, and it will not be possible to drive them away. I, for my own part, feel gratitude to the gods that they do not put it into the minds of the Persians to march against the Lydians. Thus he spoke, not persuading Croesus, for it is true indeed that the Persians before they subdued the Lydians had no luxury nor any good thing. Crow and Cyrus fought an indecisive battle at Tyria, from which Crow retreated. Cyrus followed him up, and he gave battle outside his capital town of Sardis. The chief strength of the Lydians lay in their cavalry. They were excellent, if undisciplined, horsemen and fought with long spears. Cyrus, when he saw the Lydians being arrayed for battle, fearing their horsemen, did on the suggestion of Harpagos, a meed as follows. All the camels which were in the train of his army carrying provisions and baggage he gathered together, and he took off their burdens and set men upon them provided with the equipment of cavalry. And having thus furnished them, forth he appointed them to go in front of the rest of the army towards the horsemen of Croesus. And after the camel troop he ordered the infantry to follow, and behind the infantry he placed his whole force of cavalry. Then, when all his men had been placed in their several positions, he charged them to spare none of the other Lydians, slaying all who might come in their way, but Croesus himself they were not to slay, not even if he should make resistance when he was being captured. Such was his charge, and he set the camels opposite the horsemen for this reason, because the horse has a fear of the camel and cannot endure either to see his form or to scent his smell. For this reason, then, the trick had been devised, in order that the cavalry of Croesus might be useless, that very force wherewith the Lydian king was expecting most to shine. And as they were coming together to the battle, so soon as the horses scented the camels and saw them, they turned away back, and the hopes of Croesus were at once brought to naught. The Lydians, however, for their part did not upon that act as cowards, but when they perceived what was coming to pass, they leapt from their horses and fought with the Persians on foot. At length, however, when many had fallen on either side, the Lydians turned to flight, and having been driven within the wall of their fortress, they were besieged by the Persians. In 14 days, Sardis was stormed and Croesus taken prisoner. So the Persians, having taken him, brought him into the presence of Cyrus. And he piled up a great pyre, and caused Croesus to go up upon it bound in fetters, and along with him twice 7 sons of Lydians, whether it was that he meant to dedicate this offering as first fruits of his victory to some god, or whether he desired to fulfill a vow, or else had heard that Croesus was a God-fearing man, and so caused him to go up on the pyre, because he wished to know if any one of the divine powers would save him, so that he should not be burnt alive. He, they say, did this. But to Croesus as he stood upon the pyre there came, although he was in such evil case, a memory of the saying of Solon, how he had said with divine inspiration that no one of the living might be called happy. And when this thought came into his mind, they say that he sighed deeply and groaned aloud, having been for long silent, and 3 times he uttered the name of Solon. Hearing this, Cyrus bade the interpreters ask Croesus who was this person on whom he called, and they came near and asked. And Croesus for a time, it is said, kept silence when he was asked this, but afterwards, being pressed, he said, "One whom more than much wealth I should have desired to have speech with all monarchs." Then, since his words were of doubtful import, they asked again of that which he said. And as they were urgent with him and gave him no peace, he told how once Solon, an Athenian, had come and having inspected all his wealth had made light of it, with such and such words. And how all had turned out for him according as Solon had said, not speaking at all especially with a view to Croesus himself, but with a view to the whole human race, and especially those who seemed to themselves to be happy men. And while Croesus related these things, already the pyre was lighted, and the edges of it round about were burning. Then they say that Cyrus, hearing from the interpreters what Croesus had said, changed his purpose, and considered that he himself also was but a man, and that he was delivering another man, who had been not inferior to himself in felicity, alive to the fire. And, moreover, he feared the requital, and reflected that there was nothing of that which men possessed which was secure. Therefore, they say, he ordered them to extinguish as quickly as possible the fire that was burning, and to bring down Croesus and those who were with him from the pyre. And they, using endeavors, were not able now to get the mastery of the flames. Then it is related by the Lydians that Croesus, having learned how Cyrus had changed his mind, and seeing that everyone was trying to put out the fire, but that they were no longer able to check it, cried aloud, entreating Apollo that if any gift had ever been given by him, which was acceptable to the god, he would come to his aid and rescue him from the evil which was now upon him. So he with tears entreated the god, and suddenly, they say, after clear sky and calm weather, clouds gathered and a storm burst, and it rained with a very violent shower, and the pyre was extinguished. Then Cyrus, having perceived that Croesus was a lover of the gods and a good man, caused him to be brought down from the pyre and asked him as follows: Croesus, tell me who of all men was it who persuaded thee to march upon my land, and so to become an enemy to me instead of a friend? And he said, O king, I did this to thy felicity and to my own misfortune, and the causer of this was the god of the Hellenes, who incited me to march with my army. For no one is so senseless as to choose of his own will war rather than peace, since in peace the sons bury their fathers, but in war the fathers bury their sons. But it was pleasing, I suppose, to the divine powers that these things should come to pass thus. But Herodotus is too alluring a companion for one who would write an outline of history, and the rest of the life of Croesus, and how he gave wise counsels to Cyrus, must be read in his ampler page. When Lydia was subdued, Cyrus turned his attention to Nabonidus in Babylon. He defeated the Babylonian army under Belshazzar outside Babylon and then laid siege to the town. He entered the town 538 B.C., probably, as we have already suggested, with the connivance of the priests of Bel. Section 7. Cyrus was succeeded by his son Cambyses, who took an army into Egypt 525 BC. There was a battle in the Delta, in which Greek mercenaries fought on both sides. Herodotus declares that he saw the bones of the slain still lying on the field 50 or 60 years later, and comments on the comparative thinness of the Persian skulls. After this battle, Cambyses took Memphis and most of Egypt. In Egypt, we are told, Cambyses went mad. He took great liberties with the Egyptian temples and remained at Memphis opening ancient tombs and examining the dead bodies. He had already murdered both Croesus, ex-king of Lydia, and his own brother Smerdis before coming to Egypt, and he died in Syria on the way back to Susa of an accidental wound, leaving no heirs to succeed him. He was presently succeeded by Darius the Mede, 521 BC, the son of Hystaspes, one of the chief counselors of Cyrus. The empire of Darius I was larger than any one of the preceding empires whose growth we have traced. It included all Asia Minor and Syria, that is to say, the ancient Lydian and Hittite empires, all the old Assyrian and Babylonian empires, Egypt, the Caucasus and Caspian regions, Media, Persia, and it extended, perhaps, into India to the Indus. The nomadic Arabians alone of all the peoples of what is nowadays called the Near East did not pay tribute to the satraps, provincial governors, of Darius. The organization of this great empire seems to have been on a much higher level of efficiency than any of its precursors. Great arterial roads joined province to province, and there was a system of royal posts. At stated intervals, post horses stood always ready to carry the government messenger, or the traveler if he had a government permit, on to the next stage of his journey. Apart from this imperial right-of-way and the payment of tribute, the local governments possessed a very considerable amount of local freedom. They were restrained from internecine conflict, which was all to their own good. And at first the Greek cities of the mainland of Asia paid the tribute and shared in this Persian peace. Darius was first incited to attack the Greeks in Europe by a homesick Greek physician at his court, who wanted at any cost to be back in Greece. Darius had already made plans for an expedition into Europe, aiming not at Greece, but to the northward of Greece, across the Bosphorus and Danube. He wanted to strike at South Russia, which he believed to be the home country of the Scythian nomads who threatened him on his northern and northeastern frontiers. But he lent an attentive ear to the tempter and sent agents into Greece. This great expedition of Darius opens out our view in this history. It lifts a curtain upon the Balkan country behind Greece about which we have said nothing hitherto. It carries us to and over the Danube. The nucleus of his army marched from Susa, gathering up contingents as they made their way to the Bosphorus. Here Greek allies, Ionian Greeks from Asia, had made a bridge of boats, and the army crossed over while the Greek allies sailed on in their ships to the Danube, and 2 days' sail up from its mouth, landed to make another floating bridge. Meanwhile, Darius and his host advanced along the coast of what is now Bulgaria, but which was then called Thrace. They crossed the Danube, and prepared to give battle to the Scythian army and take the cities of the Scythians. But the Scythians had no cities, and they evaded a battle, and the war degenerated into a tedious and hopeless pursuit of more mobile enemies. Wells were stopped up, and pastures destroyed by the nomads. The Scythian horsemen hung upon the skirts of the great army, which consisted mostly of foot soldiers, picking off stragglers and preventing foraging. And they did their best to persuade the Ionian Greeks, who had made and were guarding the bridge across the Danube, to break up the bridge, and so ensure the destruction of Darius. So long as Darius continued to advance, however, the loyalty of his Greek allies remained unshaken. But privation, fatigue, and sickness hindered and crippled the Persian army. Darius lost many stragglers and consumed his supplies, and at last the melancholy conviction dawned upon him that a retreat across the Danube was necessary to save him from complete exhaustion and defeat. In order to get a start in his retreat, he sacrificed his sick and wounded. He had these men informed that he was about to attack the Scythians at nightfall, and under this pretense stole out of the camp with the pick of his troops and made off southward, leaving the camp fires burning and the usual noises and movements of the camp behind him. Next day the men left in the camp realized the trick their monarch had played upon them and surrendered themselves to the mercy of the Scythians, but Darius had got his start and was able to reach the bridge of boats before his pursuers came upon him. They were more mobile than his troops, but they missed their quarry in the darkness. At the river, the retreating Persians were brought to an extremity of fear, for they found the bridge partially broken down and its northern end destroyed. Illustration: the empire of Darius tribute-paying countries at its greatest extent. At this point, a voice echoes down the centuries to us. We see a group of dismayed Persians standing about the great king upon the bank of the streaming river. We see the masses of halted troops, hungry and war-worn. A trail of battered transport stretches away towards the horizon, upon which at any time the advance guards of the pursuers may appear. There is not much noise in spite of the multitude, but rather an inquiring silence. Standing out like a pier from the further side of the great stream are the remains of the bridge of boats, an enigma. We cannot discern whether there are men over there or not. The shipping of the Ionian Greeks seems still to be drawn up on the further shore, but it is all very far away. Now there was with Darius an Egyptian who had a voice louder than that of any other man on earth, and this man Darius ordered to take his stand upon the bank of the Ister, Danube, and to call Histiaeus of Miletus. This worthy a day is to come, as we shall presently tell, when his decapitated head will be sent to Darius at Susa piers, approaching slowly across the waters in a boat. There is a parley, and we gather that it is all right. The explanation Histiaeus has to make is a complicated one. Some Scythians have been and have gone again. Scouts, perhaps, these were. It would seem there had been a discussion between the Scythians and the Greeks. The Scythians wanted the bridge broken down. They would then, they said, undertake to finish up the Persian army and make an end to Darius and his empire, and the Ionian Greeks of Asia could then free their cities again. Miltiades, the Athenian, was for accepting this proposal. But Histiaeus had been more subtle. He would prefer, he said, to see the Persians completely destroyed before definitely abandoning their cause. Would the Scythians go back and destroy the Persians to make sure of them, while the Greeks on their part destroyed the bridge anyhow? Whichever side the Greeks took finally, it was clear to him that it would be wise to destroy the northern end of the bridge, because otherwise the Scythians might rush it. Indeed, even as they parleyed, the Greeks set to work to demolish the end that linked them to the Scythians as quickly as possible. In accordance with the suggestions of Histiaeus, the Scythians rowed off in search of the Persians, and so left the Greeks safe in either event. If Darius escaped, they could be on his side. If he was destroyed, there was nothing of which the Scythians could complain. Histiaeus did not put it quite in that fashion to Darius. He had at least kept the shipping and most of the bridge. He represented himself as the loyal friend of Persia, and Darius was not disposed to be too critical. The Ionian ships came over. With a sense of immense relief, the remnant of the wasted Persians were presently looking back at the steely flood of the Danube streaming wide between themselves and their pursuers. The pleasure and interest had gone out of the European expedition for Darius. He returned to Susa, leaving an army in Thrace under a trusted general Megabazus. This Megabazus set himself to the subjugation of Thrace, and among other states which submitted reluctantly to Darius was a kingdom, which thus comes into our history for the first time, the Kingdom of Macedonia, a country inhabited by a people so closely allied to the Greeks that one of its princes had already been allowed to compete and take a prize in the Olympian Games. Darius was disposed to reward Histiaeus by allowing him to build a city for himself in Thrace, but Megabazus had a different opinion of the trustworthiness of Histiaeus and prevailed upon the king to take him to Susa and, under the title of counselor, to keep him a prisoner there. Histiaeus was at first flattered by this court position and then realized its true meaning. The Persian court bored him, and he grew homesick for Miletus. He set himself to make mischief and was able to stir up a revolt against the Persians among the Ionian Greeks on the mainland. The twistings and turnings of the story, which included the burning of Sardis by the Ionians and the defeat of a Greek fleet at the Battle of Ladae, 495 BC, are too complicated to follow here. It is a dark and intricate story of treacheries, cruelties, and hate, in which the death of the wily Histiaeus shines almost cheerfully. The Persian governor of Sardis, through which town he was being taken on his way back to Susa as a prisoner, having much the same opinion of him as Megabazus had, and knowing his ability to humbug Darius, killed him there and then, and sent on the head only to his master. Cyprus and the Greek islands were dragged into this contest that Histiaeus had stirred up, and at last Athens. Darius realized the error he had made in turning to the right and not to the left when he had crossed the Bosphorus, and he now set himself to the conquest of all Greece. He began with the islands. Tyre and Sidon were subject to Persia, and ships of the Phoenician and of the Ionian Greeks provided the Persians with a fleet by means of which one Greek island after another was subjugated. Section 8. The first attack upon Greece proper was made in 490 BC. It was a sea attack upon Athens, with a force long and carefully prepared for the task, the fleet being provided with specially built transports for the conveyance of horses. This expedition made a landing near Marathon in Attica. The Persians were guided into Marathon by a renegade Greek, Hippias, the son of Pisistratus, who had been tyrant of Athens. If Athens fell, then Hippias was to be its tyrant, under the protection of the Persians. Meanwhile, so urgent was the sense of a crisis in the affairs of Hellas, that a man, a herald and runner, went from Athens to Sparta, forgetful of all feuds, to say, "Lacedaemonians, the Athenians make request of you to come to their help, and not to allow a city most anciently established among the Hellenes to fall into slavery by the means of barbarians. For even now Eretria has been enslaved, and Hellas has become the weaker by a city of renown." This man, Phidippides, did the distance from Athens to Sparta, nearly 100 miles as the crow flies, and much more if we allow for the contours and the windings of the way, in something under 48 hours. But before the Spartans could arrive on the scene, the battle was joined. The Athenians charged the enemy. They fought in a memorable fashion, for they were the first of all the Hellenes about whom we know who went to attack the enemy at a run, and they were the first also who endured to face the Median garments and the men who wore them, whereas up to this time the very name of the Medes was to the Hellenes a terror to hear. The Persian wings gave before this impetuous attack, but the center held. The Athenians, however, were cool as well as vigorous. They let the wings run and closed in on the flanks of the center, whereupon the main body of the Persians fled to their ships. 7 vessels fell into the hands of the Athenians, the rest got away, and, after a futile attempt to sail round to Athens and seize the city before the army returned thither, the fleet made a retreat to Asia. Let Herodotus close the story with a paragraph that still further enlightens us upon the tremendous prestige of the Medes at this time. Of the Lacedaemonians there came to Athens 2,000 after the full moon, making great haste to be in time, so that they arrived in Attica on the 3rd day after leaving Sparta. And though they had come too late for the battle, yet they desired to behold the Medes. And accordingly they went on to Marathon and looked at the bodies of the slain. Then afterwards they departed home, commending the Athenians and the work which they had done. Section 9. So Greece, unified for a while by fear, gained her first victory over Persia. The news came to Darius simultaneously with the news of a rebellion in Egypt, and he died while still undecided in which direction to turn. His son and successor, Xerxes, turned first to Egypt and set up a Persian satrap there. Then for 4 years he prepared a second attack upon Greece. Says Herodotus, who was, one must remember, a patriotic Greek, approaching now to the climax of his history. For what nation did Xerxes not lead out of Asia against Hellas? And what water was not exhausted, being drunk by his host, except only the great rivers? For some supplied ships, and others were appointed to serve in the land army. To some it was appointed to furnish cavalry, and to others vessels to carry horses, while they served in the expedition themselves also. Others were ordered to furnish ships of war for the bridges, and others again ships with provisions. Xerxes passed into Europe, not as Darius did at the half-mile crossing of the Bosphorus, but at the Hellespont, the Dardanelles. In his account of the assembling of the great army and its march from Sardis to the Hellespont, the poet in Herodotus takes possession of the historian. The great host passes in splendor by Troy, and Xerxes, who although a Persian and a barbarian, seems to have had the advantages of a classical education, turns aside, says our historian, to visit the citadel of Priam. The Hellespont was bridged at Abydos, and upon a hill was set a marble throne from which Xerxes surveyed the whole array of his forces. And seeing all the Hellespont covered over with the ships, and all the shores and the plains of Abydos full of men, then Xerxes pronounced himself a happy man, and after that he fell to weeping. Artabanus, his uncle, therefore perceiving him the same who at first boldly declared his opinion advising Xerxes not to march against Hellas, this man, I say, having observed that Xerxes wept, asked as follows: O king, how far different from one another are the things which thou hast done now and a short while before now. For having pronounced thyself a happy man, thou art now shedding tears. He said, Yea, for after I had reckoned up, it came into my mind to feel pity at the thought how brief was the whole life of man, seeing that of these multitudes not one will be alive when 100 years have gone by. This may not be exact history, but it is great poetry. It is as splendid as anything in the dynasts. The Persian fleet, coasting from headland to headland, accompanied this land multitude during its march southward. But a violent storm did the fleet great damage, and 400 ships were lost, including much corn transport. At first the united Hellenes marched out to meet the invaders at the Vale of Tempe, near Mount Olympus, but afterwards retreated through Thessaly, and chose at last to await the advancing Persians at a place called Thermopylae, where at that time 2,300 years have altered these things greatly. There was a great cliff on the landward side, and the sea to the east, with a track scarcely wide enough for a chariot between. The great advantage to the Greeks of this position at Thermopylae was that it prevented the use of either cavalry or chariots, and narrowed the battle front so as to minimize their numerical inequality. And there, the Persians joined battle with them one summer day in the year 480 BC. For 3 days the Greeks held this great army and did them much damage with small loss to themselves, and then on the 3rd day a detachment of Persians appeared upon the rear of the Greeks, having learnt of a way over the mountains from a peasant. There were hasty discussions among the Greeks. Some were for withdrawing, some for holding out. The leader of the whole force, Leonidas, was for staying, and with him he would keep, he said, 300 Spartans. The rest of the Greek army could, meanwhile, make good its retreat to the next defensible pass. The Thespian contingent of 700, however, refused to fall back. They preferred to stay and die with the Spartans. Also a contingent of 400 Thebans remained. As Thebes afterwards joined the Persians, there is a story that these Thebans were detained by force against their will, which seems on military as well as historical grounds improbable. These 1,400 stayed, and were, after a conflict of heroic quality, slain to man. 2 Spartans happened to be away, sick with ophthalmia. When they heard the news, one was too ill to move, the other made his helot guide him to the battle, and there struck blindly until he was killed. The other, Aristodmus, was taken away with the retreating troops and returned to Sparta, where he was not actually punished for his conduct, but was known as Tresses, the man who retreated. It was enough to distinguish him from all other Spartans, and he got himself killed at the Battle of Plataea a year later, performing prodigies of reckless courage. For a whole day this little band had held the pass, assailed in front and rear by the whole force of the Persians. They had covered the retreat of the main Greek army, they had inflicted great losses on the invaders, and they had raised the prestige of the Greek warrior over that of the Mede higher even than the victory of Marathon had done. The Persian cavalry and transport filtered slowly through the narrow passage of Thermopylae and marched on towards Athens, while a series of naval encounters went on at sea. The Hellenic fleet retreated before the advance of the Persian shipping, which suffered seriously through its comparative ignorance of the intricate coasts and of the tricks of the local weather. Weight of numbers carried the Persian army forward to Athens. Now that Thermopylae was lost, there was no line of defense nearer than the Isthmus of Corinth, and this meant the abandonment of all the intervening territory, including Athens. The population had either to fly or submit to the Persians. Thebes with all Boeotia submitted and was pressed into the Persian army, except one town, Plataea, whose inhabitants fled to Athens. The turn of Athens came next, and great efforts were made to persuade her to make terms, but instead, the whole population determined to abandon everything and take to the shipping. The women and non-combatants were carried to Salamis and various adjacent islands. Only a few people too old to move and a few descendants remained in the town, which was occupied by the Persians and burnt. The sacred objects, statues, etc., which were burnt at this time, were afterwards buried in the Acropolis by the returning Athenians and have been dug up in our own day with the marks of burning visible upon them. Xerxes sent off a mounted messenger to Susa with the news, and he invited the sons of Pisistratus, whom he had brought back with him, to enter upon their inheritance and sacrifice after the Athenian manner upon the Acropolis. Meanwhile, the Hellenic Confederate fleet had come round to Salamis, and in the council of war there were bitter differences of opinion. Corinth and the states behind the Isthmus wanted the fleet to fall back to that position, abandoning the cities of Megara and Aegina. Themistocles insisted with all his force on fighting in the narrows of Salamis. The majority was steadily in favor of retreat when there suddenly arrived the news that retreat was cut off. The Persians had sailed round Salamis and held the sea on the other side. This news was brought by that Aristides the Just, of whose ostracism we have already told. His sanity and eloquence did much to help Themistocles to hearten the hesitating commanders. These two men had formerly been bitter antagonists, but with a generosity rare in those days, they forgot their differences before the common danger. At dawn, the Greek ships pulled out to battle. The fleet before them was a fleet more composite and less united than their own, but it was about 3 times as great. On one wing were the Phoenicians, on the other Ionian Greeks from Asia and the islands. Some of the latter fought stoutly, others remembered that they too were Greeks. The Greek ships, on the other hand, were mostly manned by freemen fighting for their homes. Throughout the early hours the battle raged confusedly. Then it became evident to Xerxes, watching the combat, that his fleet was attempting flight. The flight became disaster. Illustration: soldiers of the Persian bodyguard. From frieze in the audience hall of Darius at Susa. Xerxes had taken his seat to watch the battle. He saw his galleys rammed by the sharp prows of other galleys, his fighting men shot down, his ships boarded. Much of the sea fighting in those days was done by ramming. The big galleys bore down their opponents by superior weight of impact, or sheared off their oars, and so destroyed their maneuvering power and left them helpless. Presently, Xerxes saw that some of his broken ships were surrendering. In the water he could see the heads of Greeks swimming to land, but of the barbarians the greater number perished in the sea, not knowing how to swim. The clumsy attempt of the hard-pressed first line of the Persian fleet to put about led to indescribable confusion. Some were rammed by the rear ships of their own side. This ancient shipping was poor, unseaworthy stuff by any modern standards. The west wind was blowing, and many of the broken ships of Xerxes were now drifting away out of his sight to be wrecked on the coast beyond. Others were being towed towards Salamis by the Greeks. Others, less injured and still in fighting trim, were making for the beaches close beneath him that would bring them under the protection of his army. Scattered over the further sea, beyond the headlands, remote and vague, were ships in flight and Greek ships in pursuit. Slowly, incident by incident, the disaster had unfolded under his eyes. We can imagine something of the coming and going of messengers, the issuing of feudal orders, the changes of plan throughout the day. In the morning, Xerxes had come out provided with tables to mark the most successful of his commanders for reward. In the gold of the sunset, he beheld the sea power of Persia utterly scattered, sunken and destroyed, and the Greek fleet over against Salamis unbroken and triumphant, ordering its ranks, as if still incredulous of victory. The Persian army remained as if in indecision for some days close to the scene of the sea fight, and then began to retreat to Thessaly, where it was proposed to winter and resume the campaign. But Xerxes, like Darius I before him, had conceived a disgust for European campaigns. He was afraid of the destruction of the bridge of boats. With part of the army, he went on to the Hellespont, leaving the main force in Thessaly under a general, Mardonius. Of his own retreat the historian relates. Whithersoever they came on the march, and to whatever nation they seized the crops of that people and used them for provisions. And if they found no crops, then they took the grass which was growing up from the earth, and stripped off the bark from the trees and plucked down the leaves and devoured them, alike of the cultivated trees and of those growing wild, and they left nothing behind them. Thus they did by reason of famine. Then plague too seized upon the army and dysentery, which destroyed them by the way, and some of them also who were sick the king left behind, laying charge upon the cities where at the time he chanced to be in his march, to take care of them and support them. Of these he left some in Thessaly, and some at Ceres in Paeonia, and some in Macedonia. When passing on from Thrace they came to the passage, they crossed over the Hellespont in haste to Abydos by means of the ships, for they did not find the floating bridges still stretched across, but broken up by a storm. While staying there for a time, they had distributed to them an allowance of food more abundant than they had had by the way, and from satisfying their hunger without restraint, and also from the changes of water, there died many of those in the army who had remained safe till then. The rest arrived with Xerxes at Sardis. Section 10. The rest of the Persian army remained in Thessaly under the command of Mardonius, and for a year he maintained an aggressive campaign against the Greeks. Finally, he was defeated and killed in a pitched battle at Plataea, 479 BC, and on the same day the Persian fleet and a land army met with joint disaster under the shadow of Mount Mycale on the Asiatic mainland, between Ephesus and Miletus. The Persian ships, being in fear of the Greeks, had been drawn up on shore and a wall built about them, but the Greeks disembarked and stormed this enclosure. They then sailed to the Hellespont to destroy what was left of the bridge of boats, so that later the Persian fugitives, retreating from Plataea, had to cross by shipping at the Bosphorus, and did so with difficulty. Encouraged by these disasters of the imperial power, the Ionian cities in Asia began for a second time to revolt against the Persians. With this, the 9th book of the history of Herodotus comes to an end. He was born about 484 BC, so that at the time of the Battle of Plataea, he was a child of 5 years old. Much of the substance of his story was gathered by him from actors in and eyewitnesses of the great events he relates. The war still dragged on for a long time. The Greeks supported a rebellion against Persian rule in Egypt and tried unsuccessfully to take Cyprus. It did not end until about 449 BC. Then the Greek coasts of Asia Minor and the Greek cities in the Black Sea remained generally free, but Cyprus and Egypt continued under Persian rule. Herodotus, who had been born a Persian subject in the Ionian city of Halicarnassus, was 35 years old by that time, and he must have taken an early opportunity after this piece of visiting Babylon and Persia. He probably went to Athens, with his history ready to recite, about 438 BC. The idea of a great union of Greece for aggression against Persia was not altogether strange to Herodotus. Some of his readers suspect him of writing to enforce it. It was certainly in the air at that time. He describes Aristagoras, the son-in-law of Histiaeus, as showing the Spartans a tablet of bronze on which was engraved a map of the whole earth with all the seas and rivers. He makes Aristagoras say, "These barbarians are not valiant in fight. You, on the other hand, have now attained to the utmost skill in war. They fight with bows and arrows and a short spear. They go into battle wearing trousers and having caps on their heads. You have perfected your weapons and discipline. They are easily to be conquered. Not all the other nations of the world have what they possess: gold, silver, bronze, embroidered garments, beasts, and slaves. All this you might have for yourselves if you so desired." It was 100 years before these suggestions bore fruit. Xerxes was murdered in his palace about 465 BC, and thereafter Persia made no further attempts at conquest in Europe. We have no such knowledge of the things that were happening in the empire of the great king as we have of the occurrences in the little states of central Greece. Greece had suddenly begun to produce literature and put itself upon record as no other nation had ever done hitherto. After 479 BC, Plataea, the spirit seems to have gone out of the government of the Medes and Persians. The empire of the great king enters upon a period of decay. An Artaxerxes, a second Xerxes, a second Darius pass across the stage. There are rebellions in Egypt and Syria. The Medes rebel. A second Artaxerxes and a second Cyrus, his brother, fight for the throne. This history is even as the history of Babylonia, Assyria, and Egypt in the older times. It is autocracy reverting to its normal state of palace crime, blood-stained magnificence, and moral squalor. But the last-named struggle produced a Greek masterpiece. For this second Cyrus collected an army of Greek mercenaries and marched into Babylonia, and was there killed at the moment of victory over Artaxerxes Roman II. Thereupon, the 10,000 Greeks, left with no one to employ them, made a retreat to the coast again, 401 BC, and this retreat was immortalized in a book, one of the first of personal war books, the Anabasis, by their leader Xenophon. Murders, revolts, chastisements, disasters, cunning alliances, and base betrayals, and no Herodotus to record them. Such is the texture of Persian history. And Artaxerxes Roman III, covered with blood, flourishes dimly for a time. Artaxerxes Roman III is said to have been murdered by Bagoas, who places Arses, the youngest of the king's sons, on the throne only to slay him in turn when he seemed to be contemplating independent action. So it goes on. Beneath the crimes and disorders of the palaces, the life of the city and country ran a similar course. Justice was fitful and law venal. Wars that were unmeaning catastrophes swept down upon any little gleam of prosperity or decency to which this or that community clambered. Athens, prospering for a time after the Persian repulse, was smitten by the plague, in which Pericles, its greatest ruler, died 428 BC. But as a noteworthy fact amidst these confusions, the 10,000 of Xenophon were scattering now among the Greek cities, repeating from their own experience the declaration of Aristagoras that the Persian Empire was a rich confusion which it would be very easy to conquer. 2. 3. Greek thought and literature. Section 1, the Athens of Pericles. Section 2, Socrates. Section 3, what was the quality of the common Athenians? Section 4, Greek tragedy and comedy. Section 5, Plato and the Academy. Section 6, Aristotle and the Lyceum. Section 7, philosophy becomes unworldly. Section 8, the quality and limitations of Greek thought. Section 1, Greek history for the next 40 years after Plataea and Mycale is a story of comparative peace and tranquility. There were wars, but they were not intense wars. For a little while in Athens, for a section of the prosperous, there was leisure and opportunity. And by a combination of accidents and through the character of a small group of people, this leisure and opportunity produced the most remarkable and memorable results. A beautiful literature was produced, the plastic arts flourished, and the foundations of modern science were laid. Then, after an interlude of 50-odd years, the long smoldering hostility between Athens and Sparta broke out into a fierce and exhausting war, which sapped at last the vitality of this creative movement. This war is known in history as the Peloponnesian War. It went on for nearly 30 years and wasted all the power of Greece. At first Athens was in the ascendant, then Sparta. Then arose Thebes, a city not 50 miles from Athens, to overshadow Sparta. Once more Athens flared into importance as the head of a confederation. The story must be told at considerable length or not told at all. It is a story of narrow rivalries and inexplicable hatreds that would have vanished long ago out of the memories of men, were it not that it is recorded and reflected in a great literature. Through all this time, Persia appears and reappears as the ally first of this league and then of that. About the middle of the 4th century B.C., Greece becomes aware of a new influence in its affairs, that of Philip, king of Macedonia. Macedonia does, indeed, arise in the background of this incurably divided Greece as the Medes and Persians arose behind the Chaldean Empire. A time comes when the Greek mind turns round, so to speak, from its disputes, and stares in one united dismay at the Macedonian. Planless and murderous squabbles are still planless and murderous squabbles, even though Thucydides tells the story. Even though the great beginnings of a new civilization are wrecked by their disorders. And in this general outline, we can give no space at all to the particulars of these internecine feuds, to the fights and flights that sent first this Greek city, and then that up to the sky in flames. Upon a 1-foot globe, Greece becomes a speck almost too small to recognize. And in a short history of mankind, all this century and more of dissension between the days of Salamis and Plataea and the rise of King Philip shrinks to a little, almost inaudible clash of disputation, to a mere note upon the swift passing of opportunity for nations as for men. But what does not shrink into insignificance, because it has entered into the intellectual process of all subsequent nations, because it is inseparably a part of our mental foundation, is the literature that Athens produced during such patches and gleams of tranquility and security as these times afforded her. Says Professor Gilbert Murray, their outer political history, indeed, like that of all other nations, is filled with war and diplomacy, with cruelty and deceit. It is the inner history, the history of thought and feeling and character, that is so grand. They had some difficulties to contend with which are now almost out of our path. They had practically no experience, but were doing everything for the first time. They were utterly weak in material resources, and their emotions, their desires and fears and rages, were probably wilder and fiercer than ours. Yet they produced the Athens of Pericles and of Plato. This remarkable outbreak of creative power, which for 23 centuries has been to men of intelligence a guiding and inspiring beacon out of the past, flared up after the battles of Marathon and Salamis had made Athens free and fearless, and, without any great excesses of power, predominant in her world. It was the work of a quite small group of men. A number of her citizens lived for the better part of a generation under conditions which, in all ages, have disposed men to produce good and beautiful work. They were secure, they were free, and they had pride, and they were without that temptation of apparent and unchallenged power which disposes all of us to inflict wrongs upon our fellow men. When political life narrowed down again to the waste and crimes of a fratricidal war with Sparta, there was so broad and well-fed a flame of intellectual activity burning that it lasted through all the windy distresses of this war, and beyond the brief lifetime of Alexander the Great, for a period altogether of more than 100 years after the wars began. Athens, it must be understood, was by far the largest of all the Greek city democracies. Flushed with victory and the sense of freedom fairly won, her people did for a time rise towards nobility. Under the guidance of a great demagogue, Pericles, the chief official of the Athenian General Assembly, and a politician-statesman rather of the caliber of Gladstone or Lincoln in modern history, they were set to the task of rebuilding their city and expanding their commerce. For a time they were capable of following a generous leader generously, and fate gave them a generous leader. In Pericles there was mingled in the strangest fashion political ability with a real living passion for deep and high and beautiful things. He kept in power for over 30 years. He was a man of extraordinary vigor and liberality of mind. He stamped these qualities upon his time. As Winkler has remarked, the Athenian democracy had for a time the face of Pericles. He was sustained by what was probably a very great and noble friendship. There was a woman of unusual education, Aspasia, from Miletus, whom he could not marry because of the law that restricted the citizenship of Athens to the homeborn, but who was in effect his wife. She played a large part in gathering about him men of unusual gifts. All the great writers of the time knew her, and several have praised her wisdom. Plutarch, it is true, accuses her of instigating a troublesome and dangerous but finally successful war against Samos. But, as he himself shows later, this was necessitated by the naval hostility of the Samians, which threatened the overseas trade of Athens, upon which all the prosperity of the Republic depended. Men's ambitions are apt to reflect the standards of their intimates. Pericles was content, at any rate, to serve as a leader in Athens rather than to dominate as a tyrant. Alliances were formed under his guidance. New colonies and trading stations were established from Italy to the Black Sea, and the treasures of the League at Delos were brought to Athens. Convinced of his security from Persia, Pericles spent the war hoard of the allies upon the beautification of his city. This was an unrighteous thing to do by our modern standards, but it was not a base or greedy thing to do. Athens had accomplished the work of the Delian League and is not the laborer worthy of his hire. This sequestration made a time of exceptional opportunity for architects and artists. The Parthenon of Athens, whose ruins are still a thing of beauty, was but the crown set upon the clustering glories of the Athens Pericles rebuilt. Such sculptures as those of Phidias, Myron, and Polyclitus that still survive witness to the artistic quality of the time. The reader must bear in mind that illuminating remark of Winkler, S., which says that this renascent Athens bore for a time the face of Pericles. It was the peculiar genius of this man and of his atmosphere that let loose the genius of men about him and attracted men of great intellectual vigor to Athens. Athens wore his face for a time as one wears a mask, and then became restless and desired to put him aside. There was very little that was great and generous about the common Athenian. We have told of the spirit of one sample voter for the ostracism of Aristides, and Lloyd, in his Age of Pericles, declares that the Athenians would not suffer the name of Miltiades to be mentioned in connection with the Battle of Marathon. The sturdy self-respect of the common voters revolted presently against the beautiful buildings rising about them, against the favors shown to such sculptors as Phidias over popular worthies in the same line of business, against the donations made to a mere foreigner like Herodotus of Halicarnassus, against the insulting preference of Pericles for the company and conversation of a Milesian woman. The public life of Pericles was conspicuously orderly, and that presently set the man in the street thinking that his private life must be very corrupt. One gathers that Pericles was superior in his demeanor. He betrayed at times a contempt for the citizens he served. Pericles acquired not only an elevation of sentiment, and a loftiness and purity of style far removed from the low expression of the vulgar, but likewise a gravity of countenance which relaxed not into laughter, a firm and even tone of voice, an easy deportment, and a decency of dress which no vehemence of speaking ever put into disorder. These things, and others of a like nature, excited admiration in all that saw him. Such was his conduct, when a vile and abandoned fellow loaded him a whole day with reproaches and abuse, he bore it with patience and silence, and continued in public for the dispatch of some urgent affairs. In the evening he walked softly home, this impudent wretch following, and insulting him all the way with the most scurrilous language. And as it was dark when he came to his own door, he ordered one of his servants to take a torch and light the man home. The poet Ion, however, says he was proud and supercilious in conversation, and that there was a great deal of vanity and contempt of others mixed with his dignity of manner. He appeared not in the streets except when he went to the Forum or the Senate House. He declined the invitations of his friends and all social entertainments and recreations, insomuch that in the whole time of his administration, which was a considerable length, he never went to sup with any of his friends but once, which was at the marriage of his nephew Euryptolemus, and he stayed there only until the ceremony of libation was ended. He considered that the freedom of entertainments takes away all distinction of office, and that dignity is but little consistent with familiarity. There was as yet no gutter journalism to tell the world of the vileness of the conspicuous and successful, but the common man, a little out of conceit with himself, found much consolation in the art of comedy, which flourished exceedingly. The writers of comedy satisfied that almost universal craving for the depreciation of those whose apparent excellence offends our self-love. They threw dirt steadily and industriously at Pericles and his friends. Pericles was portrayed in a helmet became him, and it is to be feared he knew as much. This led to much joy and mirth over the pleasant suggestion of a frightfully distorted head, an onion head. The goings-on of Aspasia were of course a fruitful vineyard for the inventions of the street. Dreaming souls, weary of the vulgarities of our time, have desired to be transferred to the sublime age of Pericles. But plumped down into that Athens, they would have found themselves in very much the atmosphere of the lower sort of contemporary music hall, very much in the vein of our popular newspapers. The same hot blast of braying libel, foul imputation, greedy patriotism, and general baseness would have blown upon them, the modern note would have pursued them. As the memories of Plataea and Salamis faded and the new buildings grew familiar, Pericles and the pride of Athens became more and more offensive to the homely humor of the crowd. He was never ostracized, his prestige with the quieter citizens saved him from that, but he was attacked with increasing boldness and steadfastness. He lived and died a poor man. He was perhaps the most honest of demagogues, but this did not save him from an abortive prosecution for peculation. Defeated in that, his enemies resorted to a more devious method. They began to lop away his friends. Religious intolerance and moral accusations are the natural weapons of the envious against the leaders of men. His friend Damon was ostracized. Phidias was attacked for impiety. On the shield of the great statue of the goddess Athene, Phidias had dared to put, among the combatants in a fight between Greeks and Amazons, portraits of Pericles and himself. Phidias died in prison. Anaxagoras, a stranger welcomed to Athens by Pericles when there were plenty of honest fellows already there quite willing to satisfy any reasonable curiosities, was saying the strangest things about the sun and stars, and hinting not obscurely that there were no gods, but only one animating spirit, Nous, in the world. The comedy writers suddenly found they had deep religious feelings that could be profoundly and even dangerously shocked, and Anaxagoras fled the threat of a prosecution. Then came the turn of Aspasia. Athens seemed bent upon deporting her, and Pericles was torn between the woman who was the soul of his life and the ungracious city he had saved, defended, and made more beautiful and unforgettable than any other city in history. He stood up to defend Aspasia. He was seized by a storm of very human emotion, and as he spoke he wept a gleeful thing for the rabble. His tears saved Aspasia for a time. The Athenians were content to humiliate Pericles, but he had served them so long that they were indisposed to do without him. He had been their leader now for a third of a century. In 431 BC came the war with Sparta. Plutarch accuses Pericles of bringing it on, because he felt his popularity waned so fast that a war was needed to make him indispensable. And as he himself was become obnoxious to the people upon Phidias's account, and was afraid of being called in question for it, he urged on the war, which as yet was uncertain, and blew up that flame which till then was stifled and suppressed. By this means he hoped to obviate the accusations that threatened him, and to mitigate the rage of envy, because such was his dignity and power, that in all important affairs, and in every great danger, the Republic could place its confidence in him alone. But the war was a slow and dangerous war, and the Athenian people were impatient. A certain Cleon arose, ambitious to oust Pericles from his leadership. There was a great clamor for a swift ending of the war. Cleon set out to be the man who won the war. The popular poets got to work in this fashion. Thou king of satyrs, why boast thy prowess, yet shudder at the sound of sharpened swords, spite of the flaming Cleon? An expedition under the leadership of Pericles was unsuccessful, and Cleon seized the opportunity for a prosecution. Pericles was suspended from his command and fined. The story goes that his oldest son this was not the son of Aspasia, but of a former wife turned against him and pursued him with vile and incredible accusations. This young man was carried off by the plague. Then the sister of Pericles died, and then his last legitimate son. When, after the fashion of the time, he put the funeral garlands on the boy, he wept aloud. Presently he himself took the contagion and died 428 BC. The salient facts of this brief summary will serve to show how discordant Pericles was with the normal life of his time and city. This intellectual and artistic outbreak in Athens was no doubt favored by the conditions of the time, but it was also due in part to the appearance of some very unusual men. It was not a general movement. It was the movement of a small group of people exceptionally placed and gifted. Section 2. Another leading figure in this Athenian movement, a figure still more out of harmony with the life around him, and quite as much an original source and stimulant of the enduring greatness of his age, was a man called Socrates, the son of a stone mason. He was born about 16 years later than Herodotus, and he was beginning to be heard of about the time when Pericles died. He himself wrote nothing, but it was his custom to talk in public places. There was in those days a great searching for wisdom going on. There was a various multitude of teachers called sophists who reasoned upon truth, beauty, and right living, and instructed the developing curiosities and imaginations of youth. This was so because there were no great priestly schools in Greece, and into these discussions this man came, a clumsy and slovenly figure, barefooted, gathering about him a band of admirers and disciples. His method was profoundly skeptical. He believed that the only possible virtue was true knowledge. He would tolerate no belief, no hope that could not pass the ultimate acid test. For himself, this meant virtue, but for many of his weaker followers, it meant the loss of beliefs and moral habits that would have restrained their impulses. These weaklings became self-excusing, self-indulging scoundrels. Among his young associates were Plato, who afterwards immortalized his method in a series of philosophical dialogues, and founded the philosophical school of the Academy, which lasted 900 years, Xenophon of the 10,000, who described his death, and Isocrates, one of the wisest of Greek political thinkers. But there were also Critias, who, when Athens was utterly defeated by Sparta, was leader among the 30 tyrants appointed by the Spartans to keep the crushed city under. Charmides, who was killed beside Critias when the 30 were overthrown. And Alcibiades, a brilliant and complex traitor, who did much to lead Athens into the disastrous expedition against Syracuse which destroyed her strength, who betrayed her to the Spartans, and who was at last assassinated while on his way to the Persian court to contrive mischief against Greece. These latter pupils were not the only young men of promise whose vulgar faith and patriotism Socrates destroyed, to leave nothing in its place. His most inveterate enemy was a certain Anytus, whose son, a devoted disciple of Socrates, had become a hopeless drunkard. Through Anytus it was that Socrates was at last prosecuted for corrupting the youth of Athens and condemned to death by drinking a poisonous draught made from hemlock, 399 BC. His death is described with great beauty in the dialogue of Plato, called by the name of Phaedo. Section 3. The preceding section raised an interesting discussion between Professor Gilbert Murray and the writer upon the character and quality of the common Athenian citizen. Professor Murray thought several phrases used by the writer harsh and unjust. But what he had to say was so interesting and informing, and the writer was so entirely in agreement with his spirit, that it seemed better, instead of modifying what had been written in Section 1, to leave that as it stood and to supplement it by quoting Professor Murray. He objected to the parallelism with a 20th century crowd. "What I want you to do," he wrote, "is to take them at the level of the people round them and before them and see how they differ. For example, the first thing that strikes one is that they use all their powers for a different purpose than most peoples, for intellectual and artistic things. No more enormous works here to glorify divine kings, no private splendor, no luxury, but a wonderful output of art, poetry, philosophy, and within limit science. Compare them with Rome. In the matter of slavery, all nations had slaves. Some treated them very cruelly, some with moderate cruelty. The Greeks alone argued whether it was right to have them, and cranks occasionally proposed emancipation. You get strong testimony, sometimes indignant testimony, that the Athenians were too soft altogether in their treatment of slaves. As soon as you get to Carthaginian or Roman history, you get appalling cruelty, the 6,000 crucified by Crassus, the gladiatorial games, the habitual leg-breaking of slaves, etc. Such things seem never to have occurred in Greece. As soon as you get to Alexander, you get, of course, the Oriental despotic touch-fantastic vanity and cruelty, and at length the recurrence of human sacrifice. The greatness of Greece comes out only in the art and literature and thought, not in the political and social history except in dim flashes. By all means emphasize clearly to start with that the Greeks of, say, the 9th century were practically savages, and those of even the 6th and in places right on to the 5th and 4th were in many things on the lower culture's level. Clothes like Polynesians, tools very poor, religion. Fragments of the Polynesian all about when you got outside the educated Attic world. But the characteristic is that, on this very low level, you have extraordinary flashes of very high inspiration, as the poetry and art and philosophy witness. Also, an actual achievement in social life, what one calls Hellenism, i.e., republicanism, simplicity of life, sobriety of thought, almost complete abolition of torture, mutilation, etc., and an amazing emancipation of the individual and of the human intellect. It is impossible to speak, really, of the Greek view of anything, because all the different views are put forward and represented: polytheism, monotheism, atheism, pro-slavery, anti-slavery, duty to animals, no duty to animals, democracy, monarchy, aristocracy. The characteristic is that human thought got free. Not absolutely, of course, only to an amazing extent. This emancipation was paid for by all sorts of instability, awful political instability, because stability in such things is produced exactly by the opposite, by long firm tradition and cohesiveness. It is not fair to say I idealize the Athenian mob. See, for example, my Euripides and his age. But I don't think it was like our music hall mob. It was much more artistic, much more intellectual and yet more primitive, more indecent but less lascivious, more capable of atrocious misconduct, also probably more capable of idealism. But we don't really know much about the crowd. It is only a hostile average sensual man background against which the philosophers and poets stand out. There was no city mob, as in Rome. They were nearly all small farmers or craftsmen. I can't help thinking that their badness was more like the faults of a superior South Sea islander than like the viler side of the crowd today. Section 4. The most characteristic feature of the opening years of this brilliant century and a half, 475 to 325 BC, of Greek intellectual life was the appearance of the great tragedies. Before the age of Pericles, the main literature of the Greek peoples had been their epic poetry, of which we have already said something in our account of the earlier nomadic Aryan life. It was made up of songs of free adventure, aristocratic and valiant in spirit. The main Greek epics were reduced to writing, and the text of the chief ones put in its present order in the time of the tyrant Pisistratus, i.e., immediately before the First Persian Wars. Chanted originally to the chiefs and leading men in hall, they were now recited at the public festivals. In addition, there were also poems of more homely character, love songs, war lyrics, and the like. A third stream of poetry also ran into the Greek tradition, perhaps not of Aryan origin at all, but preserving the religious ideas of the dark whites whom the Greeks had conquered. There were religious chants and hymns associated with the secret religious practices of the worship of Demeter, the earth goddess, and of Orpheus and Dionysus. They are mixed up with ideas of self-abasement, self-mutilation, and the like, that were altogether foreign to the healthy directness of the hardy barbarians from the north. These ideas were creeping out from their hiding places and expressing themselves in Greek and Athens during this period in the Orphic religious poetry. It seems probable that in the Athenian population, among all the Greek cities, the pre-Aryan strain was unusually strong. This dark strain was subtle, artistic, creative Cnossos witnesses to that, but it had no great courage of the mind. It was afraid of the stars and of life. Whenever that strain is found in any race, there are to be found also thoughts and legends of sacrificial murders. And perhaps also indigenous to the Greek soil, rooted deeply there in the time of the worldwide ancient Heliolithic culture, were religious dances. Such dances we can trace from the Atlantic to Peru. There is a drawing in a Spanish cave at Cogul, near the Ebro, which is supposed to represent a later Paleolithic ritual dance. There is little evidence of the primitive Aryans engaging in religious dances. But running through the rural life of Greece was the tradition of a dressing up and a dancing and chanting associated with the worship of another god, who is killed and lives again as a part of the ceremonies, the god Dionysus. After the coming of the Aryans into Greece, the vocal element became stronger in these proceedings, and thrust into the dance came a recitation. There was first one reciter, then two, and then three, and the rest of the company became the chorus to the declamations of these principal actors. Out of the public performance at festivals and anniversaries of these choir songs or dithyrambs with one actor grew the great art of tragedy with three and more. Side by side with tragedy, comedy developed from another and merrier series of dressings up and singing. Here we can but name those who were supreme in these arts, who flourished in the days of Pericles, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, the masters of tragedy, and Aristophanes, the writer of comedies. We can say nothing of the splendor and beauty of the former, nor of the fantastic invention and wit of the latter. Aeschylus won his first prize for tragedy in the year that Herodotus was born, 484 BC. Sophocles came some 18 years later. Euripides was 4 years old when Aeschylus was beginning his career. The mockery of Aristophanes broke out, 427 BC. Only when the days of great tragedy and sculpture and building were drawing to a close. Section 5. The influence of Socrates also began to bear fruit after the days of Pericles and Aspasia. This old questioner, at whose touch faith, speculation, and illusion shriveled together, was the center of a group of young men who lived through and after the years of the Peloponnesian War. Of all these young men, one stands out as the greatest of them all, Plato. He was born 427 BC, the year of the first performance of the work of Aristophanes, and he lived for 80 years. In mental temperament, Plato was of an altogether different type from the older man. He was a most artistic and delicate writer, and Socrates could write nothing consecutive. He cared for beautiful things, and Socrates despised them. He was supremely concerned with the ordering of public affairs and the scheming of happier human relationships, while Socrates, heedless of heat and cold and the opinion of his fellow creatures, concentrated his mind upon a serene disillusionment. Life, said Socrates, was deception. Only the soul lived. Plato had a very great affection for this rugged old teacher. He found his method of the utmost value in disentangling and cleaning up opinions, and he made him the central figure of his immortal dialogues. But his own thoughts and disposition turned him altogether away from the skeptical attitude. In many of the dialogues, the voice is the voice of Socrates, but the thought is the thought of Plato. Plato was living in a time of doubt and questioning about all human relationships. In the great days of Pericles, before 450 BC, there seems to have been a complete satisfaction in Athens with social and political institutions. Then there seemed no reason for questioning. Men felt free. The community prospered. One suffered chiefly from jealousy. The history of Herodotus displays little or no dissatisfaction with Athenian political institutions. But Plato, who was born about the time Herodotus died, and who grew up in the atmosphere of a disastrous war and great social distress and confusion, was from the first face to face with human discord and the misfit of human institutions. To that challenge, his mind responded. One of his earlier works and his latest are bold and penetrating discussions of the possible betterment of social relations. Socrates had taught him to take nothing for granted, not even the common relations of husband and wife or parent and child. His Republic, the first of all utopian books, is a young man's dream of a city in which human life is arranged according to a novel and a better plan. His last unfinished work, The Laws, is a discussion of the regulation of another such utopia. There is much in Plato at which we cannot even glance here, but it is a landmark in this history. It is a new thing in the development of mankind, this appearance of the idea of willfully and completely recasting human conditions. So far, mankind has been living by tradition under the fear of the gods. Here is a man who says boldly to our race, and as if it were a quite reasonable and natural thing to say, take hold of your lives. Most of these things that distress you, you can avoid. Most of these things that dominate you, you can overthrow. You can do as you will with them. One other thing besides the conflicts of the time, perhaps, stimulated the mind of Plato in this direction. In the days of Pericles, Athens had founded many settlements overseas, and the setting up of these settlements had familiarized men with the idea that a community need not grow. It could also be made. Closely associated with Plato was a younger man who later also maintained a school in Athens and lived to an even greater age. This was Isocrates. He was what we should call a publicist, a writer rather than an orator, and his peculiar work was to develop the idea of Herodotus, the idea of a unification of Greece against the Persian Empire, as a remedy for the baseness and confusion of her politics and the waste and destruction of her internecine wars. His political horizon was in some respects broader than Plato's, and in his later years he looked towards monarchy, and particularly towards the Macedonian monarchy of Philip, as a more unifying and broadening method of government than city democracy. The same drift to monarchist ideas had occurred in the case of that Xenophon, whose Anabasis we have already mentioned. In his old age, this retired mercenary wrote the Cyropaedia, a vindication both theoretically and practically of absolute monarchy, as shown in the organization of the Persian Empire. Section 6. Plato taught in the academy. To him in his old age came a certain good-looking youngster from Stagira in Macedonia, Aristotle, who was the son of the Macedonian king's physician, and a man with a very different type of mind from that of the great Athenian. He was naturally skeptical of the imaginative will, and with a great respect for and comprehension of established fact. Later on, after Plato was dead, he set up a school at the Lyceum in Athens and taught, criticizing Plato and Socrates with a certain hardness. When he taught, the shadow of Alexander the Great lay across the freedom of Greece, and he favored slavery and constitutional kings. He had previously been the tutor of Alexander for several years at the court of Philip of Macedon. Intelligent men were losing heart in those days. their faith in the power of men to make their own conditions of life was fading. There were no more utopias. The rush of events was manifestly too powerful for such organized effort as was then practicable between men of fine intelligence. It was possible to think of recasting human society when human society was a little city of a few thousand citizens, but what was happening about them was something cataclysmal. It was the political recasting of the whole known world, of the affairs of what even then must have amounted to something between 50 and 100 million people. It was recasting upon a scale no human mind was yet equipped to grasp. It drove thought back upon the idea of a vast and implacable fate. It made men snatch at whatever looked stable and unifying. Monarchy, for instance, for all its manifest vices, was a conceivable government for millions. It had, to a certain extent, worked. It imposed a ruling will where it would seem that a collective will was impossible. This change of the general intellectual mood harmonized with Aristotle's natural respect for existing fact. If, on the one hand, it made him approve of monarchy and slavery, and the subjection of women as reasonable institutions, on the other hand, it made him eager to understand fact, and to get some orderly knowledge of these realities of nature and human nature that were now so manifestly triumphant over the creative dreams of the preceding generation. He is terribly sane and luminous, and terribly wanting in self-sacrificial enthusiasm. He questions Plato when Plato would exile poets from his utopia, for poetry is a power. He directs his energy along a line diametrically opposed to Socrates' depreciation of Anaxagoras. He anticipates Bacon and the modern scientific movement in his realization of the importance of ordered knowledge. He set himself to the task of gathering together and setting down knowledge. He was the first natural historian. Other men before him had speculated about the nature of things, but he, with every young man he could win over to the task, set himself to classify and compare things. Plato says in effect, "Let us take hold of life and remodel it, this sober successor. Let us first know more of life and meanwhile serve the king." It was not so much a contradiction as an immense qualification of the master. The peculiar relation of Aristotle to Alexander the Great enabled him to procure means for his work, such as were not available again for scientific inquiry for long ages. He could command hundreds of talents. A talent equals about 240 pounds for his expenses. At one time, he had at his disposal 1,000 men scattered throughout Asia and Greece, collecting matter for his natural history. They were, of course, very untrained observers, collectors of stories rather than observers, but nothing of the kind had ever been attempted, had even been thought of, so far as we know, before his time. Political as well as natural science began. The students of the Lyceum under his direction made an analysis of 158 political constitutions. This was the first gleam of organized science in the world. The early death of Alexander and the breaking up of his empire almost before it had begun put an end to endowments on this scale for 2,000 years. Only in Egypt at the Alexandria Museum did any scientific research continue, and that only for a few generations. 50 years after Aristotle's death, the Lyceum had already dwindled to insignificance. Section 7. The general drift of thought in the concluding years of the 4th century BC was not with Aristotle, nor towards the laborious and necessary accumulation of ordered knowledge. It is possible that without his endowments from the king, he would have made but a small figure in intellectual history. Through them, he was able to give his splendid intelligent substance and effect. The ordinary man prefers easy ways so long as they may be followed, and is almost willfully heedless whether they end at last in a cul-de-sac. Finding the stream of events too powerful to control at once, the generality of philosophical teachers drifted in those days from the scheming of model cities and the planning of new ways of living into the elaboration of beautiful and consoling systems of evasion. Perhaps that is putting things coarsely and unjustly, but let Professor Gilbert Murray speak upon this matter. The Cynics cared only for virtue and the relation of the soul to God. The world and its learning and its honors were as dross to them. The Stoics and Epicureans, so far apart at first sight, were very similar in their ultimate aim. What they really cared about was ethics, the practical question, how a man should order his life. Both, indeed, gave themselves to some science, the Epicureans to physics, the Stoics to logic and rhetoric, but only as a means to an end. The Stoic tried to win men's hearts and convictions by sheer subtlety of abstract argument and dazzling sublimity of thought and expression. The Epicurean was determined to make humanity go its way without cringing to capricious gods and without sacrificing free will. He condensed his gospel into 4 maxims. God is not to be feared. Death cannot be felt. The good can be won. All that we dread can be borne and conquered. And meanwhile, the stream of events flowed on, with a reciprocal indifference to philosophy. Section 8. If the Greek classics are to be read with any benefit by modern men, they must be read as the work of men like ourselves. Regard must be had to their traditions, their opportunities, and their limitations. There is a disposition to exaggeration in all human admiration. Men will treat the rough notes of Thucydides or Plato for work they never put in order as miracles of style, and the errors of their transcribers as hints of unfathomable mysteries. Most of our classical texts are very much mangled, and all were originally the work of human beings in difficulties, living in a time of such darkness and narrowness of outlook as makes our own age, by comparison, a period of dazzling illumination. What we shall lose in reverence by this familiar treatment, we shall gain in sympathy for that group of troubled, uncertain, and very modern minds. The Athenian writers were, indeed, the first of modern men. They were discussing questions that we still discuss. They began to struggle with the great problems that confront us today. Their writings are our dawn. They began an inquiry, and they arrived at no solutions. We cannot pretend today that we have arrived at solutions to most of the questions they asked. The mind of the Hebrews, as we have already shown, awoke suddenly to the endless miseries and disorders of life, saw that these miseries and disorders were largely due to the lawless acts of men, and concluded that salvation could come only through subduing ourselves to the service of the one God who rules heaven and earth. The Greek, rising to the same perception, was not prepared with the same idea of a patriarchal deity. He lived in a world in which there was not God but the gods. If perhaps he felt that the gods themselves were limited, then he thought of fate behind them, cold and impersonal. So he put his problem in the form of an inquiry as to what was right living, without any definite correlation of the right living man with the will of God. To us, looking at the matter from a standpoint purely historical, the common problem can now be presented in a form that, for the purposes of history, covers both the Hebrew and Greek way of putting it. We have seen our kind rising out of the unconsciousness of animals to a continuing racial self-consciousness, realizing the unhappiness of its wild diversity of aims, realizing the inevitable tragedy of individual self-seeking, and feeling its way blindly towards some linking and subordinating idea to save it from the pains and accidents of mere individuality. The gods, the god-king, the idea of the tribe, the idea of the city, here are ideas that have claimed and held for a time the devotion of men, ideas in which they have a little lost their individual selfishness and escaped to the realization of a more enduring life. Yet, as our wars and disasters prove, none of these greater ideas have yet been great enough. The gods have failed to protect, the tribe has proved itself vile and cruel, the city ostracized one's best and truest friends, the god-king made a beast of himself. As we read over the speculative literature of this great period of the Greeks, we realize 3 barriers set about the Greek mind, from which it rarely escaped, but from which we now perhaps are beginning to escape. The first of these limitations was the obsession of the Greek mind by their idea of the city as the ultimate state. In a world in which empire had followed empire, each greater than its predecessor, in a world through which men and ideas drove ever more loosely and freely, in a world visibly unifying even then, the Greeks, because of their peculiar physical and political circumstances, were still dreaming impossibly of a compact little city-state, impervious to outer influences, valiantly secure against the whole world. Plato's estimate of the number of citizens in a perfect state varied between 1,000, the Republic, and 5,040, the laws, citizens. This state was to go to war and hold its own against other cities of the same size. And this was not a couple of generations after the hosts of Xerxes had crossed the Hellespont. Perhaps these Greeks thought the day of world empires had passed forever, whereas it was only beginning. At the utmost, their minds reached out to alliances and leagues. There must have been men at the court of Artaxerxes thinking far away beyond these little ideas of the rocky creek, the island, and the mountain-encircled valley. But the need for unification against the greater powers that moved outside the Greek-speaking world, the Greek mind disregarded willfully. These outsiders were barbarians, not to be needlessly thought about. They were barred out now from Greece forever. One took Persian money, everybody took Persian money. What did it matter? Or one enlisted for a time in their armies, as Xenophon did, and hoped for his luck with a rich prisoner. Athens took sides in Egyptian affairs and carried on minor wars with Persia, but there was no conception of a common policy or a common future for Greece. Until at last a voice in Athens began to shout Macedonia. To clamor like a watchdog, Macedonia. This was the voice of the orator and demagogue Demosthenes, hurling warnings and threats and denunciations at King Philip of Macedon, who had learnt his politics not only from Plato and Aristotle, but also from Isocrates and Xenophon, and from Babylon and Susa, and who was preparing quietly, ably, and steadfastly to dominate all Greece, and through Greece to conquer the known world. There was a second thing that cramped the Greek mind, the institution of domestic slavery. Slavery was implicit in Greek life. Men could conceive of neither comfort nor dignity without it. But slavery shuts off one's sympathy not only from a class of one's fellow subjects. It puts the slave owner into a class and organization against all stranger men. One is of an elect tribe. Plato, carried by his clear reason and the noble sanity of his spirit beyond the things of the present, would have abolished slavery. Much popular feeling and the new comedy were against it. The Stoics and Epicureans, many of whom were slaves, condemned it as unnatural, but finding it too strong to upset, decided that it did not affect the soul and might be ignored. With the wise there was no bound or free. To the matter-of-fact Aristotle, and probably to most practical men, its abolition was inconceivable. So they declared that there were in the world men, naturally slaves. Finally, the thought of the Greeks was hampered by a want of knowledge that is almost inconceivable to us today. They had no knowledge of the past of mankind at all. At best, they had a few shrewd guesses. They had no knowledge of geography beyond the range of the Mediterranean basin and the frontiers of Persia. We know far more today of what was going on in Susa, Persepolis, Babylon, and Memphis in the time of Pericles than he did. Their astronomical ideas were still in the state of rudimentary speculations. Anaxagoras, greatly daring, thought the sun and moon were vast globes, so vast that the sun was probably as big as all the Peloponnesus. The 47th proposition of the first book of Euclid was regarded as one of the supreme triumphs of the human mind. Their ideas in physics and chemistry were the results of profound cogitation. It is wonderful that they did guess at atomic structure. One has to remember their extraordinary poverty in the matter of experimental apparatus. They had colored glass for ornament, but no white glass. No accurate means of measuring the minor intervals of time, no really efficient numerical notation, no very accurate scales, no rudiments of telescope or microscope. A modern scientific man dumped down in the Athens of Pericles would have found the utmost difficulty in demonstrating the elements of his knowledge, however crudely, to the men he would have found there. He would have had to rig up the simplest apparatus under every disadvantage, while Socrates pointed out the absurdity of seeking truth with pieces of wood and string and metal, such as small boys use for fishing. And our professor of science would also have been in constant danger of a prosecution for impiety. Our world today draws upon relatively immense accumulations of knowledge of fact. In the age of Pericles, scarcely, the first stone of our comparatively tremendous cairn of things recorded and proved had been put in place. When we reflect upon this difference, then it ceases to be remarkable that the Greeks, with all their aptitude for political speculation, were blind to the insecurities of their civilization, from without and from within, to the necessity for effective unification, to the swift rush of events that was to end for long ages these first brief freedoms of the human mind. It is not in the results it achieved, but in the attempts it made that the true value for us of this group of Greek talkers and writers lies. It is not that they answered questions, but that they dared to ask them. Never before had man challenged his world and the way of life to which he found his birth had brought him. Never had he said before that he could alter his conditions. Tradition and a seeming necessity had held him to life as he had found it grown up about his tribe since time immemorial. Hitherto he had taken the world as children, still take the homes and habits in which they have been reared. So in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, we perceive, most plainly in Judea and in Athens, but by no means confined to those centers, the beginnings of a moral and an intellectual process in mankind, an appeal to righteousness, and an appeal to the truth from the passions and confusions and immediate appearances of existence. It is like the dawn of the sense of responsibility in a youth who suddenly discovers that life is neither easy nor aimless. Mankind is growing up. The rest of history for 3 and 20 centuries is threaded with the spreading out and development and interaction, and the clearer and more effective statement of these main leading ideas. Slowly, more and more men apprehend the reality of human brotherhood, the needlessness of wars and cruelties and oppression, the possibilities of a common purpose for the whole of our kind. In every generation thereafter there is the evidence of men seeking for that better order to which they feel our world must come. But everywhere and wherever in any man the great constructive ideas have taken hold, the hot greeds, the jealousies, the suspicions and impatience that are in the nature of every one of us, war against the struggle towards greater and broader purposes. The last 23 centuries of history are like the efforts of some impulsive, hasty immortal to think clearly and live rightly. Blunder follows blunder, promising beginnings end in grotesque disappointments. Streams of living water are poisoned by the cup that conveys them to the thirsty lips of mankind. But the hope of men rises again at last after every disaster. We pass on now to the story of one feudal commencement, one glorious shattered beginning of human unity. There was in Alexander the great knowledge and imagination, power and opportunity, folly, egotism, detestable vulgarity, and an immense promise broken by the accident of his early death while men were still dazzled by its immensity. 24. The career of Alexander the Great. Section 1, Philip of Macedonia. Section 2, the murder of King Philip. Section 3, Alexander's first conquests. Section 4, the wanderings of Alexander. Section 5, was Alexander indeed great? Section 6, the successors of Alexander. Section 7, Pergamum a refuge of culture. Section 8, Alexander as a portent of world unity. Section 1. The true hero of the story of Alexander is not so much Alexander as his father Philip. The author of a piece does not shine in the limelight as the actor does, and it was Philip who planned much of the greatness that his son achieved, who laid the foundations and forged the tools, who had indeed already begun the Persian expedition at the time of his death. Philip, beyond doubting, was one of the greatest monarchs the world has ever seen. He was a man of the utmost intelligence and ability, and his range of ideas was vastly beyond the scope of his time. He made Aristotle his friend. He must have discussed with him those schemes for the organization of real knowledge, which the philosopher was to realize later through Alexander's endowments. Philip, so far as we can judge, seems to have been Aristotle's prince. To him, Aristotle turned as men turn only to those whom they admire and trust. To Philip also Isocrates appealed as the great leader who should unify and ennoble the chaotic public life of Greece. In many books it is stated that Philip was a man of incredible cynicism and of uncontrolled lusts. It is true that at feasts, like all the Macedonians of his time, he was a hard drinker, and sometimes drunkenness was probably considered unamiable not to drink excessively at feasts. But of the other accusations, there is no real proof, and for evidence we have only the railings of such antagonists as Demosthenes, the Athenian demagogue and orator, a man of reckless rhetoric. The quotation of a phrase or so will serve to show to what the patriotic anger of Demosthenes could bring him. In one of the Philippics, as his denunciations of Philip are called, he gives vent in this style. Philip, a man who not only is no Greek, and no way akin to the Greeks, but is not even a barbarian from a respectable country, no, a pestilent fellow of Macedon, a country from which we never get even a decent slave. And so on and so on. We know, as a matter of fact, that the Macedonians were an Aryan people very closely akin to the Greeks, and that Philip was probably the best educated man of his time. This was the spirit in which the adverse accounts of Philip were written. When Philip became king of Macedonia in 359 BC, his country was a little country without a seaport or industries or any considerable city. It had a peasant population. Greek almost in language and ready to be Greek in sympathies, but more purely Nordic in blood than any people to the south of it. Philip made this little barbaric state into a great one. He created the most efficient military organization the world had so far seen, and he had brought most of Greece into one confederacy under his leadership at the time of his death. And his extraordinary quality, his power of thinking out beyond the current ideas of his time, is shown not so much in those matters as in the care with which he had his son trained to carry on the policy he had created. He is one of the few monarchs in history who cared for his successor. Alexander was, as few other monarchs have ever been, a specially educated king. He was educated for empire. Aristotle was but one of the several able tutors his father chose for him. Philip confided his policy to him and entrusted him with commands and authority by the time he was 16. He commanded the cavalry at Chaeronea under his father's eye. He was nursed into power generously and unsuspiciously. To anyone who reads his life with care, it is evident that Alexander started with an equipment of training and ideas of unprecedented value. As he got beyond the wisdom of his upbringing, he began to blunder and misbehave sometimes with a dreadful folly. The defects of his character had triumphed over his upbringing long before he died. Philip was a king after the old pattern, a leader king, first among his peers, of the ancient Nordic Aryan type. The army he found in Macedonia consisted of a general foot levy and a noble equestrian order called the Companions. The people were farmers and hunters and somewhat drunken in their habits, but ready for discipline and good fighting stuff. And if the people were homely, the government was intelligent and alert. For some generations, the court language had been Attic equals Athenian Greek, and the court had been sufficiently civilized to shelter and entertain such great figures as Euripides, who died there in 406 BC, and Zeuxis the artist. Moreover, Philip, before his accession, had spent some years as a hostage in Greece. He had had as good an education as Greece could give at that time. He was, therefore, quite familiar with what we may call the idea of Isocrates, the idea of a great union of the Greek states in Europe to dominate the Eastern world. And he knew, too, how incapable was the Athenian democracy, because of its constitution and tradition, of taking the opportunity that lay before it. For it was an opportunity that would have to be shared. To the Athenians or the Spartans, it would mean letting in a lot of foreigners to the advantages of citizenship. It would mean lowering themselves to the level of equality and fellowship with Macedonians, a people from whom we do not get even a decent slave. There was no way to secure unanimity among the Greeks for the contemplated enterprise except by some revolutionary political action. It was no love of peace that kept the Greeks from such an adventure. It was their political divisions. The resources of the several states were exhausted in a series of internecine wars arising out of the merest excuses and fanned by oratorical wind. The plowing of certain sacred lands near Delphi by the Phocians was, for example, the pretext for a sanguinary sacred war. Philip's first years of kingship were devoted to the discipline of his army. Hitherto, most of the main battle fighting in the world had been done by footmen in formation. In the very ancient Sumerian battle pieces, we see spearmen in close order forming the main battle, just as they did in the Zulu armies of the 19th century. The Greek troops of Philip's time were still fighting in that same style. The Theban phalanx was a mass of infantry holding spears, the hinder ranks thrusting their longer spears between the frontline men. Such a formation went through anything less disciplined that opposed it. Mounted archers could, of course, inflict considerable losses on such a mass of men, and accordingly, as the horse came into warfare, horsemen appeared on either side as an accessory to this main battle. The reader must remember that the horse did not come into very effective use in Western war until the rise of the Assyrians, and then at first only as a chariot horse. The chariots drove full tilt at the infantry mass and tried to break it. Unless its discipline was very solid, they succeeded. The Homeric fighting is chariot fighting. It is not until the last 1,000 years B.C. that we begin to find mounted soldiers, as distinct from charioteers, playing a part in warfare. At first they appear to have fought in a scattered fashion, each man doing his personal feats. So the Lydians fought against Cyrus. It was Philip who seems to have created charging cavalry. He caused his companions to drill for a mass charge. And also he strengthened his phalanx by giving the rear men longer spears than had been used hitherto, and so deepening its mass. The Macedonian phalanx was merely a more solid version of the Theban phalanx. None of these massed infantry formations was flexible enough to stand a flank or rear attack. They had very slight maneuvering power. Both Philip's and his son's victories followed, therefore, with variations, one general scheme of cooperation between these two arms. The phalanx advanced in the center and held the enemy's main body. On one wing or the other, the cavalry charges swept away the enemy cavalry, and then swooped round upon the flank and rear of the enemy phalanx, the front of which the Macedonian phalanx was already smiting. The enemy main battle then broke and was massacred. As Alexander's military experience grew, he also added a use of catapults in the field, big stone-throwing affairs, to break up the enemy infantry. Before his time, catapults had been used in sieges, but never in battles. He invented artillery preparation. With the weapon of his new army in his hand, Philip first turned his attention to the north of Macedonia. He carried expeditions into Illyria and as far as the Danube. He also spread his power along the coast as far as the Hellespont. He secured possession of a port, Amphipolis, and certain gold mines adjacent. After several Thracian expeditions, he turned southward in good earnest. He took up the cause of the Delphic Amphictyony against those sacrilegious Phocians, and so appeared as the champion of Hellenic religion. There was a strong party of Greeks, it must be understood, a Panhellenic party, in favor of the Greek headship of Philip. The chief writer of this Panhellenic movement was Isocrates. Athens, on the other hand, was the head and front of the opposition to Philip, and Athens was in open sympathy with Persia, even sending emissaries to the great king to warn him of the danger to him of a united Greece. The comings and goings of 12 years cannot be related here. In 338 BC, the long struggle between division and Panhellenism came to a decisive issue, and at the Battle of Chaeronea, Philip inflicted a crushing defeat upon Athens and her allies. He gave Athens peace upon astonishingly generous terms. He displayed himself steadfastly resolved to propitiate and favor that implacable city, and in 338 BC, a congress of Greek states recognized him as captain general for the war against Persia. He was now a man of 47. It seemed as though the world lay at his feet. He had made his little country into the leading state in a great Greco-Macedonian confederacy. That unification was to be the prelude to a still greater one, the unification of the Western world with the Persian Empire into one world state of all known peoples. Who can doubt he had that dream? The writings of Isocrates convince us that he had it. Who can deny that he might have realized it? He had a reasonable hope of living for perhaps another quarter century of activity. In 336 BC, his advanced guard crossed into Asia. But he never followed with his main force. He was assassinated. Section 2. It is necessary now to tell something of the domestic life of King Philip. The lives of both Philip and his son were pervaded by the personality of a restless and evil woman, Olympias, the mother of Alexander. She was the daughter of the king of Epirus, a country to the west of Macedonia, and like Macedonia, a semi-Greek land. She met Philip, or was thrown in his way, at some religious gathering in Samothrace. Plutarch declares the marriage was a love match, and there seems to be at least this much in the charges against Philip that, like many energetic and imaginative men, he was prone to impatient love impulses. He married her when he was already a king, and Alexander was born to him 3 years later. Illustration: Macedonian warrior. Bas-relief from Pella. It was not long before Olympias and Philip were bitterly estranged. She was jealous of him, but there was another and graver source of trouble in her passion for religious mysteries. We have already noted that beneath the fine and restrained Nordic religion of the Greeks, the land abounded with religious cults of a darker and more ancient kind, aboriginal cults with secret initiations, orgiastic celebrations, and often with cruel and obscene rites. These religions of the shadows, these practices of the women and peasants and slaves, gave Greece her Orphic, Dionysic, and Demeter cults. They have lurked in the tradition of Europe down almost to our own times. The witchcraft of the Middle Ages, with its resort to the blood of babes, scraps of executed criminals, incantations, and magic circles, seems to have been little else than the lingering vestiges of these solemnities of the dark whites. In these matters Olympias was an expert and an enthusiast, and Plutarch mentions that she achieved considerable celebrity by a use of tame serpents in these pious exercises. The snakes invaded her domestic apartments, and history is not clear whether Philip found in them matter for exasperation or religious awe. These occupations of his wife must have been a serious inconvenience to Philip, for the Macedonian people were still in that sturdy stage of social development in which neither enthusiastic religiosity nor uncontrollable wives are admired. The evidence of a bitter hostility between mother and father peeps out in many little things in the histories. She was evidently jealous of Philip's conquests. She hated his fame. There are many signs that Olympias did her best to set her son against his father and attach him wholly to herself. A story survives in Plutarch's life that, whenever news was brought of Philip's victories, the capture of a city or the winning of some great battle, he never seemed greatly rejoiced to hear it. On the contrary, he used to say to his playfellows, "Father will get everything in advance, boys. He won't leave any great task for me to share with you." It is not a natural thing for a boy to envy his father in this fashion without some inspiration. That sentence sounds like an echo. We have already pointed out how manifest it is that Philip planned the succession of Alexander, and how eager he was to thrust fame and power into the boy's hands. He was thinking of the political structure he was building, but the mother was thinking of the glory and pride of that wonderful Lady Olympias. She masked her hatred of her husband under the cloak of a mother's solicitude for her son's future. When in 337 B.C., Philip, after the fashion of kings in those days, married a second wife who was a native Macedonian, Cleopatra, of whom he was passionately enamored, Olympias made much trouble. Plutarch tells of a pitiful scene that occurred at Philip's marriage to Cleopatra. There was much drinking of wine at the banquet, and Attalus, the father of the bride, being intoxicated with liquor, betrayed the general hostility to Olympias and Epirus by saying he hoped there would be a child by the marriage to give them a truly Macedonian heir. Whereupon Alexander, taught for such an insult, cried out, "What then am I?" and hurled his cup at Attalus. Philip, enraged, stood up and, says Plutarch, drew his sword, only to stumble and fall. Alexander, blind with rage and jealousy, taunted and insulted his father. "Macedonians," he said, "see there the general who would go from Europe to Asia. Why, he cannot get from one table to another." How that scene lives still, the sprawl, the flushed faces, the angry voice of the boy. Next day Alexander departed with his mother, and Philip did nothing to restrain them. Olympias went home to Epirus, Alexander departed to Illyria. Thence Philip persuaded him to return. Fresh trouble arose. Alexander had a brother of weak intellect, Aridaeus, whom the Persian governor of Caria sought as a son-in-law. Alexander's friends and his mother now infused notions into him again, though perfectly groundless, that by so noble a match, and the support consequent upon it, Philip designed the crown for Aridaeus. Alexander, in the uneasiness these suspicions gave him, sent one Thessalus, a player into Caria, to desire the grandee to pass by Aridaeus, who was of spurious birth and deficient in point of understanding, and to take the lawful heir to the crown into his alliance. Pixodarus was infinitely more pleased with this proposal. But Philip no sooner had intelligence of it than he went to Alexander's apartment, taking along with him Philotas, the son of Parmenio, one of his most intimate friends and companions, and, in his presence, reproached him with his degeneracy and meanness of spirit, in thinking of being son-in-law to a man of Caria, one of the slaves of a barbarian king. At the same time, he wrote to the Corinthians, insisting that they should send Thessalus to him in chains. Harpalus and Nearchus, Phrygius and Ptolemy, some of the other companions of the prince, he banished. But Alexander afterwards recalled them and treated them with great distinction. There is something very touching in this story of the father pleading with the son he manifestly loved, and baffled by the web of mean suggestion which had been spun about the boy's imagination. It was at the marriage of his daughter to her uncle, the king of Epirus and the brother of Olympias, that Philip was stabbed. He was walking in a procession into the theater unarmed, in a white robe, and he was cut down by one of his bodyguard. The murderer had a horse waiting and would have got away, but the foot of his horse caught in a wild vine, and he was thrown from the saddle by the stumble and slain by his pursuers. So at the age of 20, Alexander was at the end of his anxiety about the succession, and established king in Macedonia. Olympias then reappeared in Macedonia, a woman proudly vindicated. It is said that she insisted upon paying the same funeral honors to the memory of the murderer as to Philip, and that she consecrated the fatal weapon to Apollo, inscribed with the name Mietalis, by which Philip had been wont to address her when their loves first began. In Greece, there were great rejoicings over this auspicious event, and Demosthenes, when he had the news, although it was but 7 days after the death of his own daughter, went into the public assembly at Athens in gay attire wearing a chaplet. Whatever Olympias may have done about her husband's assassin, history does not doubt about her treatment of her supplanter, Cleopatra. So soon as Alexander was out of the way and, a revolt of the hillmen in the north called at once for his attention, Cleopatra's newly born child was killed in its mother's arms, and Cleopatra, no doubt, after a little taunting, was then strangled. These excesses of womanly feeling are said to have shocked Alexander, but they did not prevent him from leaving his mother in a position of considerable authority in Macedonia. She wrote letters to him upon religious and political questions, and he showed a dutiful disposition in sending her always a large share of the plunder he made. Section 3. These stories have to be told because history cannot be understood without them. Here was the great world of men between India and the Adriatic ready for union, ready as it had never been before for a unifying control. Here was the wide order of the Persian Empire with its roads, its posts, its general peace and prosperity, ripe for the fertilizing influence of the Greek mind. And these stories display the quality of the human beings to whom those great opportunities came. Here was this Philip, who was a very great and noble man, and yet he was drunken, he could keep no order in his household. Here was Alexander, in many ways gifted above any man of his time, and he was vain, suspicious, and passionate, with a mind set awry by his mother. We are beginning to understand something of what the world might be, something of what our race might become, were it not for our still raw humanity. It is barely a matter of 70 generations between ourselves and Alexander, and between ourselves and the savage hunters, our ancestors, who charred their food in the embers or ate it raw, intervene some 400 or 500 generations. There is not much scope for the modification of a species in 400 or 500 generations. Make men and women only sufficiently jealous or fearful or drunken or angry, and the hot red eyes of the cavemen will glare out at us today. We have writing and teaching, science and power. We have tamed the beasts and schooled the lightning, but we are still only shambling towards the light. We have tamed and bred the beasts, but we have still to tame and breed ourselves. From the very beginning of his reign, the deeds of Alexander showed how well he had assimilated his father's plans, and how great were his own abilities. A map of the known world is needed to show the course of his life. At first, after receiving assurances from Greece that he was to be captain general of the Grecian forces, he marched through Thrace to the Danube. He crossed the river and burnt a village, the second great monarch to raid the Scythian country beyond the Danube, then recrossed it and marched westward, and so came down by Illyria. By that time the city of Thebes was in rebellion, and his next blow was at Greece. Thebes, unsupported of course by Athens, was taken and looted. It was treated with extravagant violence. All its buildings, except the temple and the house of the poet Pindar, were razed, and 30,000 people sold into slavery. Greece was stunned, and Alexander was free to go on with the Persian campaign. This destruction of Thebes betrayed a streak of crazy violence in the new master of human destinies. It was too heavy a blow to have dealt. It was a barbaric thing to do. No Greeks would have gone so far with conquered Greeks. If the spirit of rebellion was killed, so also was the spirit of help. The Greek states remained inert thereafter, neither troublesome nor helpful. They would not support Alexander with their shipping, a thing which was to prove a very grave embarrassment to him. There is a story told by Plutarch about this Theban massacre, as if it redounded to the credit of Alexander, but indeed it shows only how his saner and his crazy sides were in conflict. It tells of a Macedonian officer and a Theban lady. This officer was among the looters, and he entered this woman's house, inflicted unspeakable insults and injuries upon her, and at last demanded whether she had gold or silver hidden. She told him all her treasures had been put into the well, conducted him thither, and, as he stooped to peer down, pushed him suddenly in and killed him by throwing great stones upon him. Some allied soldiers came upon the scene and took her forthwith to Alexander for judgment. She defied him. Already the extravagant impulse that had ordered the massacre was upon the wane, and he not only spared her, but had her family and property and freedom restored to her. This Plutarch makes out to be a generosity, but the issue is more complicated than that. It was Alexander who was outraging and plundering and enslaving all Thebes. That poor crumpled Macedonian brute in the well had been doing only what he had been told he had full liberty to do. Is a commander first to give cruel orders, and then to forgive and reward those who slay his instruments? This gleam of remorse at the instance of one woman who was not perhaps wanting in tragic dignity and beauty is a poor set-off to the murder of a great city. Mixed with the craziness of Olympias in Alexander was the sanity of Philip and the teachings of Aristotle. This Theban business certainly troubled the mind of Alexander. Whenever afterwards he encountered Thebans, he tried to show them special favor. Thebes, to his credit, haunted him. Yet the memory of Thebes did not save 3 other great cities from similar brainstorms. Tyre he destroyed, and Gaza, and a city in India, in the storming of which he was knocked down in fair fight and wounded, and of the latter place not a soul, not a child, was spared. He must have been badly frightened to have taken so evil a revenge. At the outset of the war, the Persians had this supreme advantage: they were practically masters of the sea. The ships of the Athenians and their allies sulked unhelpfully. Alexander, to get at Asia, had to go round by the Hellespont, and if he pushed far into the Persian Empire, he ran the risk of being cut off completely from his base. His first task, therefore, was to cripple the enemy at sea, and this he could only do by marching along the coast of Asia Minor and capturing port after port until the Persian sea bases were destroyed. If the Persians had avoided battle and hung upon his lengthening line of communications, they could probably have destroyed him, but this they did not do. A Persian army not very much greater than his own gave battle on the banks of the Granicus, 334 BC, and was destroyed. This left him free to take Sardes, Ephesus, Miletus, and after a fierce struggle, Halicarnassus. Meanwhile, the Persian fleet was on his right flank and between him and Greece, threatening much but accomplishing nothing. In 333 BC, pursuing this attack upon the sea bases, he marched along the coast as far as the head of the gulf now called the Gulf of Alexandretta. A huge Persian army, under the great King Darius Roman III, was inland of his line of march, separated from the coast by mountains, and Alexander went right beyond this enemy force before he or the Persians realized their proximity. Scouting was evidently very badly done by Greek and Persian alike. The Persian army was a vast, ill-organized assembly of soldiers, transport, camp followers, and so forth. Darius, for instance, was accompanied by his harem, and there was a great multitude of harem slaves, musicians, dancers, and cooks. Many of the leading officers had brought their families to witness the hunting down of the Macedonian invaders. The troops had been levied from every province in the empire. They had no tradition or principle of combined action. Seized by the idea of cutting off Alexander from Greece, Darius moved this multitude over the mountains to the sea. He had the luck to get through the passes without opposition, and he encamped on the plain of Issus between the mountains and the shore. And there Alexander, who had turned back to fight, struck him. The cavalry charge and the phalanx smashed this great brittle host as a stone smashes a bottle. It was routed. Darius escaped from his war chariot that, out-of-date instrumenthand, fled on horseback, leaving even his harem in the hands of Alexander. All the accounts of Alexander after this battle show him at his best. He was restrained and magnanimous. He treated the Persian princesses with the utmost civility, and he kept his head. He held steadfastly to his plan. He let Darius escape, unpursued, into Syria, and he continued his march upon the naval bases of the Persians, that is to say, upon the Phoenician ports of Tyre and Sidon. Sidon surrendered to him, Tyre resisted. Here, if anywhere, we have the evidence of great military ability on the part of Alexander. His army was his father's creation, but Philip had never shone in the siege of cities. When Alexander was a boy of 16, he had seen his father repulsed by the fortified city of Byzantium upon the Bosphorus. Now he was face to face with an inviolate city which had stood siege after siege, which had resisted Nebuchadnezzar the Great for 14 years. For the standing of sieges Semitic peoples hold the palm. Tyre was then an island half a mile from the shore, and her fleet was unbeat. On the other hand, Alexander had already learnt much by the siege of the citadel of Halicarnassus. He had gathered to himself a corps of engineers from Cyprus and Phoenicia. The Sidonian fleet was with him, and presently the king of Cyprus came over to him with 120 ships, which gave him the command of the sea. Moreover, great Carthage, either relying on the strength of the mother city or being disloyal to her, and being furthermore entangled in a war in Sicily, sent no help. The first measure of Alexander was to build a pier from the mainland to the island, a dam which remains to this day. And on this, as it came close to the walls of Tyre, he set up his towers and battering rams. Against the walls, he also moored ships in which towers and rams were erected. The Tyrians used fireships against this flotilla and made sorties from their 2 harbors. In a big surprise raid that they made on the Cyprian ships, they were caught and badly mauled. Many of their ships were rammed, and 1 big galley of 5 banks of oars and 1 of 4 were captured outright. Finally, a breach in the walls was made, and the Macedonians, clambering up the debris from their ships, stormed the city. The siege had lasted 7 months. Gaza held out for 2. In each case, there was a massacre, the plundering of the city, and the selling of the survivors into slavery. Then, towards the end of 332 BC, Alexander entered Egypt, and the command of the sea was assured. Greece, which all this while had been wavering in its policy, decided now at last that it was on the side of Alexander, and the council of the Greek states at Corinth voted its captain general a golden crown of victory. From this time onward, the Greeks were with the Macedonians. The Egyptians also were with the Macedonians, but they had been for Alexander from the beginning. They had lived under Persian rule for nearly 200 years, and the coming of Alexander meant for them only a change of masters, on the whole, a change for the better. The country surrendered without a blow. Alexander treated its religious feelings with extreme respect. He unwrapped no mummies as Cambyses had done. He took no liberties with Apis, the sacred bull of Memphis. Here in great temples, and upon a vast scale, Alexander found the evidences of a religiosity, mysterious and irrational, to remind him of the secrets and mysteries that had entertained his mother and impressed his childhood. During his 4 months in Egypt, he flirted with religious emotions. He was still a very young man, we must remember, divided against himself. The strong sanity he inherited from his father had made him a great soldier. The teaching of Aristotle had given him something of the scientific outlook upon the world. He had destroyed Tyre. In Egypt, at one of the mouths of the Nile, he now founded a new city, Alexandria, to replace that ancient center of trade. To the north of Tyre, near Issus, he founded a second port, Alexandretta. Both of these cities flourish to this day, and for a time Alexandria was perhaps the greatest city in the world. The sites, therefore, must have been wisely chosen. But also Alexander had the unstable emotional imaginativeness of his mother, and side by side with such creative work he indulged in religious adventures. The gods of Egypt took possession of his mind. He traveled 400 miles to the remote oasis of the Oracle of Ammon. He wanted to settle certain doubts about his true parentage. His mother had inflamed his mind by hints and vague speeches of some deep mystery about his parentage. Was so ordinary a human being as Philip of Macedon really his father? For nearly 400 years, Egypt had been a country politically contemptible, over and now by Ethiopians, now by Assyrians, now by Babylonians, now by Persians. As the indignities of the present became more and more disagreeable to contemplate, the past and the other world became more splendid to Egyptian eyes. It is from the festering humiliations of peoples that arrogant religious propagandas spring. To the triumphant, the downtrodden can say, "It is not in the sight of the true gods." So the son of Philip of Macedon, the master general of Greece, was made to feel a small person amidst the gigantic temples, and he had an abnormal share of youth's normal ambition to impress everybody. How gratifying then for him to discover presently that he was no mere successful mortal, not one of these modern vulgar Greekish folk, but ancient and divine, the son of a god, the pharaoh god, son of Ammon-Ra. Already in a previous chapter, we have given a description of that encounter in the desert temple. Not altogether was the young man convinced. He had his moments of conviction, he had his saner phases when the thing was almost a jest. In the presence of Macedonians and Greeks, he doubted if he was divine. When it thundered loudly, the ribald Aristarchus could ask him, "Won't you do something of the sort, O son of Zeus?" but the crazy notion was, nevertheless, present henceforth in his brain, ready to be inflamed by wine or flattery. Next spring, 331 BC, he returned to Tyre and marched thence round towards Assyria, leaving the Syrian desert on his right. Near the ruins of forgotten Nineveh, he found a great Persian army that had been gathering since the Battle of Issus, awaiting him. It was another huge medley of contingents, and it relied for its chief force upon that now antiquated weapon, the war chariot. Of these Darius had a force of 200, and each chariot had scythes attached to its wheels and to the pole and body of the chariot. There seemed to have been 4 horses to each chariot, and it will be obvious that if one of those horses was wounded by javelin or arrow, that chariot was incapacitated. Against broken footmen or a crowd of individualist fighters, such vehicles might be formidable. But Darius began the battle by flinging these instruments against the cavalry and light infantry. Few reached their objective, and those that did were readily disposed of. There was some maneuvering for position. The well-drilled Macedonians moved obliquely across the Persian front, keeping good order. The Persians, following this movement to the flank, opened gaps in their array. Then suddenly the disciplined Macedonian cavalry charged at one of these torn places and smote the center of the Persian host. The infantry followed close upon their charge. The center and left of the Persians crumpled up. For a while the light cavalry on the Persian right gained ground against Alexander's left, only to be cut to pieces by the cavalry from Thessaly, which by this time had become almost as good as its Macedonian model. The Persian forces ceased to resemble an army. They dissolved into a vast multitude of fugitives streaming under great dust clouds and without a single rally across the hot plain towards Arbela. Through the dust and the flying crowd rode the victors, slaying and slaying until darkness stayed the slaughter. Darius led the retreat. Such was the Battle of Arbela. It was fought on October the 1st, 331 B.C. We know its date so exactly because it is recorded that, 11 days before it began, the soothsayers on both sides had been greatly exercised by an eclipse of the moon. Darius fled to the north into the country of the Medes. Alexander marched on to Babylon. The ancient city of Hammurabi, who had reigned 1,700 years before, and of Nebuchadnezzar the Great and of Nabonidus, unlike Nineveh, was still a prosperous and important center. Like the Egyptians, the Babylonians were not greatly concerned at a change of rule to Macedonian from Persian. The temple of Bel-Marduk was in ruins, a quarry for building material, but the tradition of the Chaldean priests still lingered, and Alexander promised to restore the building. Thence he marched on to Susa, once the chief city of the vanished and forgotten Elamites and now the Persian capital. He went on to Persepolis, where, as the climax of a drunken carouse, he burnt down the great palace of the King of Kings. This he afterwards declared was the revenge of Greece for the burning of Athens by Xerxes. Section 4. And now begins a new phase in the story of Alexander. For the next 7 years he wandered with an army chiefly of Macedonians in the north and east of what was then the known world. At first it was a pursuit of Darius. Afterwards it became, was it a systematic survey of a world he meant to consolidate into one great order, or was it a wild goose chase? His own soldiers, his own intimates, thought the latter, and at last stayed his career beyond the Indus. On the map it looks very like a wild goose chase. It seems to aim at nothing in particular and to get nowhere. The pursuit of Darius Roman III soon came to a pitiful end. After the Battle of Arbela, his own generals seemed to have revolted against his weakness and incompetence. They made him a prisoner and took him with them in spite of his desire to throw himself upon the generosity of his conqueror. Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, they made their leader. There was at last a hot and exciting chase of the flying caravan which conveyed the captive King of Kings. At dawn, after an all-night pursuit, it was sighted far ahead. The flight became a headlong bolt. Baggage, women, everything was abandoned by Bessus and his captains, and one other impediment also they left behind. By the side of a pool of water far away from the road, a Macedonian trooper presently found a deserted mule cart with its mules still in the traces. In this cart lay Darius, stabbed in a score of places and bleeding to death. He had refused to go on with Bessus, refused to mount the horse that was brought to him. So his captains had run him through with their spears and left him? He asked his captors for water. What else he may have said we do not know. the historians have seen fit to fabricate a quite impossible last dying speech for him. Probably he said very little. When, a little after sunrise, Alexander came up, Darius was already dead. To the historian of the world, the wanderings of Alexander have an interest of their own quite apart from the light they throw upon his character. Just as the campaign of Darius I lifted the curtain behind Greece and Macedonia, and showed us something of the silent background to the north of the audible and recorded history of the early civilizations, so now Alexander's campaigns take us into regions about which there had hitherto been no trustworthy record made. We discover they were not desert regions, but full of a gathering life of their own. He marched to the shores of the Caspian, thence he traveled eastward across what is now called Western Turkestan. He founded a city that is now known as Herat, whence he went northward by Kabul and by what is now Samarkand, right up into the mountains of central Turkestan. He returned southward and came down into India by the Khyber Pass. He fought a great battle on the upper Indus against a very tall and chivalrous king, Porus, in which the Macedonian infantry encountered an array of elephants and defeated them. Possibly he would have pushed eastward across the deserts to the Ganges Valley, but his troops refused to go further. Possibly, had they not done so, then or later he would have gone on until he vanished eastward out of history. But he was forced to turn about. He built a fleet and descended to the mouth of the Indus. There he divided his forces. The main army he took along the desolate coast back to the Persian Gulf, and on the way it suffered dreadfully and lost many men through thirst. The fleet followed him by sea and rejoined him at the entrance to the Persian Gulf. In the course of this 6-year tour he fought battles, received the submission of many strange peoples, and founded cities. He saw the dead body of Darius in June 330 B.C. He returned to Susa in 324 B.C. He found the empire in disorder, the provincial satraps raising armies of their own, Bactria and Media in insurrection, and Olympias making government impossible in Macedonia. Harpalus, the royal treasurer, had bolted with all that was portable of the royal treasure, and was making his way, bribing as he went, towards Greece. Some of the Harpalus money is said to have reached Demosthenes. But before we deal with the closing chapter of the story of Alexander, let us say a word or so about these northern regions into which he wandered. It is evident that from the Danube region right across South Russia, right across the country to the north of the Caspian, right across the country to the east of the Caspian, as far as the mountain masses of the Pamir Plateau and eastward into the Tarim Basin of eastern Turkestan, there spread then a series of similar barbaric tribes and peoples, all at about the same stage of culture, and for the most part Aryan in their language and possibly Nordic in their race. They had few cities, mostly they were nomadic. At times they settled temporarily to cultivate the land. They were certainly already mingling in Central Asia with Mongolian tribes, but the Mongolian tribes were not then prevalent there. An immense process of drying up and elevation has been going on in these parts of the world during the last 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, there was probably a continuous water barrier between the basin of the Obi and the Aral-Caspian Sea. As this had dried up and the marshy land had become steppe-like country, Nordic nomads from the west and Mongolian nomads from the east had met and mixed, and the riding horse had come back into the Western world. It is evident this great stretch of country was becoming a region of accumulation for these barbaric peoples. They were very loosely attached to the lands they occupied. They lived in tents and wagons rather than houses. A brief cycle of plentiful and healthy years, or a cessation of tribal warfare under some strong ruler, would lead to considerable increases of population. Then 2 or 3 hard years would suffice to send the tribes wandering again in search of food. From before the dawn of recorded history, this region of human accumulation between the Danube and China had been, as it were, intermittently raining out tribes southward and westward. It was like a cloud bank behind the settled landscape that accumulated and then precipitated invaders. We have noted how the Celtic peoples drizzled westward, how the Italians, the Greeks, and their Epirote, Macedonian, and Phrygian kindred came south. We have noted, too, the Cimmerian drive from the east, like a sudden driving shower of barbarians across Asia Minor, the southward coming of the Scythians and Medes and Persians, and the Aryan descent into India. About a century before Alexander, there had been a fresh Aryan invasion of Italy by a Celtic people, the Gauls, who had settled in the valley of the Po. Those various races came down out of their northern obscurity into the light of history. And meanwhile, beyond that light, the reservoir accumulated for fresh discharges. Alexander's march in Central Asia brings now into our history names that are fresh to us. The Parthians, a race of mounted bowmen who were destined to play an important role in history a century or so later, and the Bactrians who lived in the sandy native land of the camel. Everywhere he seems to have met Aryan-speaking peoples. The Mongolian barbarians to the northeastward were still unsuspected. No one imagined there was yet another great cloud bank of population beyond the Scythians and their kind, in the north of China, that was presently also to begin a drift westward and southward, mixing as it came with the Nordic Scythians and every other people of kindred habits that it encountered. As yet only China knew of the Huns. There were no Turks in western Turkestan or anywhere else then, no Tartars in the world. This glimpse of the state of affairs in Turkestan in the 4th century B.C. is one of the most interesting aspects of the wanderings of Alexander. Another is his raid through the Punjab. From the point of view of the teller of the human story, it is provocative that he did not go on into the Ganges country, and that consequently we have no independent accounts by Greek writers of the life in ancient Bengal. But there is a considerable literature in various Indian languages dealing with Indian history and social life that still needs to be made accessible to European readers. Section 5. Illustration: Alexander the Great. Silver coin of Lysimachus, 321–81 BC. Alexander had been in undisputed possession of the Persian Empire for 6 years. He was now 31. In those 6 years, he had created very little. He had retained most of the organization of the Persian provinces, appointing fresh satraps or retaining the former ones. The roads, the ports, the organization of the empire was still as Cyrus, his greater predecessor, had left them. In Egypt, he had merely replaced old provincial governors by new ones. In India, he had defeated Porus, and then left him in power much as he found him, except that Porus was now called a satrap by the Greeks. Alexander had, it is true, planned out a number of towns, and some of them were to grow into great towns. 17 Alexandrias he founded altogether. But he had destroyed Tyre, and with Tyre the security of the sea routes which had hitherto been the chief westward outlet for Mesopotamia. Historians say that he Hellenized the East. But Babylonia and Egypt swarmed with Greeks before his time. He was not the cause, he was a part of the Hellenization. For a time, the whole world, from the Adriatic to the Indus, was under one ruler. So far he had realized the dreams of Isocrates and Philip his father. But how far was he making this a permanent and enduring union? How far as yet was it anything more than a dazzling but transitory flourish of his own magnificent self? He was making no great roads, setting up no sure sea communications. It is idle to accuse him of leaving education alone, because the idea that empires must be cemented by education was still foreign to human thought. But he was forming no group of statesmen about him. He was thinking of no successor. He was creating no tradition, nothing more than a personal legend. The idea that the world would have to go on after Alexander, engaged in any other employment than the discussion of his magnificence, seems to have been outside his mental range. He was still young, it is true, but well before Philip was 31, he had been thinking of the education of Alexander. Was Alexander a statesman at all? Some students of his career assure us that he was, that now at Susa he planned a mighty world empire, seeing it not simply as a Macedonian conquest of the world, but as a melting together of racial traditions. He did one thing, at any rate, that gives color to this idea. He held a great marriage feast, in which he and 90 of his generals and friends were married to Persian brides. He himself married a daughter of Darius, though already he possessed an Asiatic wife in Roxana, the daughter of the king of Samarkand. This wholesale wedding was made a very splendid festival, and at the same time all of his Macedonian soldiers, to the number of several thousands, who had married Asiatic brides, were given wedding gifts. This has been called the marriage of Europe and Asia. The two continents were to be joined, wrote Plutarch, in lawful wedlock and by community of offspring. And next he began to train recruits from Persia and the north, Parthians, Bactrians, and the like, in the distinctive disciplines of the phalanx and the cavalry. Was that also to assimilate Europe and Asia, or was it to make himself independent of his Macedonians? They thought the latter, at any rate, and mutinied, and it was with some difficulty that he brought them to a penitent mood and induced them to take part in a common feast with the Persians. The historians have made a long and eloquent speech for him on this occasion, but the gist of it was that he bade his Macedonians begone and gave no sign of how he proposed they should get home out of Persia. After 3 days of dismay, they submitted to him and begged his forgiveness. Here is the matter for a very pretty discussion. Was Alexander really planning a racial fusion, or had he just fallen in love with the pomp and divinity of an Oriental monarch, and wished to get rid of these Europeans to whom he was only a king leader? The writers of his own time, and those who lived near to his time, lean very much to the latter alternative. They insist upon his immense vanity. They relate how he began to wear the robes and tiara of a Persian monarch. At first only before the barbarians and privately, but afterwards he came to wear it in public when he sat for the dispatch of business. And presently he demanded oriental prostrations from his friends. One thing seems to support the suggestion of great personal vanity in Alexander. His portrait was painted and sculptured frequently, and always he is represented as a beautiful youth, with wonderful locks flowing backward from a broad forehead. Previously, most men had worn beards, but Alexander, enamored of his own youthful loveliness, would not part with it. He remained a sham boy at 32, he shaved his face, and so set a fashion in Greece and Italy that lasted many centuries. The stories of violence and vanity in his closing years cluster thick upon his memory. He listened to tittle-tattle about Philotas, the son of Parmenio, one of his most trusted and faithful generals. Philotas, it was said, had boasted to some woman he was making love to that Alexander was a mere boy, that, but for such men as his father and himself, there would have been no conquest of Persia, and the like. Such assertions had a certain element of truth in them. The woman was brought to Alexander, who listened to her treacheries. Presently Philotas was accused of conspiracy, and, upon very insufficient evidence, tortured and executed. Then Alexander thought of Parmenio, whose other 2 sons had died for him in battle. He sent swift messengers to assassinate the old man before he could hear of his son's death. Now Parmenio had been one of the most trusted of Philip's generals. It was Parmenio who had led the Macedonian armies into Asia before the murder of Philip. There can be little doubt of the substantial truth of this story, nor about the execution of Callisthenes, the nephew of Aristotle, who refused Alexander divine honors, and went about with as much pride as if he had demolished a tyranny, while the young men followed him as the only freeman among thousands. Mixed with such incidents, we have the very illuminating story of the drunken quarrel in which he killed Clitus. The monarch and his company had been drinking hard, and the drink had made the talk loud and free. There was much flattery of the young god, much detraction of Philip, at which Alexander had smiled with satisfaction. Was he not the son of a god? This drunken self-complacency was more than the honest Macedonians could stand. It roused Clitus, his foster brother, to a frenzy. Clitus reproached Alexander with his Median costume and praised Philip. There was a loud quarrel, and to end it, Clitus was hustled out of the room by his friends. He was, however, in the obstinate phase of drunkenness, and he returned by another entrance. He was heard outside quoting Euripides in a bold and disrespectful tone. "Are these your customs? Is it thus that Greece rewards her combatants? Shall one man claim the trophies won by thousands?" Whereupon Alexander snatched a spear from one of his guards and ran Clitus through the body as he lifted the curtain to come in. One is forced to believe that this was the real atmosphere of the young conqueror's life. Then the story of his frantic and cruel display of grief for Hephaestion can scarcely be all invention. If it is true, or in any part true, it displays a mind ill-balanced and altogether wrapped up in personal things, to whom empire was no more than opportunity for egoistic display, and all the resources of the world's stuff for freaks of that sort of generosity, which robs 1,000 people to extort the admiration of one astounded recipient. Illustration: the breakup of the empire of Alexander at the close of the 4th century BC. Hephaestion, being ill, was put upon a strict diet, but in the absence of his physician at the theater, he ate a roasted fowl and drank a flagon of iced wine, in consequence of which he died. Thereupon Alexander decided upon a display of grief. It was the grief of a lunatic. He had the physician crucified. He ordered every horse and mule in Persia to be shorn and pulled down the battlements of the neighboring cities. He prohibited all music in his camp for a long time, and having taken certain villages of the Cusians, he caused all the adults to be massacred, as a sacrifice to the manes of Hephaestion. Finally, he set aside 10,000 talents, a talent equals 240 pounds, for a tomb. For those days, this was an enormous sum. None of which things did any real honor to Hephaestion, but they served to demonstrate to an awe-stricken world what a tremendous thing the sorrow of Alexander could be. This last story and many such stories may be lies or distortions or exaggerations, but they have a vein in common. After a bout of hard drinking in Babylon, a sudden fever came upon Alexander, 323 BC, and he sickened and died. He was still only 33 years of age. Forthwith the world empire he had snatched at and held in his hands, as a child might snatch at and hold a precious vase, fell to the ground and was shattered to pieces. Whatever appearance of a worldwide order may have gleamed upon men's imaginations vanished at his death. The story becomes the story of a barbaric autocracy in confusion. Everywhere the provincial rulers set up for themselves. In the course of a few years, the entire family of Alexander had been destroyed. Roxana, his barbarian wife, was prompt to murder, as a rival, the daughter of Darius. She herself presently bore Alexander a posthumous son, who was also called Alexander. He was murdered with her, a few years later, 311 BC. Hercules, the only other son of Alexander, was murdered also. So too was Aridaeus, the weak-minded half-brother, see section 2. Plutarch gives a last glimpse of Olympias during a brief interval of power in Macedonia, accusing first this person and then that of poisoning her wonderful son. Many she killed in her fury. The bodies of some of his circle who had died after his death she caused to be dug up, but we do not know if any fresh light was shed upon his death by these disinterments. Finally, Olympias was killed in Macedonia by the friends of those she had slain. Section 6. From this welter of crime, there presently emerged three leading figures. Much of the old Persian Empire, as far as the Indus eastward and almost to Lydia in the west, was held by one general Seleucus, who founded a dynasty, the Seleucid dynasty. Macedonia fell to another Macedonian general, Antigonus. A third Macedonian, Ptolemy, secured Egypt, and making Alexandria his chief city, established a sufficient naval ascendancy to keep also Cyprus and most of the coast of Phoenicia and Asia Minor. The Ptolemaic and Seleucid empires lasted for a considerable time. The forms of government in Asia Minor and the Balkans were more unstable. Two maps will help the reader to a sense of the kaleidoscopic nature of the political boundaries of the 3rd century BC. Antigonus was defeated and killed at the Battle of Ipsus, 301, leaving Lysimachus, the governor of Thrace, and Cassander of Macedonia and Greece as equally transitory successors. Minor governors carved out smaller states. Meanwhile, the barbarians swung down into the broken up and enfeebled world of civilization from the west and from the east. From the west came the Gauls, a people closely related to the Celts. They raided down through Macedonia and Greece to Delphi, and 227 BC. Two sections of them crossed the Bosphorus into Asia Minor, being first employed as mercenaries and then setting up for themselves as independent plunderers, and after raiding almost to the Taurus, they settled in the old Phrygian land, holding the people about them to tribute. These Gauls of Phrygia became the Galatians of St. Paul's epistle. Armenia and the southern shores of the Black Sea became a confusion of changing rulers. Kings with Hellenistic ideas appeared in Cappadocia, in Pontus, the south shore of the Black Sea, in Bithynia, and in Pergamum. From the east, the Scythians and the Parthians and Bactrians also drove southward. For a time, there were Greek-ruled Bactrian states becoming more and more orientalized. In the 2nd century BC, Greek adventurers from Bactria raided down into North India and founded short-lived kingdoms there, the last eastward fling of the Greek. Then gradually barbarism fell again like a curtain between the Western civilizations and India. Section 7. Amidst all these shattered fragments of the burst bubble of Hellenic Empire, one small state stands out and demands at least a brief section to itself, the kingdom of Pergamum. We hear first of this town as an independent center during the struggle that ended in the Battle of Ipsus. While the tide of the Gaulish invasion swirled and foamed to and fro about Asia Minor between the years 277 and 241, Pergamum for a time paid them tribute. but she retained her general independence, and at last, under Attalus I, refused her tribute and defeated them in 2 decisive battles. For more than a century thereafter, until 133 BC, Pergamum remained free, and was perhaps during that period the most highly civilized state in the world. On the hill of the Acropolis was reared a rich group of buildings, palaces, temples, a museum, and a library, rivals of those of Alexandria, of which we shall presently tell, and almost the first in the world. Under the princes of Pergamum, Greek art blossomed afresh, and the reliefs of the altar of the temple of Zeus and the statues of the fighting and dying Gauls which were made there are among the great artistic treasures of mankind. In a little while, as we shall tell later, the influence of a new power began to be felt in the eastern Mediterranean, the power of the Roman Republic, friendly to Greece and to Greek civilization. And in this power, the Hellenic communities of Pergamum and Rhodes found a natural and useful ally and supporter against the Galatians and against the Orientalized Seleucid Empire. We shall relate how at last the Roman power came into Asia, how it defeated the Seleucid Empire at the Battle of Magnesia, 190 BC, and drove it out of Asia Minor and beyond the Taurus Mountains, and how finally in 133 BC Attalus Roman III, the last king of Pergamum, bowing to his sense of an inevitable destiny, made the Roman Republic the heir to his kingdom, which became then the Roman province of Asia. Section 8. Nearly all historians are disposed to regard the career of Alexander the Great as marking an epoch in human affairs. It drew together all the known world, excepting only the Western Mediterranean, into one drama, but the opinions men have formed of Alexander himself vary enormously. They fall, most of them, into 2 main schools. One type of scholar is fascinated by the youth and splendor of this young man. These Alexander worshippers seem disposed to take him at his own valuation, to condone every crime and folly either as the mere ebullience of a rich nature or as the bitter necessity to some gigantic scheme, and to regard his life as framed upon a design, a scheme of statesmanship, such as all the wider knowledge and wider ideas of these later times barely suffice to bring into the scope of our understanding. On the other hand, there are those who see him only as a wrecker of the slowly maturing possibilities of a free and tranquil Hellenized world. Illustration: a further stage in the breakup of Alexander's empire in the first half of the 3rd century BC. Before we ascribe to Alexander or to his father Philip schemes of world policy, such as a 20th century historian-philosopher might approve, we shall do well to consider very carefully the utmost range of knowledge and thought that was possible in those days. The world of Plato, Isocrates, and Aristotle had practically no historical perspective at all. There had not been such a thing as history in the world. History, that is, as distinguished from mere priestly chronicles until the last couple of centuries. Even highly educated men had the most circumscribed ideas of geography and foreign countries. For most men, the world was still flat and limitless. The only systematic political philosophy was based on the experiences of minute city-states and took no thought of empires. Nobody knew anything of the origins of civilization. No one had speculated upon economics. Illustration: a further stage in the breakup of Alexander's empire in the first half of the 3rd century BC. No one had worked out the reaction of one social class upon another. We are too apt to consider the career of Alexander as the crown of some process that had long been afoot, as the climax of a crescendo. In a sense, no doubt, it was that, but much more true is it that it was not so much an end as a beginning. It was the first revelation to the human imagination of the oneness of human affairs. The utmost reach of the thought of Greece before his time was of a Persian empire Hellenized, a predominance in the world of Macedonians and Greeks. But before Alexander was dead, and much more after he was dead and there had been time to think him over, the conception of a world law and organization was a practicable and assimilable idea for the minds of men. For some generations, Alexander the Great was for mankind the symbol and embodiment of world order and world dominion. He became a fabulous being. His head, adorned with the divine symbols of the demigod Hercules or the god Ammon-Ra, appears on the coins of such among his successors as could claim to be his heirs. Then the idea of world dominion was taken up by another great people, a people who for some centuries exhibited considerable political genius, the Romans, and the figure of another conspicuous adventurer, Caesar, eclipsed for the western half of the Old World the figure of Alexander. So by the beginning of the 3rd century BC, we find already arisen in the Western civilization of the Old World 3 of the great structural ideas that rule the mind of contemporary mankind. We have already traced the escape of writing and knowledge from the secrets and mysteries and initiations of the Old World priesthoods, and the development of the idea of a universal knowledge, of a universally understandable and communicable history and philosophy. We have taken the figures of Herodotus and Aristotle as typical exponents of this first great idea, the idea of science using the word science in its widest and properest sense, to include history and signify a clear vision of man in relation to the things about him. We have traced also the generalization of religion among the Babylonians, Jews, and other Semitic peoples, from the dark worship in temples and consecrated places of some local or tribal god to the open service of one universal God of righteousness, whose temple is the whole world. And now, we have traced also the first germination of the idea of a world polity. The rest of the history of mankind is very largely the history of those 3 ideas of science, of a universal righteousness, and of a human commonweal spreading out from the minds of the rare and exceptional persons and peoples in which they first originated into the general consciousness of the race, and giving first a new color, then a new spirit, and then a new direction to human affairs. 25. Science and Religion at Alexandria. Section 1, The Science of Alexandria. Section 2, Philosophy of Alexandria. Section 3, Alexandria as a Factory of Religions. Section 1. One of the most prosperous fragments of the brief world empire of Alexander the Great was Egypt, which fell to the share of the Ptolemy, whose name we have already noted as one of the associates of Alexander, whom King Philip had banished. The country was at a secure distance from plundering Gaul or Parthian, and the destruction of Tyre and the Phoenician navy and the creation of Alexandria gave Egypt a temporary naval ascendancy in the eastern Mediterranean. Alexandria grew to proportions that rivaled Carthage. Eastward, she had an overseas trade through the Red Sea with Arabia and India, and westward her traffic competed with the Carthaginian. In the Macedonian and Greek governors of the Ptolemies, the Egyptians found a government more sympathetic and tolerable than any they had ever known since they ceased to be a self-governing empire. Indeed, it is rather that Egypt conquered and annexed the Ptolemies politically than that the Macedonians ruled Egypt. There was a return to Egyptian political ideas, rather than any attempt to Hellenize the government of the country. Ptolemy became pharaoh, the god-king, and his administration continued the ancient tradition of Pepi, Thutmose, Ramesses, and Necho. Alexandria, however, for her town affairs, and subject to the divine overlordship of Pharaoh, had a constitution of the Greek city type, and the language of the court and administration was Attic Greek. Greek became so much the general language of educated people in Egypt that the Jewish community there found it necessary to translate their Bible into the Greek language. Many men of their own people, being no longer able to understand Hebrew Attic Greek for some centuries before and after Christ, was the language of all educated men from the Adriatic to the Persian Gulf. Of all Alexander's group of young men, Ptolemy seems to have done most to carry out those ideas of a systematic organization of knowledge with which Aristotle had no doubt familiarized the court of Philip of Macedon. Ptolemy was a man of very extraordinary intellectual gifts, at once creative and modest, with a certain understandable cynicism towards the strain of Olympias in the mind of Alexander. His contemporary history of Alexander's campaigns has perished, but it was a source to which all the surviving accounts are deeply indebted. The museum he set up in Alexandria was in effect the first university in the world. As its name implies, it was dedicated to the service of the Muses, which was also the case with the Peripatetic school at Athens. It was, however, a religious body only in form, in order to meet the legal difficulties of endowment in a world that had never foreseen such a thing as a secular intellectual process. It was essentially a college of learned men engaged chiefly in research and record, but also to a certain extent in teaching. At the outset, and for 2 or 3 generations, the museum at Alexandria presented such a scientific constellation as even Athens at its best could not rival. Particularly sound and good was the mathematical and geographical work. The names of Euclid, familiar to every schoolboy, Eratosthenes, who measured the size of the Earth and came within 50 miles of the true diameter, Apollonius, who wrote on conic sections, stand out. Hipparchus made the first attempt to catalog and map the stars with a view to checking any changes that might be occurring in the heavens. Hero devised the first steam engine. Archimedes came to Alexandria to study and remained a frequent correspondent of the museum. The medical school of Alexandria was equally famous. For the first time in the world's history, a standard of professional knowledge was set up. Herophilus, the greatest of the Alexandrian anatomists, is said to have conducted vivisections upon condemned criminals. Other teachers, in opposition to Herophilus, condemned the study of anatomy and developed the science of drugs. But this scientific blaze at Alexandria did not endure altogether for more than a century. The organization of the museum was not planned to ensure its mental continuity. It was a royal college. Its professors and fellows, as we may call them, were appointed and paid by Pharaoh. The republican character of the private corporations called the schools or academies at Athens was far more stable and independent. Royal patronage was all very well so long as Pharaoh was Ptolemy I or Ptolemy Roman II, but the strain degenerated, and the long tradition of Egyptian priestcraft presently swallowed up the Ptolemies and destroyed the Aristotelian mentality of the museum altogether. The museum had not existed for 100 years before its scientific energy was extinct. Side by side with the museum, Ptolemy I created a more enduring monument to himself in the Great Library. This was a combination of state library and state publishing upon a scale hitherto unheard of. It was to be altogether encyclopedic. If any stranger brought an unknown book to Egypt, he had to have it copied for the collection, and a considerable staff of copyists was engaged continually in making duplicates of all the more popular and necessary works. The library, like a university press, had an outward trade. It was a book-selling affair. Under Callimachus, the head of the library during the tune of Ptolemy Roman II and Roman III, the arrangement and cataloging of the accumulations was systematically undertaken. In those days, it must be remembered, books were not in pages, but rolled like the music rolls of the modern piano player. And in order to refer to any particular passage, a reader had to roll back or roll forward very tediously, a process which wore out books and readers together. One thinks at once of a simple and obvious little machine by which such a roll could have been quickly wound to and fro for reference, but nothing of the sort seems to have been used. Every time a roll was read, it was handled by 2 perspiring hands. It was to minimize the waste of time and trouble that Callimachus broke up long works, such as the history of Herodotus, into books or volumes, as we should call them, each upon a separate roll. The Library of Alexandria drew a far vaster crowd of students than the teachers of the museum. The lodging and catering for these visitors from all parts of the world became a considerable business interest for the Alexandrian population. It is curious to note how slowly the mechanism of the intellectual life improves. Contrast the ordinary library facilities of a middle-class English home, such as the present writer is now working in, with the inconveniences and deficiencies of the equipment of an Alexandrian writer, and one realizes the enormous waste of time, physical exertion, and attention that went on through all the centuries during which that library flourished. Before the present writer lie half a dozen books, and there are good indices to 3 of them. He can pick up any one of these 6 books, refer quickly to a statement, verify a quotation, and go on writing. Contrast with that the tedious unfolding of a rolled manuscript. Close at hand are 2 encyclopedias, a dictionary, an atlas of the world, a biographical dictionary, and other books of reference. They have no marginal indices, it is true, but that perhaps is asking for too much at present. There were no such resources in the world in 300 BC. Alexandria had still to produce the first grammar and the first dictionary. This present book is being written in manuscript. It is then taken by a typist and typewritten very accurately. It can then, with the utmost convenience, be read over, corrected amply, rearranged freely, retyped, and recorrected. The Alexandrian author had to dictate or recopy every word he wrote. Before he could turn back to what he had written previously, he had to dry his last words by waving them in the air or pouring sand over them. He had not even blotting paper. Whatever an author wrote had to be recopied again and again before it could reach any considerable circle of readers, and every copyist introduced some new error. Whenever a need for maps or diagrams arose, there were fresh difficulties. Such a science as anatomy, for example, depending as it does upon accurate drawing, must have been enormously hampered by the natural limitations of the copyist. The transmission of geographical fact again must have been almost incredibly tedious. No doubt a day will come when a private library and writing desk of the year AD 1919 will seem quaintly clumsy and difficult. But measured by the standards of Alexandria, they are astonishingly quick, efficient, and economical of nervous and mental energy. No attempt seems to have been made at Alexandria to print anything at all. That strikes one at first as a very remarkable fact. The world was crying out for books, and not simply for books. There was an urgent public need for notices, proclamations, and the like. Yet there is nothing in the history of the Western civilizations that one can call printing until the 15th century AD. It is not as though printing was a recondite art or dependent upon any precedent and preliminary discoveries. Printing is the most obvious of dodges. In principle, it has always been known. As we have already stated, there is ground for supposing that the Paleolithic men of the Magdalenian period may have printed designs on their leather garments. The seals of ancient Sumeria again were printing devices. Coins are print. Illiterate persons in all ages have used wooden or metal stamps for their signatures. William I, the Norman conqueror of England, for example, used such a stamp with ink to sign documents. In China, the classics were being printed by the 2nd century AD. Yet either because of a complex of small difficulties about ink or papyrus or the form of books, or because of some protective resistance on the part of the owners of the slave copyists, or because the script was too swift and easy to set men thinking how to write it still more easily, as the Chinese character or the Gothic letters did, or because of a gap in the social system between men of thought and knowledge and men of technical skill. Printing was not even used for the exact reproduction of illustrations. The chief reason for this failure to develop printing systematically lies, no doubt, in the fact that there was no abundant supply of printable material of a uniform texture and convenient form. The supply of papyrus was strictly limited, strip had to be fastened to strip, and there was no standard size of sheet. Paper had yet to come from China to release the mind of Europe. Had there been presses, they would have had to stand idle while the papyrus rolls were slowly made. But this explanation does not account for the failure to use block printing in the case of illustrations and diagrams. These limitations enable us to understand why it was that Alexandria could at once achieve the most extraordinary intellectual triumphs for such a feat as that of Eratosthenes. For instance, having regard to his poverty of apparatus is sufficient to put him on a level with Newton or Pasteur and yet have little or no effect upon the course of politics or the lives and thoughts of people round about her. Her museum and library were a center of light, but it was light in a dark lantern hidden from the general world. There were no means of carrying its results even to sympathetic men abroad except by tedious letter writing. There was no possibility of communicating what was known there to the general body of men. Students had to come at great cost to themselves to this crowded center because there was no other way of gathering even scraps of knowledge. At Athens and Alexandria, there were bookstalls where manuscript notebooks of variable quality could be bought at reasonable prices. But any extension of education to larger classes and other centers would have produced at once a restrictive shortage of papyrus. Education did not reach into the masses at all. To become more than superficially educated, one had to abandon the ordinary life of the times and come for long years to live a hovering existence in the neighborhood of ill-equipped and overworked sages. Learning was not indeed so complete a withdrawal from ordinary life as initiation into a priesthood, but it was still something in that nature. And very speedily that feeling of freedom, that openness and directness of statement which is the vital air of the true intellectual life, faded out of Alexandria. From the first, the patronage even of Ptolemy I set a limit to political discussion. Presently, the dissensions of the schools let in the superstitions and prejudices of the city mob to scholastic affairs. Wisdom passed away from Alexandria and left pedantry behind. For the use of books was substituted the worship of books. Very speedily, the learned became a specialized queer class with unpleasant characteristics of its own. The museum had not existed for half a dozen generations before Alexandria was familiar with a new type of human being. Shy, eccentric, unpractical, incapable of essentials, strangely fierce upon trivialities of literary detail, as bitterly jealous of the colleague within as of the unlearned without, the bent scholarly man. He was as intolerant as a priest, though he had no altar, as obscurantist as a magician, though he had no cave. For him, no method of copying was sufficiently tedious, and no rare book sufficiently inaccessible. He was a sort of byproduct of the intellectual process of mankind. For many precious generations, the new-lit fires of the human intelligence were to be seriously banked down by this byproduct. Right thinking is necessarily an open process, and the only science and history of full value to men consist of what is generally and clearly known. This is surely a platitude, but we have still to discover how to preserve our centers of philosophy and research from the caking and darkening accumulations of narrow and dingy-spirited specialists. We have still to ensure that a man of learning shall be none the less a man of affairs, and that all that can be thought and known is kept plainly, honestly, and easily available to the ordinary men and women who are the substance of mankind. Section 2. At first, the mental activities of Alexandria centered upon the museum and were mainly scientific. Philosophy, which in a more vigorous age had been a doctrine of power over self and the material world, without abandoning these pretensions, became in reality a doctrine of secret consolation. The stimulant changed into an opiate. The philosopher let the world, as the vulgar say, rip, the world of which he was a part, and consoled himself by saying in very beautiful and elaborate forms that the world was illusion, and that there was in him something quintessential and sublime, outside and above the world. Athens, politically insignificant, but still a great and crowded mart throughout the 4th century, decaying almost imperceptibly so far as outer seeming went, and treated with a strange respect that was half contempt by all the warring powers and adventurers of the world, was the fitting center of such philosophical teaching. It was quite a couple of centuries before the schools of Alexandria became as important in philosophical discussion. But of Philo the Jew in the 1st century AD, and of Plotinus in the 3rd, interesting as the thought and influence of these men were, the scale of this outline will not permit us to treat. Section 3. If Alexandria was late to develop a distinctive philosophy, she was early prominent as a great factory and exchange of religious ideas. The museum and library represented only one of the 3 sides of the triple city of Alexandria. They represented the Aristotelian, the Hellenic, and Macedonian element. But Ptolemy I had brought together 2 other factors to this strange center. First, there was a great number of Jews, brought partly from Palestine, but largely also from those settlements in Egypt which had never returned to Jerusalem. These latter were the Jews of the diaspora or dispersion, a race of Jews who, as we have already noted in chapter 21, had not shared the Babylonian captivity, but who were nevertheless in possession of the Bible and in close correspondence with their coreligionists throughout the world. These Jews populated so great a quarter of Alexandria that the town became the largest Jewish city in the world, with far more Jews in it than there were in Jerusalem. We have already noted that they had found it necessary to translate their scriptures into Greek. And finally, there was a great population of native Egyptians, also for the most part speaking Greek, but with the superstitious temperament of the dark whites, and with the vast tradition of 40 centuries of temple religion and temple sacrifices at the back of their minds. In Alexandria, 3 types of mind and spirit met, the 3 main types of the white race, the clear-headed criticism of the Aryan Greek, the moral fervor and monotheism of the Semitic Jew, and the deep Mediterranean tradition of mysteries and sacrifices that we have already seen at work in the secret cults and occult practices of Greece. Ideas which in Hamitic Egypt ruled proudly in great temples in the open light of day. These 3 were the permanent elements of the Alexandrian blend. But in the seaport, and markets mingled men of every known race, comparing their religious ideas and customs. It is even related that in the 3rd century, BC Buddhist missionaries came from the court of King Asoka in India. Aristotle remarks in his Politics that the religious beliefs of men are apt to borrow their form from political institutions. Men assimilate the lives no less than the bodily forms of the gods to their own. And this age of Greek-speaking great empires under autocratic monarchs was bearing hardly upon those merely local celebrities, the old tribal and city deities. Men were requiring deities with an outlook at least as wide as the empires, and except where the interests of powerful priesthoods stood in the way, a curious process of assimilation of gods was going on. Men found that though there were many gods, they were all very much alike. Where there had been many gods, men came to think there must be really only one god under a diversity of names. He had been everywhere under an alias. The Roman Jupiter, the Greek Zeus, the Egyptian Ammon, the putative father of Alexander and the old antagonist of Amenopha's Roman IV. The Babylonian Bel-Marduk were all sufficiently similar to be identified. Father of all in every age, in every clime adored by saint, by savage and by sage Jehovah, Jove, or Lord. Where there were distinct differences, the difficulty was met by saying that these were different aspects of the same god. Bel-Marduk, however, was now a very decadent god indeed, who hardly survived as a pseudonym. Ashur, Dagon, and the like poor old gods of fallen nations had long since passed out of memory and did not come into the amalgamation. Osiris, a god popular with the Egyptian commonalty, was already identified with Apis, the sacred bull in the Temple of Memphis, and somewhat confused with Ammon. Under the name of Serapis, he became the great god of Hellenic Alexandria. He was Jupiter Serapis. The Egyptian cow goddess, Hathor or Isis, was also represented now in human guise as the wife of Osiris, to whom she bore the infant Horus, who grew up to be Osiris again. These bald statements sound strange, no doubt, to a modern mind. But these identifications and mixing up of one god with another are very illustrative of the struggle the quickening human intelligence was making to cling still to religion and its emotional bonds and fellowship, while making its gods more reasonable and universal. This fusing of one god with another is called theocrasia, and nowhere was it more vigorously going on than in Alexandria. Only 2 peoples resisted it in this period: the Jews, who already had their faith in the one God of heaven and earth, Jehovah, and the Persians, who had a monotheistic sun worship. It was Ptolemy I who set up not only the museum in Alexandria, but the Serapeum, devoted to the worship of a trinity of gods, which represented the result of a process of theocrasia applied more particularly to the gods of Greece and Egypt. This trinity consisted of the god Serapis, equals Osiris plus Apis, the goddess Isis, equals Hathor, the cow-moon goddess, and the child god Horus. In one way or another, almost every other god was identified with one or other of these 3 aspects of the one god, even the sun god Mithras of the Persians. And they were each other, they were 3, but they were also one. They were worshipped with great fervor, and the jangling of a peculiar instrument, the sistrum, a frame set with bells and used rather after the fashion of the tambourine in the proceedings of the modern Salvation Army, was a distinctive accessory to the ceremonies. And now, for the first time, we find the idea of immortality becoming the central idea of a religion that extended beyond Egypt. Neither the early Aryans nor the early Semites seem to have troubled very much about immortality. It has affected the Mongolian mind very little. But the continuation of the individual life after death had been from the earliest times an intense preoccupation of the Egyptians. It played now a large part in the worship of Serapis. In the devotional literature of his cult, he is spoken of as the savior and leader of souls, leading souls to the light and receiving them again. It is stated that he raises the dead, he shows forth the longed-for light of the sun to those who see, whose holy tombs contain multitudes of sacred books. And again, we never can escape him, he will save us. After death we shall still be the care of his providence. The ceremonial burning of candles and the offering of ex-votos, that is to say of small models of parts of the human body in need of succor, was a part of the worship of the Serapeum. Isis attracted many devotees who vowed their lives to her. Her images stood in the temple, crowned as the Queen of Heaven and bearing the infant Horus in her arms. The candles flared and guttered before her, and the wax ex-votos hung about the shrine. The novice was put through a long and careful preparation. He took vows of celibacy, and when he was initiated, his head was shaved and he was clad in a linen garment. In this worship of Serapis, which spread very widely throughout the civilized world in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, we see the most remarkable anticipations of usages and forms of expression that were destined to dominate the European world throughout the Christian era. The essential idea, the living spirit of Christianity was, as we shall presently show, a new thing in the history of the mind and will of man. But the garments of ritual and symbol and formula that Christianity has worn, and still in many countries wears to this day, were certainly woven in the cult and temples of Jupiter, Serapis, and Isis that spread now from Alexandria throughout the civilized world in the age of Theocratia in the 2nd and 1st centuries before Christ. 26. The rise and spread of Buddhism. Section 1, the story of Gautama. Section 2, teaching and legend in conflict. Section 3, the Gospel of Gautama Buddha. Section 4, Buddhism and Asoka. Section 5, two great Chinese teachers. Section 6, the corruptions of Buddhism. Section 7, the present range of Buddhism. Section 1. It is interesting to turn from the mental and moral activities of Athens and Alexandria, and the growth of human ideas in the Mediterranean world, to the almost entirely separate intellectual life of India. Here was a civilization which from the first seems to have grown up upon its own roots and with a character of its own. It was cut off from the civilizations to the west and to the east by vast mountain barriers and desert regions. The Aryan tribes who had come down into the peninsula soon lost touch with their kindred to the west and north and developed upon lines of their own. This was more particularly the case with those who had passed on into the Ganges country and beyond. They found a civilization already scattered over India, the Dravidian civilization. This had arisen independently, just as the Sumerian, Cretan, and Egyptian civilizations seem to have arisen, out of that widespread development of the Neolithic culture, the Heliolithic culture, whose characteristics we have already described. They revived and changed this Dravidian civilization much as the Greeks did the Aegean or the Semites the Sumerian. These Indian Aryans were living under different conditions from those that prevailed to the northwest. They were living in a warmer climate, in which a diet of beef and fermented liquor was destructive. They were forced, therefore, to a generally vegetarian dietary, and the prolific soil, almost unasked, gave them all the food they needed. There was no further reason for them to wander. The crops and seasons were trustworthy. They wanted little clothing or housing. They wanted so little that trade was undeveloped. There was still land for everyone who desired to cultivate a patch, and a little patch sufficed. Their political life was simple and comparatively secure. No great conquering powers had arisen as yet in India, and her natural barriers sufficed to stop the early imperialisms to the west of her and to the east. Thousands of comparatively pacific little village republics and chieftainships were spread over the land. There was no sea life, there were no pirate raiders, no strange traders. One might write a history of India coming down to 400 years ago and hardly mention the sea. The history of India for many centuries had been happier, less fierce, and more dreamlike than any other history. The noblemen, the rajas, hunted. Life was largely made up of love stories. Here and there a Maharaja arose amidst the rajas and built a city, caught and tamed many elephants, slew many tigers, and left a tradition of his splendor and his wonderful processions. It was somewhen between 500 and 600 BC, when Croesus was flourishing in Lydia and Cyrus was preparing to snatch Babylon from Nabonidus, that the founder of Buddhism was born in India. He was born in a small republican tribal community in the north of Bengal under the Himalayas, in what is now overgrown jungle country on the borders of Nepal. The little state was ruled by a family, the Sakya clan, of which this man, Siddhartha Gautama, was a member. Siddhartha was his personal name, like Caius or John, Gautama or Gautama, his family name, like Caesar or Smith, Sakya his clan name, like Julius. The institution of caste was not yet fully established in India, and the Brahmins, though they were privileged and influential, had not yet struggled to the head of the system. but there were already strongly marked class distinctions and a practically impermeable partition between the noble Aryans and the darker common people. Gautama belonged to the former race. His teaching, we may note, was called the Aryan path, the Aryan truth. It is only within the last half-century that the increasing study of the Pali language, in which most of the original sources were written, has given the world a real knowledge of the life and actual thought of Gautama. Previously, his story was overlaid by monstrous accumulations of legend, and his teaching violently misconceived. But now we have a very human and understandable account of him. He was a good-looking, capable young man of fortune, and until he was 29 he lived the ordinary aristocratic life of his time. It was not a very satisfying life intellectually. There was no literature except the oral tradition of the Vedas, and that was chiefly monopolized by the Brahmins. There was even less knowledge. The world was bound by the snowy Himalayas to the north and spread indefinitely to the south. The city of Benares, which had a king, was about 100 miles away. The chief amusements were hunting and love-making. All the good that life seemed to offer, Gautama enjoyed. He was married at 19 to a beautiful cousin. For some years, they remained childless. He hunted and played and went about in his sunny world of gardens and groves and irrigated rice fields. And it was amidst this life that a great discontent fell upon him. It was the unhappiness of a fine brain that seeks employment. He lived amidst plenty and beauty. He passed from gratification to gratification, and his soul was not satisfied. It was as if he heard the destinies of the race calling to him. He felt that the existence he was leading was not the reality of life, but a holiday that had gone on too long. While he was in this mood, he saw four things that served to point his thoughts. He was driving on some excursion of pleasure when he came upon a man dreadfully broken down by age. The poor bent and feebled creature struck his imagination. "Such is the way of life," said Channa, his charioteer, "and to that we must all come." While this was yet in his mind, he chanced upon a man suffering horribly from some loathsome disease. "Such is the way of life," said Channa. The third vision was of an unburied body, swollen, eyeless, mauled by passing birds and beasts and altogether terrible. "That is the way of life," said Channa. The sense of disease and mortality, the insecurity and the unsatisfactoriness of all happiness, descended upon the mind of Gautama, and then he and Channa saw one of those wandering ascetics who already existed in great numbers in India. These men lived under severe rules, spending much time in meditation and in religious discussion. For many men before Gautama in that land of uneventful sunshine had found life distressing and mysterious. These ascetics were all supposed to be seeking some deeper reality in life, and a passionate desire to do likewise took possession of Gautama. He was meditating upon this project, says the story, when the news was brought to him that his wife had been delivered of his firstborn son. "This is another tie to break," said Gautama. He returned to the village amidst the rejoicings of his fellow clansmen. There was a great feast and a nautch dance to celebrate the birth of this new tie, and in the night Gautama awoke in a great agony of spirit, like a man who is told that his house is on fire. In the anteroom, the dancing girls were lying in strips of darkness and moonlight. He called Channa and told him to prepare his horse. Then he went softly to the threshold of his wife's chamber and saw her by the light of a little oil lamp, sleeping sweetly, surrounded by flowers, with his infant son in her arm. He felt a great craving to take up the child in one first and last embrace before he departed, but the fear of waking his wife prevented him, and at last he turned away and went out into the bright Indian moonshine to Channa waiting with the horses, and mounted and stole away. As he rode through the night with Channa, it seemed to him that Mara, the tempter of mankind, filled the sky and disputed with him. "Return," said Mara, "and be a king, and I will make you the greatest of kings. Go on, and you will fail. Never will I cease to dog your footsteps. Lust or malice or anger will betray you at last in some unwary moment. Sooner or later you will be mine." Illustration, map to illustrate the rise of Buddhism. Very far they rode that night, and in the morning he stopped outside the lands of his clan and dismounted beside a sandy river. There he cut off his flowing locks with his sword, removed all his ornaments, and sent them and his horse and sword back to his house by Channa. Then going on, he presently met a ragged man and exchanged clothes with him, and so having divested himself of all worldly entanglements, he was free to pursue his search after wisdom. He made his way southward to a resort of hermits and teachers in a hilly spur running into Bengal northward from the Vindhya Mountains, close to the town of Rajgir. There a number of wise men lived in a warren of caves, going into the town for their simple supplies and imparting their knowledge by word of mouth to such as cared to come to them. This instruction must have been very much in the style of the Socratic discussions that were going on in Athens a couple of centuries later. Gautama became versed in all the metaphysics of his age, but his acute intelligence was dissatisfied with the solutions offered him. The Indian mind has always been disposed to believe that power and knowledge may be obtained by extreme asceticism, by fasting, sleeplessness, and self-torment, and these ideas Gautama now put to the test. He betook himself with 5 disciple companions to the jungle in a gorge in the Vindhya Mountains, and there he gave himself up to fasting and terrible penances. His fame spread, like the sound of a great bell hung in the canopy of the skies. But it brought him no sense of truth achieved. One day he was walking up and down, trying to think in spite of his enfeebled state. Suddenly he staggered and fell unconscious. When he recovered, the preposterousness of these semi-magic ways of attempting wisdom was plain to him. He amazed and horrified his 5 companions by demanding ordinary food and refusing to continue his self-mortifications. He had realized that whatever truth a man may reach is reached best by a nourished brain and a healthy body. Such a conception was absolutely foreign to the ideas of the land and age. His disciples deserted him and went off in a melancholy state to Benares. The boom of the great bell ceased. Gautama, the wonderful, had fallen. For a time Gautama wandered alone, the loneliest figure in history, battling for light. When the mind grapples with a great and intricate problem, it makes its advances, it secures its position step by step, with but little realization of the gains it has made, until suddenly, with an effect of abrupt illumination, it realizes its victory. So it would seem it happened to Gautama. He had seated himself under a great tree by the side of a river to eat, when this sense of clear vision came to him. It seemed to him that he saw life plain. He is said to have sat all day and all night in profound thought, and then he rose up to impart his vision to the world. Section 2. Such is the plain story of Gautama as we gather it from a comparison of early writings. But common men must have their cheap marvels and wonders. It is nothing to them that this little planet should at last produce upon its surface a man thinking of the past and the future and the essential nature of existence. And so, we must have this sort of thing by some worthy polyscribe, making the most of it. When the conflict began between the savior of the world and the prince of evil, 1,000 appalling meteors fell. Rivers flowed back towards their sources. Peaks and lofty mountains where countless trees had grown for ages rolled crumbling to the earth. The sun enveloped itself in awful darkness, and a host of headless spirits filled the air, of which phenomena history has preserved no authentication. Instead, we have only the figure of a lonely man walking towards Benares. Extraordinary attention has been given to the tree under which Gautama had this sense of mental clarity. It was a tree of the fig genus, and from the first it was treated with peculiar veneration. It was called the Bo tree. It has long since perished, but close at hand lives another great tree which may be its descendant, and in Ceylon there grows to this day a tree, the oldest historical tree in the world, which we know certainly to have been planted as a cutting from the Bo tree in the year 245 BC. From that time to this, it has been carefully tended and watered. Its great branches are supported by pillars, and the earth has been terraced up about it so that it has been able to put out fresh roots continually. It helps us to realize the shortness of all human history, to see so many generations spanned by the endurance of one single tree. Gautama's disciples unhappily have cared more for the preservation of his tree than of his thought, which from the first they misconceived and distorted. At Benares, Gautama sought out his 5 pupils, who were still leading the ascetic life. There is an account of their hesitation to receive him when they saw him approaching. He was a backslider, but there was some power of personality in him that prevailed over their coldness, and he made them listen to his new convictions. For 5 days the discussion was carried on. When he had at last convinced them that he was now enlightened, they hailed him as the Buddha. There was already in those days a belief in India that at long intervals wisdom returned to the earth and was revealed to mankind through a chosen person known as the Buddha. According to Indian belief, there have been many such Buddhas. Gautama Buddha is only the latest one of a series. But it is doubtful if he himself accepted that title or recognized that theory. In his discourses, he never called himself the Buddha. He and his recovered disciples then formed a sort of academy in the deer park at Benares. They made themselves huts and accumulated other followers to the number of 80 or more. In the rainy season, they remained in discourse at this settlement, and during the dry weather they dispersed about the country, each giving his version of the new teachings. All their teaching was done, it would seem, by word of mouth. There was probably no writing yet in India at all. We must remember that in the time of Buddha it is doubtful if even the Iliad had been committed to writing. Probably the Mediterranean alphabet, which is the basis of most Indian scripts, had not yet reached India. The master, therefore, worked out and composed pithy and brief verses, aphorisms, and lists of points, and these were expanded in the discourse of his disciples. It greatly helped them to have these points and aphorisms numbered. The modern mind is apt to be impatient of the tendency of Indian thought to a numerical statement of things, the eightfold path, the four truths, and so on, but this enumeration was a mnemonic necessity in an undocumented world. Section 3. The fundamental teaching of Gautama, as it is now being made plain to us by the study of original sources, is clear and simple, and in the closest harmony with modern ideas. It is beyond all dispute the achievement of one of the most penetrating intelligences the world has ever known. We have what are almost certainly the authentic heads of his discourse to the 5 disciples, which embodies his essential doctrine. All the miseries and discontents of life he traces to insatiable selfishness. Suffering, he teaches, is due to the craving individuality, to the torment of greedy desire. Until a man has overcome every sort of personal craving, his life is trouble and his end sorrow. There are 3 principal forms the craving of life takes, and all are evil. The first is the desire to gratify the senses, sensuousness. The second is the desire for personal immortality. The third is the desire for prosperity, worldliness. All these must be overcome, that is to say, a man must no longer be living for himself before life can become serene. But when they are indeed overcome and no longer rule a man's life, when the first personal pronoun has vanished from his private thoughts, then he has reached the higher wisdom, nirvana, serenity of soul. For nirvana does not mean, as many people wrongly believe, extinction, but the extinction of the futile personal aims that necessarily make life base or pitiful or dreadful. Now here, surely, we have the completest analysis of the problem of the soul's peace. Every religion that is worth the name, every philosophy, warns us to lose ourselves in something greater than ourselves. Whosoever would save his life shall lose it. There is exactly the same lesson. The teaching of history, as we are unfolding it in this book, is strictly in accordance with this teaching of Buddha. There is, as we are seeing, no social order, no security, no peace or happiness, no righteous leadership or kingship, unless men lose themselves in something greater than themselves. The study of biological progress, again, reveals exactly the same process, the merger of the narrow globe of the individual experience in a wider being. Compare what has been said in chaps. Roman 12 and Roman 18. To forget oneself in greater interests is to escape from a prison. The self-abnegation must be complete. From the point of view of Gautama, that dread of death, that greed for an endless continuation of his mean little individual life, which drove the Egyptian and those who learnt from him with propitiations and charms into the temples, was as mortal and ugly and evil a thing as lust or avarice or hate. The religion of Gautama is flatly opposite to the immortality religions. And his teaching is set like flint against asceticism, as a mere attempt to win personal power by personal pains. But when we come to the rule of life, the Aryan path, by which we are to escape from the threefold base cravings that dishonor human life, then the teaching is not so clear. It is not so clear for one very manifest reason. Gautama had no knowledge nor vision of history. He had no clear sense of the vast and many-sided adventure of life opening out in space and time. His mind was confined within the ideas of his age and people, and their minds were shaped into notions of perpetual recurrence, of world following world, and of Buddha following Buddha, a stagnant circling of the universe. The idea of mankind as a great brotherhood pursuing an endless destiny under the God of righteousness, The idea that was already dawning upon the Semitic consciousness in Babylon at this time did not exist in his world. Yet his account of the Eightfold Path is, nevertheless, within these limitations, profoundly wise. Let us briefly recapitulate the 8 elements of the Aryan path. First, right views. Gautama placed the stern examination of views and ideas, the insistence upon truth as the first research of his followers. There was to be no clinging to tawdry superstitions. He condemned, for instance, the prevalent belief in the transmigration of souls. In a well-known early Buddhist dialogue, there is a destructive analysis of the idea of an enduring individual soul. Next to right views came right aspirations. Because nature abhors a vacuum, and since base cravings are to be expelled, other desires must be encouraged: love for the service of others, desire to do and secure justice, and the like. Primitive and uncorrupted Buddhism aimed not at the destruction of desire, but at the change of desire. Devotion to science and art, or to the betterment of things, manifestly falls into harmony with the Buddhistic right aspirations, provided such aims are free from jealousy or the craving for fame. Right speech, right conduct, and right livelihood need no expansion here. Sixthly in this list came right effort, for Gautama had no toleration for good intentions and slovenly application. The disciple had to keep a keenly critical eye upon his activities. The 7th element of the path, right mindfulness, is the constant guard against a lapse into personal feeling or glory for whatever is done or not done. And, finally, comes right rapture, which seems to be aimed against the pointless ecstasies of the devout, such witless gloryings, for instance, as those that went to the jingle of the Alexandrian sistrum. We will not discuss here the Buddhistic doctrine of karma, because it belongs to a world of thought that is passing away. The good or evil of every life was supposed to determine the happiness or misery of some subsequent life, that was in some inexplicable way identified with its predecessor. Nowadays, we realize that a life goes on in its consequences forever, but we find no necessity to suppose that any particular life resumes again. The Indian mind was full of the idea of cyclic recurrence. Everything was supposed to come round again. This is a very natural supposition for men to make, so things seem to be until we analyze them. Modern science has made clear to us that there is no such exact recurrence as we are apt to suppose. Every day is by an infinitesimal quantity a little longer than the day before. No generation repeats the previous generation precisely. History never repeats itself. Change, we realize now, is inexhaustible. All things are eternally new. But these differences between our general ideas and those Buddha must have possessed need not in any way prevent us from appreciating the unprecedented wisdom, the goodness, and the greatness of this plan of an emancipated life, as Gautama laid it down somewhen in the 6th century before Christ. And if he failed in theory to gather together all the wills of the converted into the one multifarious activity of our race battling against death and deadness in time and space, he did in practice direct his own life and that of all his immediate disciples into one progressive adventure, which was to preach and spread the doctrine and methods of nirvana or soul serenity throughout our fevered world. For them, at least his teaching was complete and full. But all men cannot preach or teach. Doctrine is but one of many of the functions of life that are fundamentally righteous. To the modern mind, it seems at least equally acceptable that a man may, though perhaps against greater difficulties, cultivate the soil, rule a city, make roads, build houses, construct engines, or seek and spread knowledge in perfect self-forgetfulness and serenity. As much was inherent in Gautama's teaching, but the stress was certainly laid upon the teaching itself, and upon withdrawal from rather than upon the ennoblement of the ordinary affairs of men. In certain other respects, this primitive Buddhism differed from any of the religions we have hitherto considered. It was primarily a religion of conduct, not a religion of observances and sacrifices. It had no temples, and since it had no sacrifices, it had no sacred order of priests. Nor had it any theology. It neither asserted nor denied the reality of the innumerable and often grotesque gods who were worshipped in India at that time. It passed them by. Section 4. From the very first, this new teaching was misconceived. One corruption was perhaps inherent in its teaching. Because the world of men had as yet no sense of the continuous progressive effort of life, it was very easy to slip from the idea of renouncing self to the idea of renouncing active life. As Gautama's own experiences had shown, it is easier to flee from this world than from self. His early disciples were strenuous thinkers and teachers, but the lapse into mere monastic seclusion was a very easy one, particularly easy in the climate of India, where an extreme simplicity of living is convenient and attractive, and exertion more laborious than anywhere else in the world. And it was early the fate of Gautama, as it has been the fate of most religious founders since his days, to be made into a wonder by his less intelligent disciples in their efforts to impress the outer world. We have already noted how one devout follower could not but believe that the moment of the master's mental irradiation must necessarily have been marked by an epileptic fit of the elements. This is one small sample of the vast accumulation of vulgar marvels that presently sprang up about the memory of Gautama. There can be no doubt that for the great multitude of human beings, then as now the mere idea of an emancipation from self is a very difficult one to grasp. It is probable that even among the teachers Buddha was sending out from Benares, there were many who did not grasp it, and still less were able to convey it to their hearers. Their teaching, quite naturally, took on the aspect of salvation, not from oneself. That idea was beyond them but from misfortunes and sufferings here and hereafter. In the existing superstitions of the people, and especially in the idea of the transmigration of the soul after death, though this idea was contrary to the master's own teaching, they found stuff of fear they could work upon. They urged virtue upon the people, lest they should live again in degraded or miserable forms, or fall into some one of the innumerable hells of torment with which the Brahminical teachers had already familiarized their minds. They represented Buddha as the savior from almost unlimited torment. There seems to be no limit to the lies that honest but stupid disciples will tell for the glory of their master and for what they regard as the success of their propaganda. Men who would scorn to tell a lie in everyday life will become unscrupulous cheats and liars when they have given themselves up to propagandist work. It is one of the perplexing absurdities of our human nature. Such honest souls, for most of them were indubitably honest, were presently telling their hearers of the miracles that attended the Buddha's birth. They no longer called him Gautama, because that was too familiar a name of his youthful feats of strength, of the marvels of his everyday life, winding up with a sort of illumination of his body at the moment of death. Of course, it was impossible to believe that Buddha was the son of a mortal father. He was miraculously conceived through his mother dreaming of a beautiful white elephant. Previously, he had himself been a marvelous elephant with 6 tusks. He had generously given them all to a needy hunter and even helped him to saw them off. And so on. Moreover, a theology grew up about Buddha. He was discovered to be a god. He was one of a series of divine beings, the Buddhas. There was an undying spirit of all the Buddhas. There was a great series of Buddhas past and Buddhas, or bodhisattvas, yet to come. But we cannot go further into these complications of Asiatic theology. Under the overpowering influence of these sickly imaginations, the moral teachings of Gautama have been almost hid from view. The theories grew and flourished. Each new step, each new hypothesis, demanded another, until the whole sky was filled with forgeries of the brain, and the nobler and simpler lessons of the founder of the religion were smothered beneath the glittering mass of metaphysical subtleties. Illustration: Hariri, painting from Chinese Turkestan, 6th century A.D. In the 3rd century, BC, Buddhism was gaining wealth and power, and the little groups of simple huts in which the teachers of the order gathered in the rainy season were giving place to substantial monastic buildings. To this period belong the beginnings of Buddhistic art. Now, if we remember how recent was the adventure of Alexander, that all the Punjab was still under Seleucid rule, that all India abounded with Greek adventurers, and that there was still quite open communication by sea and land with Alexandria, it is no great wonder to find that this early Buddhist art was strongly Greek in character, and that the new Alexandrian cult of Serapis and Isis was extraordinarily influential in its development. The kingdom of Gandhara on the northwest frontier near Peshawar, which flourished in the 3rd century BC, was a typical meeting place of the Hellenic and Indian worlds. Here are to be found the earliest Buddhist sculptures, and interwoven with them are figures which are recognizably the figures of Serapis and Isis and Horus, already worked into the legendary net, that gathered about Buddha. No doubt, the Greek artists who came to Gandhara were loath to relinquish a familiar theme. But Isis, we are told, is no longer Isis but Hariti, a pestilence goddess whom Buddha converted and made benevolent. Foucher traces Isis from this center into China, but here other influences were also at work, and the story becomes too complex for us to disentangle in this outline. China had a Taoist deity, the Holy Mother, the Queen of Heaven, who took on the name, originally a male name of Kuan Yin, and who came to resemble the Isis figure very closely. The Isis figures, we feel, must have influenced the treatment of Kuan Yin. Like Isis, she was also Queen of the Seas, Stella Maris. In Japan, she was called Kwanin. There seems to have been a constant exchange of the outer forms of religion between East and West. We read in Hugh's travels how perplexing he and his fellow missionary found this possession of a common tradition of worship. The cross, he says, the mitre, the dalmatica, the cope, which the Grand Lamas wear on their journeys or when they are performing some ceremony out of the temple. The service with double choirs, the psalmody, the exorcisms, the censer, suspended from 5 chains, which you can open or close at pleasure. The benedictions given by the lamas by extending the right hand over the heads of the faithful. The chaplet, ecclesiastical celibacy, spiritual retirement, the worship of the saints, the fasts, the processions, the litanies, the holy water, all these are analogies between the Buddhists and ourselves. The cult and doctrine of Gautama, gathering corruptions and variations from Brahmanism and Hellenism alike, was spread throughout India by an increasing multitude of teachers in the 4th and 3rd centuries B.C. For some generations at least, it retained much of the moral beauty and something of the simplicity of the opening phase. Many people who have no intellectual grasp upon the meaning of self-abnegation and disinterestedness have nevertheless the ability to appreciate a splendor in the reality of these qualities. Early Buddhism was certainly producing noble lives, and it is not only through reason that the latent response to nobility is aroused in our minds. It spread rather in spite of than because of the concessions that it made to vulgar imaginations. It spread because many of the early Buddhists were sweet and gentle, helpful and noble and admirable people who compelled belief in their sustaining faith. Quite early in its career, Buddhism came into conflict with the growing pretensions of the Brahmins. As we have already noted, this priestly caste was still only struggling to dominate Indian life in the days of Gautama. They had already great advantages. They had the monopoly of tradition and religious sacrifices. But their power was being challenged by the development of kingship, for the men who became clan leaders and kings were usually not of the Brahminical caste. Kingship received an impetus from the Persian and Greek invasions of the Punjab. We have already noted the name of King Porus whom, in spite of his elephants, Alexander defeated and turned into a satrap. There came also to the Greek camp upon the Indus a certain low-caste adventurer named Chandragupta Maurya, whom the Greeks called Sandracatus, with a scheme for conquering the Ganges country. The scheme was not welcome to the Macedonians, who were in revolt against marching any further into India, and he had to fly the camp. He wandered among the tribes upon the northwest frontier, secured their support, and after Alexander had departed, overran the Punjab, ousting the Macedonian representatives. He then conquered the Ganges country, 321 B.C., waged a successful war, 303 B.C., against Seleucus I, when the latter attempted to recover the Punjab, and consolidated a great empire reaching across all the plain of northern India from the western to the eastern sea. And this King Chandragupta came into much the same conflict with the growing power of the Brahmins, into the conflict between crown and priesthood that we have already noted as happening in Babylonia and Egypt and China. He saw in the spreading doctrine of Buddhism an ally against the growth of priestcraft and caste. He supported and endowed the Buddhistic order and encouraged its teachings. He was succeeded by his son, who conquered Madras and was in turn succeeded by Asoka, 264 to 227 BC, one of the great monarchs of history, whose dominions extended from Afghanistan to Madras. He is the only military monarch on record who abandoned warfare after victory. He had invaded Kalinga, 255 BC, a country along the east coast of Madras, perhaps with some intention of completing the conquest of the tip of the Indian peninsula. The expedition was successful, but he was disgusted by what he saw of the cruelties and horrors of war. He declared, in certain inscriptions that still exist, that he would no longer seek conquest by war, but by religion, and the rest of his life was devoted to the spreading of Buddhism throughout the world. He seems to have ruled his vast empire in peace and with great ability. He was no mere religious fanatic. But in the year of his one and only war, he joined the Buddhist community as a layman, and some years later he became a full member of the order and devoted himself to the attainment of nirvana by the Eightfold Path. How entirely compatible that way of living then was with the most useful and beneficent activities his life shows. Right aspiration, right effort, and right livelihood distinguished his career. He organized a great digging of wells in India and the planting of trees for shade. He appointed officers for the supervision of charitable works. He founded hospitals and public gardens. He had gardens made for the growing of medicinal herbs. Had he had an Aristotle to inspire him, he would no doubt have endowed scientific research upon a great scale. He created a ministry for the care of the Aborigines and subject races. He made provision for the education of women. He was the first monarch to make, an attempt to educate his people into a common view of the ends and way of life. He made vast benefactions to the Buddhist teaching orders and tried to stimulate them to a better study of their own literature. All over the land, he set up long inscriptions rehearsing the teaching of Gautama, and it is the simple and human teaching and not the preposterous accretions. 35 of his inscriptions survive to this day. Moreover, he sent missionaries to spread the noble and reasonable teaching of his master throughout the world, to Kashmir, to Ceylon, to the Seleucids, and the Ptolemies. It was one of these missions which carried that cutting of the bow tree, of which we have already told, to Ceylon. For 28 years, Asoka worked sanely for the real needs of men. Amidst the tens of thousands of names of monarchs that crowd the columns of history, their majesties and graciousnesses and serenities and royal highnesses and the like, the name of Asoka shines, and shines almost alone, a star. From the Volga to Japan his name is still honored. China, Tibet, and even India, though it has left his doctrine, preserve the tradition of his greatness. More living men cherish his memory today than have ever heard the names of Constantine or Charlemagne. Section 5. It is thought that the vast benefactions of Asoka finally corrupted Buddhism by attracting to its order great numbers of mercenary and insincere adherents. But there can be no doubt that its rapid extension throughout Asia was very largely due to his stimulus. It made its way into Central Asia through Afghanistan and Turkestan, and so reached China. Buddhist teaching had spread widely in China before 200 BC. Buddhism found there a popular and prevalent religion, Taoism, a development of very ancient and primitive magic and occult practices. It was reorganized as a distinctive cult by Chang Daoling in the days of the Han Dynasty. Tao means the way, which corresponds closely with the idea of the Aryan path. The two religions spread side by side and underwent similar changes, so that nowadays their outward practice is very similar. Buddhism also encountered Confucianism, which was even less theological and even more a code of personal conduct. And finally, it encountered the teachings of Lao Tzu, anarchist, evolutionist, pacifist, and moral philosopher, which were not so much a religion as a philosophical rule of life. The teachings of this Lao Tzu were later to become incorporated with the Taoist religion by Chen Tuan, the founder of modern Taoism. Confucius, the founder of Confucianism, like Lao Tzu, the great southern teacher, whom he met and admired, and Gautama, lived also in the 6th century BC. His life has some interesting parallelisms with that of some of the more political of the Greek philosophers of the 5th and 4th. The 6th century BC falls into the period assigned by Chinese historians to the Zhou dynasty, but in those days the rule of that dynasty had become little more than nominal. The emperor conducted the traditional sacrifices of the Son of Heaven and received a certain formal respect. Even his nominal empire was not a sixth part of the China of today. In Chapter 16, we have already glanced at the state of affairs in China at this time. Practically, China was a multitude of warring states open to the northern barbarians. Confucius was a subject in one of those states, Lu. He was of aristocratic birth, but poor, and after occupying various official positions, he set up a sort of academy in Lu for the discovery and imparting of wisdom. and we also find Confucius traveling from state to state in China, seeking a prince who would make him his counselor and become the center of a reformed world. Plato, 2 centuries later, in exactly the same spirit, went as advisor to the tyrant Dionysius of Syracuse, and we have already noted the attitudes of Aristotle and Isocrates towards Philip of Macedonia. The teaching of Confucius centered upon the idea of a noble life which he embodied in a standard or ideal, the aristocratic man. This phrase is often translated into English as the superior person, but as superior and person, like respectable and genteel, have long become semi-humorous terms of abuse. This rendering is not fair to Confucianism. He did present to his time the ideal of a devoted public man. The public side was very important to him. He was far more of a constructive political thinker than Gautama or Laozi. His mind was full of the condition of China, and he sought to call the aristocratic man into existence very largely in order to produce the noble state. One of his sayings may be quoted here. "It is impossible to withdraw from the world and associate with birds and beasts that have no affinity with us. With whom should I associate but with suffering men? The disorder that prevails is what requires my efforts. If right principles ruled through the kingdom, there would be no necessity for me to change its state." The political basis of his teaching seems to be characteristic of Chinese moral ideas. There is a much directer reference to the state than is the case with most Indian and European moral and religious doctrine. For a time, he was appointed magistrate in Chengtu, a city of the dukedom of Lu, and here he sought to regulate life to an extraordinary extent, to subdue every relationship and action indeed to the rule of an elaborate etiquette. Ceremonial in every detail, such as we are wont to see only in the courts of rulers and the households of high dignitaries, became obligatory on the people at large, and all matters of daily life were subject to rigid rule. Even the food which the different classes of people might eat was regulated. Males and females were kept apart in the streets. Even the thickness of coffins and the shape and situation of graves were made the subject of regulations. This is all, as people say, very Chinese. No other people have ever approached moral order and social stability through the channel of manners. Yet in China, at any rate, the methods of Confucius have had an enormous effect, and no nation in the world today has such a universal tradition of decorum and self-restraint. Later on, the influence of Confucius over his duke was undermined, and he withdrew again into private life. His last days were saddened by the deaths of some of his most promising disciples. "No intelligent ruler," he said, "arises to take me as his master, and my time has come to die." But he died to live. Says Hirth, there can be no doubt that Confucius has had a greater influence on the development of the Chinese national character than many emperors taken together. He is, therefore, one of the essential figures to be considered in connection with any history of China. That he could influence his nation to such a degree was, it appears to me, due more to the peculiarity of the nation than to that of his own personality. Had he lived in any other part of the world, his name would perhaps be forgotten. As we have seen, he had formed his character and his personal views on man's life from a careful study of documents closely connected with the moral philosophy cultivated by former generations. What he preached to his contemporaries was, therefore, not all new to them. But having himself, in the study of old records, heard the dim voice of the sages of the past, he became, as it were, the megaphone phonograph through which were expressed to the nation those views which he had derived from the early development of the nation itself. The great influence of Confucius's personality on national life in China was due not only to his writings and his teachings as recorded by others, but also to his doings. His personal character, as described by his disciples and in the accounts of later writers, some of which may be entirely legendary, has become the pattern for millions of those who are bent on imitating the outward manners of a great man. Whatever he did in public was regulated to the minutest detail by ceremony. This was no invention of his own, since ceremonial life had been cultivated many centuries before Confucius. But his authority and example did much to perpetuate what he considered desirable social practices. The Chinese speak of Buddhism and the doctrines of Laozi and Confucius as the three teachings. Together, they constitute the basis and point of departure of all later Chinese thought. Their thorough study is a necessary preliminary to the establishment of any real intellectual and moral community between the great people of the East and the Western world. There are certain things to be remarked in common of all these three teachers, of whom Gautama was indisputably the greatest and profoundest, whose doctrines to this day dominate the thought of the great majority of human beings. There are certain features in which their teaching contrasts with the thoughts and feelings that were soon to take possession of the Western world. Primarily, they are personal and tolerant doctrines. They are doctrines of a way, of a path, of a nobility, and not doctrines of a church or a general rule. And they offer nothing either for or against the existence and worship of the current gods. The Athenian philosophers, it is to be noted, had just the same theological detachment. Socrates was quite willing to bow politely or sacrifice formally to almost any divinity reserving his private thoughts. This attitude is flatly antagonistic to the state of mind that was growing up in the Jewish communities of Judea, Egypt, and Babylonia, in which the thought of the one God was first and foremost. Neither Gautama, nor Laotse, nor Confucius had any inkling of this idea of a jealous God, a God who would have none other gods, a God of terrible truth, who would not tolerate any lurking belief in magic, witchcraft, or old customs, or any sacrificing to the God-King, or any trifling with the stern unity of things. Section 6. The intolerance of the Jewish mind did keep its essential faith clear and clean. The theological disregard of the great Eastern teachers, neither assenting nor denying, did on the other hand permit elaborations of explanation and accumulations of ritual from the very beginning. Except for Gautama's insistence upon right views, which was easily disregarded, there was no self-cleansing element in either Buddhism, Taoism, or Confucianism. There was no effective prohibition of superstitious practices, spirit-raising, incantations, prostrations, and supplementary worships. At an early stage, a process of incrustation began and continued. The new faiths caught almost every disease of the corrupt religions they sought to replace. They took over the idols and the temples, the altars and the censers. Tibet today is a Buddhistic country, yet Gautama, could he return to earth, might go from end to end of Tibet seeking his own teaching in vain. He would find that most ancient type of human ruler, a god-king, enthroned the Dalai Lama, the living Buddha. At Lhasa, he would find a huge temple filled with priests, abbots, and lamassi whose only buildings were huts, and who made no priests, and above a high altar he would behold a huge golden idol, which he would learn was called Gautama Buddha. He would hear services intoned before this divinity, and certain precepts, which would be dimly familiar to him, murmured as responses. Bells, incense, prostrations would play their part in these amazing proceedings. At one point in the service, a bell would be rung and a mirror lifted up, while the whole congregation, in an access of reverence, bowed lower. About this Buddhist countryside he would discover a number of curious little mechanisms, little wind wheels and water wheels spinning, on which brief prayers were inscribed. Every time these things spin, he would learn it counts as a prayer. To whom? He would ask. Moreover, there would be a number of flagstaffs in the land carrying beautiful silk flags which bore the perplexing inscription, Om Mani Padme Hum, the jewel is in the lotus. Whenever the flag flaps, he would learn it was a prayer also, very beneficial to the gentleman who paid for the flag and to the land generally. Gangs of workmen, employed by pious persons, would be going about the country cutting this precious formula on cliff and stone. And this, he would realize at last, was what the world had made of his religion. Beneath this gaudy glitter was buried the Aryan way to serenity of soul. Illustration: Krishna. Kali as an impersonation of vengeance. Gainsa. We have already noted the want of any progressive idea in primitive Buddhism. In that again, it contrasted with Judaism. The idea of a promise gave to Judaism a quality no previous or contemporary religion displayed. It made Judaism historical and dramatic. It justified its fierce intolerance because it pointed to an aim. In spite of the truth and profundity of the psychological side of Gautama's teaching, Buddhism stagnated and corrupted for the lack of that directive idea. Judaism, it must be confessed, in its earlier phases, entered but little into the souls of men. It let them remain lustful, avaricious, worldly, or superstitious. But because of its persuasion of a promise and of a divine leadership to serve divine ends, it remained in comparison with Buddhism bright and expectant, like a cared-for sword. Section 7. For some time, Buddhism flourished in India. But Brahmanism, with its many gods and its endless variety of cults, always flourished by its side, and the organization of the Brahmins grew more powerful, until at last they were able to turn upon this caste-denying cult and oust it from India altogether. The story of that struggle is not to be told here. There were persecutions and reactions, but by the 11th century, except for Orissa, Buddhist teaching was extinct in India. Much of its gentleness and charity had, however, become incorporated with Brahmanism. Over great areas of the world, as our map has shown, it still survives. And it is quite possible that in contact with Western science and inspired by the spirit of history, the original teaching of Gautama, revived and purified, may yet play a large part in the direction of human destiny. But with the loss of India, the Aryan way ceased to rule the lives of any Aryan peoples. It is curious to note that while the one great Aryan religion is now almost exclusively confined to Mongolian peoples, the Aryans themselves are under the sway of two religions, Christianity and Islam, which are, as we shall see, essentially Semitic. And both Buddhism and Christianity wear garments of ritual and formula that seem to be derived through Hellenistic channels from that land of temples and priestcraft, Egypt, and from the mentality of the brown Hamitic peoples. The Carthaginian Republic of Rich Men, Section 4, the First Punic War, Section 5, Cato the Elder and the Spirit of Cato, Section 6, the Second Punic War, Section 7, the Third Punic War, Section 8, How the Punic War Undermined Roman Liberty, Section 9, Comparison of the Roman Republic with a Modern State. Section 1. It is now necessary to take up the history of the two great republics of the Western Mediterranean, Rome and Carthage, and to tell how Rome succeeded in maintaining for some centuries an empire even greater than that achieved by the conquests of Alexander. But this new empire was, as we shall try to make clear, a political structure differing very profoundly in its nature from any of the great Oriental empires that had preceded it. Great changes in the texture of human society and in the conditions of social interrelations had been going on for some centuries. The flexibility and transferability of money was becoming a power, and like all powers in inexpert hands, a danger in human affairs. It was altering the relations of rich men to the state and to their poorer fellow citizens. This new empire, the Roman Empire, unlike all the preceding empires, was not the creation of a great conqueror. No Sargon, no Thothams, no Nebuchadnezzar, no Cyrus nor Alexander nor Chandragupta was its fountainhead. It was made by a republic. It grew by a kind of necessity through new concentrating and unifying forces that were steadily gathering power in human affairs. But first it is necessary to give some idea of the state of affairs in Italy in the centuries immediately preceding the appearance of Rome in the world's story. Before 1200 BC, that is to say before the rise of the Assyrian Empire, the siege of Troy, and the final destruction of Cnossos, but after the time of Amenophes Roman IV, Italy, like Spain, was probably still inhabited mainly by dark white people of the more fundamental Iberian or Mediterranean race. This aboriginal population was probably a thin and backward one. But already in Italy, as in Greece, the Aryans were coming southward. By 1000 BC, immigrants from the north had settled over most of the north and center of Italy, and, as in Greece, they had intermarried with their darker predecessors and established a group of Aryan languages, the Italian group, more akin to the Celtic Gaelic than to any other, of which the most interesting from the historical point of view was that spoken by the Latin tribes in the plains south and east of the river Tiber. Meanwhile, the Greeks had been settling down in Greece, and now they were taking to the sea and crossing over to South Italy and Sicily and establishing themselves there. Subsequently, they established colonies along the French Riviera and founded Marseille upon the site of an older Phoenician colony. Another interesting people also had come into Italy by sea. These were a brownish, sturdy people, to judge from the pictures they have left of themselves. Very probably they were a tribe of those Aegean dark whites, who were being driven out of Greece and Asia Minor and the islands in between by the Greeks. We have already told the tale of Cnossos, chapter 17, and of the settlement of the kindred Philistines in Palestine, chapter 21, section 1. These Etruscans, as they were called in Italy, were known even in ancient times to be of Asiatic origin, and it is tempting, but probably unjustifiable, to connect this tradition with the Aeneid, the sham epic of the Latin poet Virgil, in which the Latin civilization is ascribed to Trojan immigrants from Asia Minor. But the Trojans themselves were probably an Aryan people allied to the Phrygians. These Etruscan people conquered most of Italy north of the Tiber from the Aryan tribes who were scattered over that country. Probably the Etruscans ruled over a subjugated Italian population, so reversing the state of affairs in Greece, in which the Aryans were uppermost. Our map, which may be taken to represent roughly the state of affairs about 750 BC, also shows the establishments of the Phoenician traders, of which Carthage was the chief, along the shores of Africa and Spain. Of all the peoples actually in Italy, the Etruscans were by far the most civilized. They built sturdy fortresses of the Mycenaean type of architecture. They had a metal industry. They used imported Greek pottery of a very fine type. The Latin tribes on the other side of the Tiber were by comparison barbaric. The Latins were still a rude farming people. The center of their worship was a temple to the tribal god Jupiter upon the Alban Mount. There they gathered for their chief festivals very much after the fashion of the early tribal gathering we have already imagined at Avebury, chapter 12. This gathering place was not a town. It was a high place of assembly. There was no population permanently there. There were, however, 12 townships in the Latin League. At one point upon the Tiber there was a ford, and here there was a trade between Latins and Etruscans. At this ford Rome had its beginnings. Traders assembled there, and refugees from the 12 towns found an asylum and occupation at this trading center. Upon the 7 hills near the ford, a number of settlements sprang up, which finally amalgamated into one city. Most people have heard the story of the 2 brothers Romulus and Remus, who founded Rome, and the legend of how they were exposed as infants and sheltered and suckled by a wolf. Little value is now attached to this tale by modern historians. The peninsula of Italy was not then the smiling land of vineyards and olive orchards it has since become. It was still a rough country of marsh and forest, in which the farmers grazed their cattle and made their clearings. Rome, on the boundary between Latin and Etruscan, was not in a very strong position for defense. At first, there were perhaps Latin kings in Rome. Then it would seem the city fell into the hands of Etruscan rulers, whose tyrannous conduct led at last to their expulsion, and Rome became a Latin-speaking republic. The Etruscan kings were expelled from Rome in the 6th century BC, while the successors of Nebuchadnezzar were ruling by the sufferance of the Medes in Babylon, while Confucius was seeking a king to reform the disorders of China, and while Gautama was teaching the Aryan way to his disciples at Benares. Of the struggle between the Romans and the Etruscans, we cannot tell in any detail here. The Etruscans were the better armed, the more civilized, and the more numerous, and it would probably have gone hard with the Romans if they had had to fight them alone. But 2 disasters happened to the Etruscans which so weakened them that the Romans were able at last to master them altogether. The first of these was a war with the Greeks of Syracuse in Sicily, which destroyed the Etruscan fleet, 474 BC, and the second was a great raid of the Gauls from the north into Italy. These latter people swarmed into North Italy and occupied the valley of the Po towards the end of the 5th century BC, as a couple of centuries later their kindred were to swarm down into Greece and Asia Minor and settle in Galatia. The Etruscans were thus caught between hammer and anvil, and after a long and intermittent war, the Romans were able to capture Veii, an Etruscan fortress, a few miles from Rome, which had hitherto been a great threat and annoyance to them. It is to this period of struggle against the Etruscan monarchs, the Tarquins, that Macaulay's Lays of Ancient Rome, familiar to every schoolboy, refer. Illustration: Greek statuette of a Gaul. From Myrina. But the invasion of the Gauls was one of those convulsions of the nations that leave nothing as it has been before. They carried their raiding right down the Italian peninsula, devastating all Etruria. They took and sacked Rome, 390 BC. According to Roman legends on, which doubt is thrown the citadel on the capital held out, and this also the Gauls would have taken by surprise at night, if certain geese had not been awakened by their stealthy movements and set up such a cackling as to arouse the garrison. After that the Gauls, who were ill-equipped for siege operations, and perhaps suffering from disease in their camp, were bought off and departed to the northward again, and though they made subsequent raids, they never again reached Rome. The leader of the Gauls who sacked Rome was named Brennus. It is related of him that as the gold of the ransom was being weighed, there was some dispute about the justice of the counterpoise, whereupon he flung his sword into the scale, saying, "Vi victis!" Woe to the vanquished! A phrase that has haunted the discussions of all subsequent ransoms and indemnities down to the present time. For half a century after this experience, Rome was engaged in a series of wars to establish herself at the head of the Latin tribes. For the burning of the chief city seems to have stimulated, rather than crippled her energies. However much she had suffered, most of her neighbors seem to have suffered more. By 290 BC, Rome was the mistress city of all central Italy from the Arno to south of Naples. She had conquered the Etruscans altogether, and her boundaries marched with those of the Gauls to the north, and with the regions of Italy under Greek dominion, Magna Graecia, to the south. Along the Gaulish boundary, she had planted garrisons and colonial cities, and no doubt it was because of that line of defense that the raiding enterprises of the Gauls were deflected eastward into the Balkans. After what we have already told of the history of Greece and the constitutions of her cities, it will not surprise the reader to learn that the Greeks of Sicily and Italy were divided up into a number of separate city governments, of which Syracuse and Tarentum, the modern Taranto, were the chief, and that they had no common rule of direction or policy. But now, alarmed at the spread of the Roman power, they looked across the Adriatic for help, and found it in the ambitions of Pyrrhus, the king of Epirus. Between the Romans and Pyrrhus, these Greeks of Magna Graecia were very much in the same position that Greece proper had been in, between the Macedonians and the Persians half a century before. The reader will remember that Epirus, the part of Greece that is closest to the heel of Italy, was the native land of Olympias, the mother of Alexander. In the kaleidoscopic changes of the map that followed the death of Alexander, Epirus was sometimes swamped by Macedonia, sometimes independent. This Pyrrhus was a kinsman of Alexander the Great and a monarch of ability and enterprise, and he seems to have planned a career of conquest in Italy and Sicily. He commanded an admirable army, against which the comparatively inexpert Roman levies could at first do little. His army included all the established military devices of the time, an infantry phalanx, Thessalian cavalry, and 20 fighting elephants from the east. He routed the Romans at Heraclea, 280 BC, and pressing after them, defeated them again at Osculum, 279 BC, in their own territory. Then, instead of pursuing the Romans further, he made a truce with them, turned his attention to the subjugation of Sicily, and so brought the sea power of Carthage into alliance against him. For Carthage could not afford to have a strong power established so close to her as Sicily. Rome in those days seemed to the Carthaginians a far less serious threat than the possibility of another Alexander the Great ruling Sicily. A Carthaginian fleet appeared off the mouth of the Tiber, therefore, to encourage or induce the Romans to renew the struggle, and Rome and Carthage were definitely allied against the invader. This interposition of Carthage was fatal to Pyrrhus. Without any decisive battle, his power wilted, and, after a disastrous repulse in an attack upon the Roman camp of Beneventum, he had to retire to Epirus, 275 BC. It is recorded that when Pyrrhus left Sicily, he said he left it to be the battleground of Rome and Carthage. He was killed 3 years later in a battle in the streets of Argus. The war against Pyrrhus was won by the Carthaginian fleet, and Rome reaped a full half of the harvest of victory. Sicily fell completely to Carthage, and Rome came down to the toe and heel of Italy and looked across the Straits of Messina at her new rival. In 11 years' time, 264 BC. The prophecy of Pyrrhus was fulfilled, and the first war with Carthage, the first of the 3 Punic Wars, had begun. Section 2. But we write Rome and the Romans, and we have still to explain what manner of people these were who were playing a role of conquest that had hitherto been played only by able and aggressive monarchs. Their state was, in the 5th century BC, a republic of the Aryan type, very similar to a Greek aristocratic republic. The earliest accounts of the social life of Rome give us a picture of a very primitive Aryan community. In the second half of the 5th century before Christ, Rome was still an aristocratic community of free peasants. occupying an area of nearly 400 square miles, with a population certainly not exceeding 150,000, almost entirely dispersed over the countryside and divided into 17 districts or rural tribes. Most of the families had a small holding and a cottage of their own, where father and sons lived and worked together, growing corn for the most part, with here and there a strip of vine or olive. Their few head of cattle were kept at pasture on the neighboring common land. Their clothes and simple implements of husbandry they made for themselves at home. Only at rare intervals and on special occasions would they make their way into the fortified town, which was the center at once of their religion and their government. Here were the temples of the gods, the houses of the wealthy, and the shops of the artisans and traders, where corn, oil, or wine could be bartered in small quantities for salt or rough tools and weapons of iron. Illustration: Roman coins struck to commemorate the victory over Pyrrhus and his elephants. This community followed the usual tradition of a division into aristocratic and common citizens, who were called in Rome patricians and plebeians. These were the citizens. The slave or outlander had no more part in the state than he had in Greece. But the constitution differed from any Greek constitution in the fact that a great part of the ruling power was gathered into the hands of a body called the Senate, which was neither purely a body of hereditary members nor directly an elected and representative one. It was a nominated one, and in the earlier period, it was nominated solely from among the patricians. It existed before the expulsion of the kings, and in the time of the kings, it was the king who nominated the senators. But after the expulsion of the kings, 510 BC, the supreme government was vested in the hands of two elected rulers, the consuls, and it was the consuls who took over the business of appointing senators. In the early days of the Republic, only patricians were eligible as consuls or senators, and the share of the plebeians in the government consisted merely in a right to vote for the consuls and other public officials. Even for that purpose, their votes did not have the same value as those of their patrician fellow citizens. But their votes had at any rate sufficient weight to induce many of the patrician candidates to profess a more or less sincere concern for plebeian grievances. In the early phases of the Roman state, moreover, the plebeians were not only excluded from public office, but from intermarriage with the patrician class. The administration was evidently primarily a patrician affair. The early phase of Roman affairs was therefore an aristocracy of a very pronounced type, and the internal history of Rome for the 2 centuries and a half between the expulsion of the last Etruscan king, Tarquin the Proud, and the beginning of the First Punic War, 264 BC, was very largely a struggle for mastery between those two orders, the patricians and the plebeians. It was, in fact, closely parallel with the struggle of aristocracy and democracy in the city-states of Greece, and, as in the case of Greece, there were whole classes in the community, slaves, freed slaves, unpropertied free men, outlanders, and the like, who were entirely outside and beneath the struggle. We have already noted the essential difference of Greek democracy and what is called democracy in the world today. Another misused word is the Roman term proletariat, which in modern jargon means all the unpropertied people in a modern state. In Rome, the proletarii were a voting division of fully qualified citizens whose property was less than 10,000 copper asses, equals 275 pounds. They were an enrolled class. Their value to the state consisted in their raising families of citizens, proles equals offspring, and from their ranks were drawn the colonists who went to form new Latin cities or to garrison important points. But the proletarii were quite distinct in origin from slaves or freedmen or the miscellaneous driftage of a town slum. And it is a great pity that modern political discussion should be confused by an inaccurate use of a term which has no exact modern equivalent and which expresses nothing real in modern social classification. The mass of the details of this struggle between patricians and plebeians we can afford to ignore in this outline. It was a struggle which showed the Romans to be a people of a curiously shrewd character, never forcing things to a destructive crisis, but being within the limits of their discretion, grasping hard dealers. The patricians made a mean use of their political advantages to grow rich through the national conquests at the expense not only of the defeated enemy, but of the poorer plebeian, whose farm had been neglected and who had fallen into debt during his military service. The plebeians were ousted from any share in the conquered lands, which the patricians divided up among themselves. The introduction of money probably increased the facilities of the usurer and the difficulties of the borrowing debtor. Three sorts of pressure won the plebeians a greater share in the government of the country and the good things that were coming to Rome as she grew powerful. The first of these was the general strike of plebeians. The plebeians seem to have invented the strike, which now makes its first appearance in history. Twice they actually marched right out of Rome, threatening to make a new city higher up the Tiber, and twice this threat proved conclusive. The second method of pressure, too, was the threat of a tyranny. Just as in Attica, the little state of which Athens was the capital, Pisistratus raised himself to power on the support of the poorer districts. So there was to be found in most periods of plebeian discontent some ambitious man ready to figure as a leader and wrest power from the Senate. For a long time, the Roman patricians were clever enough to beat every such potential tyrant by giving in to a certain extent to the plebeians. And finally, 3. There were patricians big-minded and farseeing enough to insist upon the need of reconciliation with the plebeians. Illustration: Mercury, the plebeian god of commerce. JFM. Thus, in 509 BC, Valerius Poplicola III, the consul, enacted that whenever the life or rights of any citizen were at stake, there should be an appeal from the magistrates to the General Assembly. This lex Valeria was the habeas corpus of Rome, and it freed the Roman plebeians from the worst dangers of class vindictiveness in the law courts. In 494 BC occurred the first strike one. After the Latin War, the pressure of debt had become excessive, and the plebeians saw with indignation their friends, who had often served the state bravely in the legions, thrown into chains and reduced to slavery at the demand of patrician creditors. War was raging against the Volscians, but the legionaries, on their victorious return, refused any longer to obey the consuls, and marched, though without any disorder, to the sacred mount beyond the Anio up the Tiber. There they prepared to found a new city, since the rights of citizens were denied to them in the old one. The patricians were compelled to give way, and the plebeians, returning to Rome from the first secession, received the privilege of having officers of their own, tribunes and aediles. In 486 BC arose Spurius Cassius II, a consul who carried an agrarian law securing public land for the plebeians. But the next year he was accused of aiming at royal power and condemned to death. His law never came into operation. There followed a long struggle on the part of the plebeians to have the laws of Rome written down so that they would no longer have to trust to patrician memories. In 451–450 BC, the Law of the 12 Tables was published, the basis of all Roman law. But in order that the 12 tables should be formulated, a committee of 10, the decemvirate, was appointed in the place of the ordinary magistrates. A second decemvirate, appointed in succession to the first, attempted a sort of aristocratic counter-revolution under Appius Claudius. The plebeians withdrew again a second time to the Sacred Mount, and Appius Claudius committed suicide in prison. In 440 came a famine, and a second attempt to found a popular tyranny upon the popular wrongs by Spurius Maelius, a wealthy plebeian, which ended in his assassination. After the sack of Rome by the Gauls, 390 BC, Marcus Manlius, who had been in command of the capital when the geese had saved it, came forward as a popular leader. The plebeians were suffering severely from the afterwar usury and profiteering of the patricians, and were incurring heavy debts in rebuilding and restocking their farms. Manlius spent his fortune in releasing debtors. He was accused by the patricians of tyrannous intentions, condemned, and suffered the fate of condemned traitors in Rome, being flung from the Tarpeian Rock, the precipitous edge of that same Capitoline hill he had defended. In 376 BC, Licinius, who was one of the 10 tribunes for the people, began a long struggle with the patricians by making certain proposals called the Licinian rogations, that there should be a limit to the amount of public land taken by any single citizen, so leaving some for everybody, that outstanding debts should be forgiven without interest upon the repayment of the principal, and that henceforth one at least of the 2 consuls should be a plebeian. This precipitated a 10-year struggle. The plebeian power to stop business by the veto of their representatives, the tribunes, was fully exercised. In cases of national extremity, it was the custom to set all other magistrates aside and appoint one leader, the dictator. Rome had done such a thing during times of military necessity before, but now the patricians set up a dictator in a time of profound peace, with the idea of crushing Licinius altogether. They appointed Camillus, who had besieged and taken Veii from the Etruscans. But Camillus was a wiser man than his supporters. He brought about a compromise between the two orders in which most of the demands of the plebeians were conceded, 366 BC, dedicated a temple to Concord, and resigned his power. Thereafter the struggle between the orders abated. It abated because, among other influences, the social differences between patricians and plebeians were diminishing. Trade was coming to Rome with increasing political power, and many plebeians were growing rich and many patricians becoming relatively poor. Intermarriage had been rendered possible by a change in the law, and social intermixture was going on. While the rich plebeians were becoming, if not aristocratic, at least oligarchic in habits and sympathy, new classes were springing up in Rome with fresh interests and no political standing. Particularly abundant were the freedmen, slaves set free, for the most part artisans, but some of them traders, who were growing wealthy. And the Senate, no longer a purely patrician body since various official positions were now open to plebeians, and such plebeian officials became senators was becoming now an assembly of all the wealthy, able, energetic, and influential men in the state. The Roman power was expanding, and as it expanded, these old-class oppositions of the early Latin community were becoming unmeaning. They were being replaced by new associations and new antagonisms. Rich men of all origins were being drawn together into a common interest against the communistic ideas of the poor. In 390 BC, Rome was a miserable little city on the borders of Etruria, being sacked by the Gauls in 275 BC. She was ruling and unifying all Italy, from the Arno to the Straits of Messina. The compromise of Camillus, 367 BC, had put an end to internal dissensions and left her energies free for expansion. And the same queer combination of sagacity and aggressive selfishness that had distinguished the war of her orders at home and enabled her population to worry out a balance of power without any catastrophe marks her policy abroad. She understood the value of allies. She could assimilate. Abroad as at home, she could in those days at least give and take with a certain fairness and sanity. There lay the peculiar power of Rome. By that it was she succeeded where Athens, for example, had conspicuously failed. The Athenian democracy suffered much from that narrowness of patriotism, which is the ruin of all nations. Athens, for the Athenians, was the guiding principle of her rule, and taxed the foreigner her substitute for political wisdom. Even Pericles used the funds of the allies to beautify the capital city. So Athens was disliked and envied by her own empire. Her disasters were not felt and shared as disasters by her subject cities. The shrewder, nobler Roman senators of the great years of Rome, before the First Punic War overstrained her moral strength and began her degeneration, were not only willing in the last resort to share their privileges with the mass of their own people, but eager to incorporate their sturdiest antagonists upon terms of equality with themselves. They extended their citizenship cautiously but steadily. Some cities became Roman, with even a voting share in the government. Others had self-government and the right to trade or marry in Rome, without full Roman citizenship. Garrisons of full citizens were set up at strategic points, and colonies with variable privileges established amidst the purely conquered peoples. The need to keep communications open in this great and growing mass of citizenship was evident from the first. Printing and paper were not yet available for intercourse, but a system of high roads followed the Latin speech and the Roman rule. The first of these, the Appian Way, ran from Rome ultimately into the heel of Italy. It was begun by the censor Appius Claudius, who must not be confused with the Decemvir Appius Claudius of a century earlier, in 312 BC. According to a census made in 265 BC, there were already in the Roman dominions, that is to say in Italy south of the Arno, 300,000 citizens. They all had a common interest in the welfare of the state. They were all touched a little with the diffused kingship of the Republic. This was, we have to note, an absolutely new thing in the history of mankind. All considerable states and kingdoms and empires hitherto had been communities by mere obedience to some head, some monarch, upon whose moods and character the public welfare was helplessly dependent. No republic had hitherto succeeded in being anything more than a city-state. The so-called Athenian Empire was simply a city-state directing its allies and its subjugated cities. In a few decades, the Roman Republic was destined to extend its citizenship into the valley of the Po, to assimilate the kindred Gauls, replacing their language by Latin, and to set up a Latin city, Aquileia, at the very head of the Adriatic Sea. In 89 BC, all free inhabitants of Italy became Roman citizens, in 212 AD. The citizenship was extended to all free men in the empire. This extraordinary political growth was manifestly the precursor of all modern states of the Western type. It is as interesting to the political student, therefore, as a Carboniferous amphibian or an Archaeopteryx to the student of zoological development. It is the primitive type of the now dominant order. Its experiences throw light upon all subsequent political history. One natural result of this growth of a democracy of hundreds of thousands of citizens scattered over the greater part of Italy was the growth in power of the Senate. There had been in the development of the Roman constitution a variety of forms of the popular assembly, the plebeian assembly, the assembly by tribes, the assembly by centuries, and the like, into which variety we cannot enter here with any fullness, but the idea was established that with the popular assembly lay the power of initiating laws. It is to be noted that there was a sort of parallel government in this system. The assembly by tribes or by centuries was an assembly of the whole citizen body, patrician and plebeian together. The assembly of the plebeians was of course an assembly only of the plebeian class. Each assembly had its own officials, the former, the consuls, etc., the latter, the tribunes. While Rome was a little state, 20 miles square, it was possible to assemble something like a representative gathering of the people. But it will be manifest that with the means of communication existing in Italy at that time, it was now impossible for the great bulk of the citizens even to keep themselves informed of what was going on at Rome, much less to take any effective part in political life there. Aristotle in his Politics had already pointed out the virtual disenfranchisement of voters who lived out of the city and were preoccupied with agricultural pursuits. And this sort of disenfranchisement by mechanical difficulties applied to the vast majority of Roman citizens. With the growth of Rome, an unanticipated weakness crept into political life through these causes, and the popular assembly became more and more a gathering of political hacks and the city riffraff, and less a representation of the ordinary worthy citizens. The popular assembly came nearest to power and dignity in the 4th century BC. From that period, it steadily declined in influence. And the new Senate, which was no longer a patrician body, with a homogeneous and on the whole a noble tradition, but a body of rich men, ex-magistrates, powerful officials, bold adventurers, and the like, pervaded by a strong disposition to return to the idea of hereditary qualification, became for 3 centuries the ruling power in the Roman world. There are 2 devices since known to the world which might have enabled the popular government of Rome to go on developing beyond its climax in the days of Appius Claudius the Censor, at the close of the 4th century BC, but neither of them occurred to the Roman mind. The first of these devices was a proper use of print. In our account of early Alexandria, we have already remarked upon the strange fact that printed books did not come into the world in the 4th or 3rd century B.C. This account of Roman affairs forces us to repeat that remark. To the modern mind, it is clear that a widespread popular government demands, as a necessary condition for health, a steady supply of correct information upon public affairs to all the citizens and a maintenance of interest. The popular governments in the modern states that have sprung up on either side of the Atlantic during the last 2 centuries have been possible only through the more or less honest and thorough ventilation of public affairs through the press. But in Italy, the only way in which the government at Rome could communicate with any body of its citizens elsewhere was by the antiquated device of sending a herald. And with the individual citizen, it could hold no communication by any means at all. The second device, for which the English are chiefly responsible in the history of mankind, which the Romans never used, was the almost equally obvious one of representative government. For the old popular assembly, in its threefold form, it would have been possible to have substituted a gathering of delegates. Later on in history, the English did, as the state grew, realize this necessity. Certain men, the knights of the shire, were called up to Westminster to speak and vote for local feeling, and were more or less formally elected for that end. The Roman situation seems to a modern mind to have called aloud for such a modification. It was never made. The method of assembling the comitia tributa, one of the three main forms of the popular assembly, was by the proclamation of a herald, who was necessarily inaudible to most of Italy 17 days before the date of the gathering. The augurs, the priests of divination whom Rome had inherited from the Etruscans, examined the entrails of sacrificial beasts on the night before the actual assembly, and if they thought fit to say that these gory portents were unfavorable, the comitia tributa dispersed. But if the augurs reported that the livers were propitious, there was a great blowing of horns from the Capitol and from the walls of the city, and the assembly went on. It was held in the open air, either in the little forum beneath the Capitol or in a still smaller recess opening out of the forum, or in the military exercising ground, the Campus Martius, now the most crowded part of modern Rome, but then an open space. Business began at dawn with prayer. There were no seats, and this probably helped to reconcile the citizen to the rule that everything ended at sunset. After the opening prayer came a discussion of the measures to be considered by the assembly, and the proposals before the meeting were read out. Is it not astonishing that there were no printed copies distributed? If any copies were handed about, they must have been in manuscript, and each copy must have been liable to errors and deliberate falsification. No questions seem to have been allowed, but private individuals might address the gathering with the permission of the presiding magistrate. The multitude then proceeded to go into enclosures like cattle pens according to their tribes, and each tribe voted upon the measure under consideration. The decision was then taken not by the majority of the citizens, but by the majority of tribes, and it was announced by the heralds. The popular assembly by centuries, comitia centuriata, was very similar in its character, except that instead of 35 tribes there were, in the 3rd century BC, 373 centuries, and there was a sacrifice as well as prayer to begin with. The centuries, originally military, like the hundreds of primitive English local government, had long since lost any connection with the number 100. Some contained only a few people, some very many. There were 18 centuries of knights equites, who were originally men in a position to maintain a horse and serve in the cavalry, though later the Roman knighthood, like knighthood in England, became a vulgar distinction of no military, mental, or moral significance. These equites became a very important class as Rome traded and grew rich. For a time, they were the real moving class in the community. There was as little chivalry left among them at last as there is in the honors list Knights of England of today. The senators from about 200 BC were excluded from trade. The equites became, therefore, the great businessmen negotiators, and as publicani they farmed the taxes. There were, in addition 80, centuries of wealthy men worth over 100,000 asses, 22 of men worth over 75,000 asses, and so on. There were 2 centuries each of mechanics and musicians, and the proletariat made up 1 century. The decision in the comitia centuriata was by the majority of centuries. Is it any wonder that with the growth of the Roman state and the complication of its business, power shifted back from such a popular assembly to the Senate, which was a comparatively compact body varying between 300 as a minimum, and, at the utmost, 900 members, to which it was raised by Caesar. Men who had to do with affairs and big business, who knew each other more or less, and had a tradition of government and policy. The power of nominating and calling up the senators vested in the Republic first with the consuls, and when, some time after, censors were created, and many of the powers of the consuls had been transferred to them, they were also given this power. Appius Claudius, one of the first of the censors to exercise it, enrolled freedmen in the tribes and called sons of freedmen to the Senate. But this was a shocking arrangement to the conservative instincts of the time. The consuls would not recognize his Senate, and the next censors, 304 BC, set aside his invitations. His attempt, however, serves to show how far the Senate had progressed from its original condition as a purely patrician body. Like the contemporary British House of Lords, It had become a gathering of big businessmen, energetic politicians, successful adventurers, great landowners, and the like. Its patrician dignity was a picturesque sham. But unlike the British House of Lords, it was unchecked legally by anything but the inefficient popular assembly we have already described, and by the tribunes elected by the plebeian assembly. Its legal control over the consuls and proconsuls was not great. It had little executive power, but in its prestige and experience lay its strength and influence. The interests of its members were naturally antagonistic to the interests of the general body of citizens, but for some generations, that great mass of ordinary men was impotent to express its dissent from the proceedings of this oligarchy. Direct popular government of a state larger than a city-state had already failed, therefore, in Italy, because as yet there was no public education, no press, and no representative system. It had failed through these mere mechanical difficulties before the First Punic War. But its appearance is of enormous interest, as the first appearance of a set of problems with which the whole political intelligence of the world wrestles at the present time. The Senate met usually in a Senate house in the Forum, but on special occasions it would be called to meet in this or that temple. And when it had to deal with foreign ambassadors or its own generals, who were not allowed to enter the city while in command of the troops, it assembled in the Campus Martius outside the walls. Section 3. It has been necessary to deal rather fully with the political structure of the Roman Republic because of its immense importance to this day. The Constitution of Carthage need not detain us long. Italy under Rome was a republican country. Carthage was that much older thing, a republican city. She had an empire, as Athens had an empire, of tributary states which did not love her, and she had a great and naturally disloyal industrial slave population. In the city there were two elected kings, as Aristotle calls them, the Suffetes, who were really equivalent to the Roman censors. Their Semitic name was the same as that used for the Jewish judges. There was an impotent public assembly and a senate of leading personages, but two committees of this senate, nominally elected, but elected by easily controlled methods, the 104 and the 30, really constituted a close oligarchy of the richest and most influential men. They told as little as they could to their allies and fellow citizens, and consulted them as little as possible. They pursued schemes in which the welfare of Carthage was no doubt subordinated to the advantage of their own group. They were hostile to new men or novel measures, and confident that a sea ascendancy that had lasted 2 centuries must be in the very nature of things. Section 4. It would be interesting, and not altogether idle, to speculate what might have happened to mankind if Rome and Carthage could have settled their differences and made a permanent alliance in the Western world. If Alexander the Great had lived, he might have come westward and driven these two powers into such a fusion of interests. But that would not have suited the private schemes and splendors of the Carthaginian oligarchy, and the new Senate of Greater Rome was now growing fond of the taste of plunder, and casting covetous eyes across the Straits of Messina upon the Carthaginian possessions in Sicily. They were covetous, but they were afraid of the Carthaginian sea power. Roman popular patriotism, however, was also jealous and fearful of these Carthaginians, and less inclined to count the cost of a conflict. The alliance Pyrrhus had forced upon Rome and Carthage held good for 11 years, but Rome was ripe for what is called in modern political jargon an offensive-defensive war. The occasion arose in 264 BC. At that time, Sicily was not completely in Carthaginian hands. The eastward end was still under the power of the Greek king of Syracuse, Hiero, a successor of that Dionysius to whom Plato had gone as resident court philosopher. A band of mercenaries who had been in the service of Syracuse seized upon Messina, 289 BC, and raided the trade of Syracuse so that at last Hiero was forced to take measures to suppress them, 270 BC. Thereupon Carthage, which was also vitally concerned in the suppression of piracy, came to his aid and put in a Carthaginian garrison at Messina. This was an altogether justifiable proceeding. Now that Tyre had been destroyed, the only capable guardian of sea law in the Mediterranean was Carthage, and the suppression of piracy was her task by habit and tradition. The pirates of Messina appealed to Rome, and the accumulating jealousy and fear of Carthage decided the Roman people to help them. An expedition was dispatched to Messina under the consul Appius Claudius. The third Appius Claudius we have had to mention in this history. So began the first of the most wasteful and disastrous series of wars that has ever darkened the history of mankind. But this is how one historian, soaked with the fantastic political ideas of our times, is pleased to write of this evil expedition. The Romans knew they were entering on war with Carthage, but the political instincts of the people were right, for a Carthaginian garrison on the Sicilian Straits would have been a dangerous menace to the peace of Italy. So they protected the peace of Italy from this menace by a war that lasted nearly a quarter of a century. They wrecked their own slowly acquired political moral in the process. The Romans captured Messina, and Hiero deserted from the Carthaginians to the Romans. Then for some time the struggle centered upon the town Agrigentum. This the Romans besieged, and a period of trench warfare ensued. Both sides suffered greatly from plague and irregular supplies. The Romans lost 30,000 men, but in the end, 261 BC. The Carthaginians evacuated the place and retired to their fortified towns on the western coast of the island, of which Lilybaeum was the chief. These they could supply easily from the African mainland, and, as long as their sea ascendancy held, they could exhaust any Roman effort against them. And now a new and very extraordinary phase of the war began. The Romans came out upon the sea, and to the astonishment of the Carthaginians and themselves, defeated the Carthaginian fleet. Since the days of Salamis, there had been a considerable development of naval architecture. Then the ruling type of battleship was a trireme, a galley with 3 banks, rows of oars. Now the leading Carthaginian battleship was a quinquereme, a much bigger galley with 5 banks of oars, which could ram or shear the oars of any feebler vessel. The Romans had come into the war with no such shipping. Now they set to work to build quinqueremes, being helped, it is said, in their designing by one of these Carthaginian vessels coming ashore. In 2 months, they built 100 quinqueremes and 30 triremes. But they had no skilled navigators, no experienced oarsmen, and these deficiencies they remedied partly with the assistance of their Greek allies and partly by the invention of new tactics. Instead of relying upon ramming or breaking the oars of the adversary, which demanded more seamanship than they possessed, they decided to board the enemy, and they constructed a sort of long drawbridge on their ships, held up to a mast by a pulley and with grappling hooks and spikes at the end. They also loaded their galleys with soldiers. Then, as the Carthaginian rammed or swept alongside, this corvus, as it was called, could be let down and the boarders could swarm aboard him. Simple as this device was, it proved a complete success. It changed the course of the war and the fate of the world. The small amount of invention needed to counteract the corvus was not apparently within the compass of the Carthaginian rulers. At the Battle of Mylae, 260 BC, the Romans gained their first naval victory and captured or destroyed 50 vessels. At the Great Battle of Ecnomus, 256 BC, probably the greatest naval engagement of antiquity, in which 700 or 800 big ships were engaged, the Carthaginians showed that they had learnt nothing from their former disaster. According to rule, they outmaneuvered and defeated the Romans, but the corvus again defeated them. The Romans sank 30 vessels and captured 64. Thereafter, the war continued with violent fluctuations of fortune, but with a continuous demonstration of the greater energy, solidarity, and initiative of the Romans. After Ecnomus, the Romans invaded Africa by sea and sent an insufficiently supported army, which after many successes and the capture of Tunis, within 10 miles of Carthage, was completely defeated. They lost their sea ascendancy through a storm and regained it by building a second fleet of 220 ships within 3 months. They captured Palermo and defeated a great Carthaginian army there, 251 BC, capturing 104 elephants and making such a triumphal procession into Rome as that city had never seen before. They made an unsuccessful siege of Lilybaeum, the chief surviving Carthaginian stronghold in Sicily. They lost their second fleet in a great naval battle at Drepanum, 249 BC, losing 180 out of 210 vessels. And a third fleet of 120 battleships and 800 transports was lost in the same year, partly in battle and partly in a storm. For 7 years, a sort of war went on between the nearly exhausted combatants, a war of raids and feeble sieges, during which the Carthaginians had the best of it at sea. Then, by a last supreme effort, Rome launched a fourth fleet of 200 keels and defeated the last strength of the Carthaginians at the Battle of the Aegean Isles, 241 BC, after which Carthage, 240 BC, sued for peace. By the terms of this peace, all Sicily, except for the dominions of Hiero of Syracuse, became an estate of the Roman people. There was no such process of assimilation as had been practiced in Italy. Sicily became a conquered province, paying tribute and yielding profit like the provinces of the older empires. And, in addition, Carthage paid a war indemnity of 3,200 talents, 788,000 pounds. Section 5. For 22 years, there was peace between Rome and Carthage. It was peace without prosperity. Both combatants were suffering from the want and disorganization that follow naturally and necessarily upon all great wars. The territories of Carthage seethed with violent disorder. The returning soldiers could not get their pay, and mutinied and looted. The land went uncultivated. We read of horrible cruelties in the suppression of these troubles by Hamilcar, the Carthaginian general, of men being crucified by the thousand. Sardinia and Corsica revolted. The peace of Italy was scarcely happier. The Gauls rose and marched south. They were defeated, and 40,000 of them killed at Telamon. It is manifest that Italy was incomplete until it reached the Alps. Roman colonies were planted in the valley of the Po, and the great northward artery, the Via Flaminia, was begun. But it shows the moral and intellectual degradation of this post-war period that when the Gauls were threatening Rome, human sacrifices were proposed and carried out. The old Carthaginian sea law was broken up. It may have been selfish and monopolistic, but it was at least orderly. The Adriatic swarmed with Illyrian pirates, and as the result of a quarrel arising out of this state of affairs, Illyria, after 2 wars, had to be annexed as a second province. By sending expeditions to annex Sardinia and Corsica, which were Carthaginian provinces in revolt, the Romans prepared the way for the Second Punic War. The First Punic War had tested and demonstrated the relative strength of Rome and Carthage. With a little more wisdom on either side, with a little more magnanimity on the part of Rome, there need never have been a renewal of the struggle. But Rome was an ungracious conqueror. She seized Corsica and Sardinia on no just grounds. She increased the indemnity by 1,200 talents. She set a limit, the Ebro, to Carthaginian developments in Spain. There was a strong party in Carthage, led by Hanno, for the propitiation of Rome. But it was natural that many Carthaginians should come to regard their national adversary with a despairing hatred. So began that age-long hostility between the lands north and south of the Mediterranean, which lasts down to our own day, the conflict of the Semiticized Berber and the Aryanized South European, in spite of the fact that these 2 divisions of Mediterranean man have so much physically in common. Henceforth, they took different sides in religion, in language, in costume, and culture. Hatred is one of the passions that can master a life, and there is a type of temperament very prone to it, ready to see life in terms of vindictive melodrama, ready to find stimulus and satisfaction in frightful demonstrations of justice and revenge. The fears and jealousies of the squatting place and the cave still bear their dark blossoms in our lives. We are not 400 generations, yet from the old Stone Age. Great wars, as all Europe knows, give this hating temperament the utmost scope, and the greed and pride and cruelty that the First Punic War had released were now producing a rich crop of anti-foreign monomania. The outstanding figure upon the side of Carthage was a great general and administrator, Hamilcar Barca, who now set himself to circumvent and shatter Rome. He was the father-in-law of Hasdrubal and the father of a boy Hannibal, destined to be the most dreaded enemy that ever scared the Roman Senate. The most obvious course before Carthage was the reconstruction of its fleet and naval administration, and the recovery of sea power, but this, it would seem, Hamilcar could not effect. As an alternative, he resolved to organize Spain as the base of a land attack upon Italy. He went to Spain as governor in 236 BC, and Hannibal related afterwards that his father, then he was a boy of 11, made him vowed deathless hostility to the Roman power. This quasi-insane concentration of the gifts and lives of the Barca family upon revenge is but one instance of the narrowing and embitterment of life that the stresses and universal sense of insecurity of this great struggle produced in the minds of men. A quarter of a century of war had left the whole Western world miserable and harsh. While the 11-year-old Hannibal was taking his vow of undying hatred, there was running about a farmhouse of Tusculum a small, but probably very disagreeable child of two named Marcus Porcius Cato. This boy lived to be 85 years old, and his ruling passion seems to have been hatred for any human happiness but his own. He was a good soldier, and had a successful political career. He held a command in Spain, and distinguished himself by his cruelties. He posed as a champion of religion and public morality, and under this convenient cloak carried on a lifelong war against everything that was young, gracious, or pleasant. Whoever roused his jealousy incurred his moral disapproval. He was energetic in the support and administration of all laws against dress, against the personal adornment of women, against entertainments and free discussion. He was so fortunate as to be made censor, which gave him great power over the private lives of public people. He was thus able to ruin public opponents through private scandals. He expelled Manlius from the Senate for giving his wife a kiss in the daytime in the sight of their daughter. He persecuted Greek literature, about which, until late in life, he was totally ignorant. Then he read and admired Demosthenes. He wrote in Latin upon agriculture and the ancient and lost virtues of Rome. From these writings, much light is thrown upon his qualities. One of his maxims was that when a slave was not sleeping, he should be working. Another was that old oxen and slaves should be sold off. He left the war horse that had carried him through his Spanish campaigns behind him when he returned to Italy in order to save freight. He hated other people's gardens, and cut off the supply of water for garden use in Rome. After entertaining company, when dinner was over, he would go out to correct any negligence in the service with a leather thong. He admired his own virtues very greatly, and insisted upon them in his writings. There was a battle at Thermopylae against Antiochus the Great, of which he wrote, "Those who saw him charging the enemy, routing and pursuing them, declared that Cato owed less to the people of Rome than the people of Rome owed to Cato." In his old age, Cato became lascivious and misconducted himself with a woman slave. Finally, when his son protested against this disorder of their joint household, he married a young wife, the daughter of his secretary, who was not in a position to refuse his offer. What became of the woman slave is not told. Probably he sold her. This compendium of all the old Roman virtues died at an advanced age, respected and feared. Almost his last public act was to urge on the Third Punic War and the final destruction of Carthage. He had gone to Carthage as a commissioner to settle certain differences between Carthage and Numidia, and he had been shocked and horrified to find some evidences of prosperity and even of happiness in that country. From the time of that visit onward, Cato concluded every speech he made in the Senate by croaking out "Delenda est Carthago." Carthage must be destroyed. Such was the type of man that rose to prominence in Rome during the Punic struggle. Such was the protagonist of Hannibal and the Carthaginian revanche, and by him and by Hannibal we may judge the tone and quality of the age. The two great Western powers, and Rome perhaps more than Carthage, were strained mentally and morally by the stresses of the First War. The evil side of life was uppermost. The history of the Second and Third Punic Wars, 219 to 201 and 149 to 146 BC, it is plain, is not the history of perfectly sane peoples. It is nonsense for historians to write of the political instincts of the Romans or Carthaginians. Quite other instincts were loose. The red eyes of the ancestral ape had come back into the world. It was a time when reasonable men were howled down or murdered. The true spirit of the age is shown in the eager examination for signs and portents of the still quivering livers of those human victims who were sacrificed in Rome during the panic before the Battle of Telamon. The Western world was indeed black with homicidal monomania. Two great peoples, both very necessary to the world's development, fell foul of one another, and at last Rome succeeded in murdering Carthage. Section 6. We can only tell very briefly here of the particulars of the Second and Third Punic Wars. We have told how Hamilcar began to organize Spain, and how the Romans forbade him to cross the Ebro. He died in 228 BC and was followed by his son-in-law Hasdrubal, who was assassinated in 221 BC, and succeeded by Hannibal, who was now 26. The actual war was precipitated by the Romans making a breach of their own regulations and interfering with affairs south of the Ebro, whereupon Hannibal marched straight through the south of Gaul and crossed the Alps 218 B.C. into Italy. The history of the next 15 years is the story of the most brilliant and futile raid in history. For 15 years, Hannibal held out in Italy, victorious and unconquered. The Roman generals were no match for the Carthaginian, and whenever they met him, they were beat. But one Roman general, P. Cornelius Scipio, had the strategic sense to take a course that robbed all Hannibal's victories of fruit. At the outbreak of the war, he had been sent by sea to Marseille to intercept Hannibal. He arrived 3 days late, and instead of pursuing him, he sent on his army into Spain to cut up Hannibal's supplies and reinforcements. Throughout all the subsequent war, there remained this Roman army of Spain between Hannibal and his base. He was left in the air, incapable of conducting sieges or establishing conquests. Whenever he met the Romans in open fight, he beat them. He gained 2 great victories in North Italy and won over the Gauls to his side. He pressed south into Etruria and ambushed, surrounded, and completely destroyed a Roman army at Lake Trasimene. In 216 BC, he was assailed by a vastly superior Roman force under Varro at Cannae and destroyed it utterly. 50,000 men are said to have been killed and 10,000 prisoners taken. He was, however, unable to push on and capture Rome because he had no siege equipment. But Cannae produced other fruits. A large part of southern Italy came over to Hannibal, including Capua, the city next in size to Rome, and the Macedonians allied themselves with him. Moreover, Hiero of Syracuse, the faithful ally of Rome, was now dead, and his successor Hieronymus turned over to the Carthaginians. The Romans carried on the war, however, with great toughness and resolution. They refused to treat with Hannibal after Cannae. They pressed a slow but finally successful blockade and a siege of Capua, and a Roman army set itself to reduce Syracuse. The siege of Syracuse is chiefly memorable for the brilliant inventions of the philosopher Archimedes, which long held the Romans at bay. We have already named this Archimedes as one of the pupils and correspondents of the school of the Alexandrian Museum. He was killed in the final storm of the town. Tarentum, 209 BC, Hannibal's chief port and means of supply from Carthage, at last followed Syracuse, 212 BC. And Capua, 211 BC, and his communications became irregular. Spain also was wrested bit by bit from the Carthaginian grip. When at last reinforcements for Hannibal under his brother Hasdrubal, not to be confused with his brother-in-law of the same name who was assassinated, struggled through into Italy, they were destroyed at the Battle of the Metaurus, 207 BC. And the first news that came to Hannibal of the disaster was the hacked-off head of his brother thrown into his camp. Thereafter Hannibal was blockaded into Calabria, the heel of Italy. He had no forces for further operations of any magnitude, and he returned at last to Carthage in time to command the Carthaginians in the last battle of the war. This last battle, the Battle of Zama, 202 BC, was fought close to Carthage. It was the first defeat Hannibal experienced, and so it is well to give a little attention to the personality of his conqueror, Scipio Africanus the Elder, who stands out in history as a very fine gentleman indeed, a great soldier and a generous man. We have already mentioned a certain P. Cornelius Scipio who struck at Hannibal's base in Spain. This was his son. Until after Zama, this son bore the same name of P. Cornelius Scipio, and then the surname of Africanus was given him. The younger Scipio Africanus Minor, who was later to end the Third Punic War, was the adopted son of this first Scipio Africanus the Elder. Scipio Africanus was everything that aroused the distrust, hatred, and opposition of old-fashioned Romans of the school of Cato. He was young, he was happy and able, he spent money freely, he was well-versed in Greek literature, and inclined rather to Phrygian novelties in religion than to the sterner divinities of Rome. And he did not believe in the extreme discretion that then ruled Roman strategy. After the early defeats of the Second Punic War, Roman military operations were dominated by the personality of a general, Fabius, who raised the necessity of avoiding battle with Hannibal into a kind of sacred principle. For 10 years, Fabian tactics prevailed in Italy. The Romans blockaded, cut up convoys, attacked stragglers, and ran away whenever Hannibal appeared. No doubt it was wise for a time after their first defeats to do this sort of thing, but the business of the stronger power, and Rome was the stronger power throughout the Second Punic War, is not to tolerate an interminable war, but to repair losses, discover able generals, train better armies, and destroy the enemy power. Decision is one of the duties of strength. To such men as young Scipio, the sly, ineffective artfulness of Fabianism, which was causing both Italy and Carthage to bleed slowly to death, was detestable. He clamored for an attack upon Carthage itself. But Fabius, on this occasion, filled the city with alarms, as if the Commonwealth was going to be brought into the most extreme danger by a rash and indiscreet young man. In short, he scrupled not to do or say anything he thought likely to dissuade his countrymen from embracing the proposal. With the Senate, he carried his point. But the people believed that his opposition to Scipio proceeded either from envy of his success, or from a secret fear that if this young hero should perform some signal exploit, put an end to the war, or even remove it out of Italy, his own slow proceedings through the course of so many years might be imputed to indolence or timidity. He applied to Crassus, the colleague of Scipio, and endeavored to persuade him not to yield that province to Scipio, but if he thought it proper to conduct the war in that manner, to go himself against Carthage. Nay, he even hindered the raising of money for that expedition, so that Scipio was obliged to find the supplies as he could. He endeavored to prevent the young men who offered to go as volunteers from giving in their names, and loudly declared, both in the Senate and Forum, that Scipio did not only himself avoid Hannibal, but intended to carry away with him the remaining strength of Italy, persuading the young men to abandon their parents, their wives, and native city, while an unsubdued and potent enemy was still at their doors. With these assertions, he so terrified the people that they allowed Scipio to take with him only the legions that were in Sicily, and 300 of those men who had served him with so much fidelity in Spain. After Scipio was gone over into Africa, an account was soon brought to Rome of his glorious and wonderful achievements. This account was followed by rich spoils, which confirmed it. A Numidian king was taken prisoner. 2 camps were burned and destroyed, and in them a vast number of men, arms, and horses, and the Carthaginians sent orders to Hannibal to quit his fruitless hopes in Italy and return home to defend his own country. Whilst every tongue was applauding these exploits of Scipio, Fabius proposed that his successor should be appointed, without any shadow of reason for it, except what this well-known maxim implies, viz., that it is dangerous to trust affairs of such importance to the fortune of one man, because it is not likely that he will be always successful. Nay, even when Hannibal embarked his army and quitted Italy, Fabius ceased not to disturb the general joy and to damp the spirits of Rome, for he took the liberty to affirm that the Commonwealth was now come to her last and worst trial, that she had the most reason to dread the efforts of Hannibal when he should arrive in Africa and attack her sons under the walls of Carthage. That Scipio would have to do with an army yet warm with the blood of so many Roman generals, dictators, and consuls. The city was alarmed with these declamations, and though the war was removed into Africa, the danger seemed to approach nearer Rome than ever. Before the Battle of Zama, there were a brief truce and negotiations, which broke down through the fault of the Carthaginians. As with the Battle of Arbela, so the exact day of the Battle of Zama can be fixed by an eclipse, which in this case occurred during the fighting. The Romans had been joined by the Numidians, the hinterland people of Carthage, under their king Massinissa, and this gave them for the first time in any battle against Hannibal a great superiority of cavalry. Hannibal's cavalry wings were driven off, while at the same time, the sounder discipline of Scipio's infantry enabled them to open lanes for the charge of the Carthaginian war elephants without being thrown into confusion. Hannibal attempted to extend his infantry line to envelop the Roman infantry mass, but while at Cannae, all the advantage of training and therefore of maneuvering power had been on his side, and he had been able to surround and massacre a crowd of infantry, he now found against him an infantry line better than his own. His own line broke as it extended, the Roman legion charged home, and the day was lost. The Roman cavalry came back from the pursuit of Hannibal's horse to turn what was already a defeat into a disastrous rout. Carthage submitted without any further struggle. The terms were severe, but they left it possible for her to hope for an honorable future. She had to abandon Spain to Rome, to give up all her war fleet except 10 vessels, to pay 10,000 talents, £2,400,000, and, what was the most difficult condition of all, to agree not to wage war without the permission of Rome. Finally, a condition was added that Hannibal, as the great enemy of Rome, should be surrendered. But he saved his countrymen from this humiliation by flying to Asia. These were exorbitant conditions, with which Rome should have been content. But there are nations so cowardly that they dare not merely conquer their enemies, they must massacre and destroy them. The generation of Romans that saw greatness and virtue in a man like Cato the Censor necessarily made their country a mean ally and a cowardly victor. Section 7. The history of Rome for the 56 years that elapsed between the Battle of Zama and the last act of the tragedy, the Third Punic War, tells of a hard, ungracious expansion of power abroad and of a slow destruction, by the usury and greed of the rich, of the free agricultural population at home. The spirit of the nation had become harsh and base. There was no further extension of citizenship, no more generous attempts at the assimilation of congenial foreign populations. Spain was administered badly and settled slowly and with great difficulty. Complicated interventions led to the reduction of Illyria and Macedonia to the position of tribute-paying provinces. Rome, it was evident, was going to tax the foreigner now and release her home population from taxation. After 168 B.C., the old land tax was no longer levied in Italy, and the only revenue derived from Italy was from the state domains and through a tax on imports from overseas. The revenues from the province of Asia defrayed the expenses of the Roman state. At home, men of the Cato type were acquiring farms by loans and foreclosure, often the farms of men impoverished by war service. They were driving the free citizens off their land and running their farms with the pitilessly driven slave labor that was made cheap and abundant. Such men regarded alien populations abroad merely as unimported slaves. Sicily was handed over to the greedy enterprise of tax farmers. Corn could be grown there by rich men using slaves and imported very profitably into Rome, and so the homeland could be turned over to cattle and sheep feeding. Consequently, a drift of the uprooted Italian population to the towns, and particularly to Rome, began. Of the first conflicts of the spreading power of Rome with the Seleucids, and how she formed an alliance with Egypt, we can tell little here, nor of the tortuous fluctuations of the Greek cities under the shadow of her advance until they fell into actual subjugation. A map must suffice to show the extension of her empire at this time. Illustration: the extent of the Roman power and its alliances about 150 B.C. The general grim baseness of the age was not without its protesting voices. We have already told how the wasting disease of the Second Punic War, a disease of the state which was producing avaricious rich men, exactly as diseases of the body will sometimes produce great pustules, was ended by the vigor of Scipio Africanus. When it had seemed doubtful whether the Senate would let him go as the Roman general, he had threatened an appeal to the people. Thereafter he was a marked man for the senatorial gang, who were steadily changing Italy from a land of free cultivators to a land of slave-worked cattle ranches. They attempted to ruin him before ever he reached Africa. They gave him forces insufficient, as they hoped, for victory, and after the war they barred him strictly from office. Interest and his natural malice alike prompted Cato to attack him. Scipio Africanus the elder seems to have been of a generous and impatient temperament, and indisposed to exploit the popular discontent with current tendencies and his own very great popularity to his own advantage. He went as subordinate to his brother Lucius Scipio, when the latter commanded the first Roman army to pass into Asia. At Magnesia, in Lydia, a great composite army under Antiochus Roman III, the Seleucid monarch, suffered the fate, 190 BC, of the very similar Persian armies of 140 years before. This victory drew down upon Lucius Scipio the hostility of the Senate, and he was accused of misappropriating monies received from Antiochus. This filled Africanus with honest rage. As Lucius stood up in the Senate with his accounts in his hands ready for the badgering of his accusers, Africanus snatched the documents from him, tore them up, and flung the fragments down. His brother, he said, had paid into the treasury 200,000 sestertia, equals £2 million. Was he now to be pestered and tripped up upon this or that item? When, later on, Lucius was prosecuted and condemned, Africanus rescued him by force. Being impeached, he reminded the people that the day was the anniversary of the Battle of Zama and defied the authorities amidst the plaudits of the crowd. The Roman people seem to have liked and supported Scipio Africanus, and after an interval of 2,000 years, men must like him still. He was able to throw torn paper in the face of the Senate, and when Lucius was attacked again, one of the tribunes of the people interposed his veto and quashed the proceedings. But Scipio Africanus lacked that harder ally which makes men great democratic leaders. He was no Caesar. He had none of the qualities that subdue a man to the base necessities of political life. After these events, he retired in disgust from Rome to his estates, and there he died in the year 183 BC. In the same year died Hannibal. He poisoned himself in despair. The steadfast fear of the Roman Senate had hunted him from court to court. In spite of the indignant protests of Scipio, Rome in the peace negotiations had demanded his surrender from Carthage, and she continued to make this demand of every power that sheltered him. When peace was made with Antiochus Roman III, this was one of the conditions. He was run to earth at last in Bithynia. The king of Bithynia detained him in order to send him to Rome, but he had long carried the poison he needed in a ring, and by this he died. It adds to the honor of the name of Scipio that it was another Scipio, Scipio Nasica, who parodied Cato's Delenda est Carthago by ending all his speeches in the Senate with "Carthage must stand." He had the wisdom to see that the existence and stimulus of Carthage contributed to the general prosperity of Rome. Yet it was the second Scipio Africanus, the adopted grandson of Scipio Africanus the Elder, who took and destroyed Carthage. The sole offense of the Carthaginians, which brought about the Third and last Punic War, was that they continued to trade and prosper. Their trade was not a trade that competed with that of Rome. When Carthage was destroyed, much of her trade died with her, and North Africa entered upon a phase of economic retrogression. But her prosperity aroused that passion of envy which was evidently more powerful even than avarice in the old Roman type. The rich equestrian order resented any wealth in the world but its own. Rome provoked the war by encouraging the Numidians to encroach upon Carthage until the Carthaginians were goaded to fight in despair. Rome then pounced upon Carthage and declared she had broken the treaty. She had made war without permission. The Carthaginians sent the hostages Rome demanded. They surrendered their arms. They prepared to surrender territory. But submission only increased the arrogance of Rome and the pitiless greed of the rich equestrian order, which swayed her councils. She now demanded that Carthage should be abandoned and the population removed to a spot at least 10 miles from the sea. This demand they made to a population that subsisted almost entirely by overseas trade. This preposterous order roused the Carthaginians to despair. They recalled their exiles and prepared for resistance. The military efficiency of the Romans had been steadily declining through a half-century of narrow-minded and base-spirited government, and the first attacks upon the town in 149 BC almost ended in disaster. Young Scipio, during these operations, distinguished himself in a minor capacity. The next year was also a year of failure for the incompetence of the Senate. That august body then passed from a bullying mood to one of extreme panic. The Roman populace was even more seriously scared. Young Scipio, chiefly on account of his name, although he was under the proper age and in other respects not qualified for the office, was made consul and bundled off to Africa to save his precious country. There followed the most obstinate and dreadful of sieges. Scipio built a mole across the harbor and cut off all supplies by land or sea. The Carthaginians suffered horribly from famine, but they held out until the town was stormed. The street fighting lasted for 6 days, and when at last the citadel capitulated, there were 50,000 Carthaginians left alive out of an estimated population of 500,000. These survivors went into slavery, the whole city was burnt, the ruins were plowed to express final destruction, and a curse was invoked with great solemnities upon anyone who might attempt to rebuild it. In the same year, 146 BC, the Roman Senate and equestrians also murdered another great city that seemed to limit their trade monopolies, Corinth. They had a justification, for Corinth had been in arms against them, but it was an inadequate justification. Section 8. We must note here, in a brief section, a change in the military system of Rome after the Second Punic War that was of enormous importance in her later development. Up to that period, the Roman armies had been levies of free citizens. Fighting power and voting power were closely connected. The public assembly by centuries followed the paraphernalia of a military mobilization and marched, headed by the equestrian centuries, to the Campus Martius. The system was very like that of the Boers before the last war in South Africa. The ordinary Roman citizen, like the ordinary Boer, was a farmer. At the summons of his country, he went on commando. The Boers were, indeed, in many respects, the last survivors of Arianism. They fought extraordinarily well, but at the back of their minds was an anxious desire to go back to their farms. For prolonged operations, such as the Siege of Veii, the Romans reinforced and relieved their troops in relays. The Boers did much the same at the Siege of Ladysmith. The necessity for subjugating Spain after the Second Punic War involved a need for armies of a different type. Spain was too far off for periodic reliefs, and the war demanded a more thorough training than was possible with these on and off soldiers. Accordingly, men were enlisted for longer terms and paid. So the paid soldier first appeared in Roman affairs, and to pay was added booty. Cato distributed silver treasure among his command in Spain, and it is also on record that he attacked Scipio Africanus for distributing booty among his troops in Sicily. The introduction of military pay led on to a professional army, and this, a century later, to the disarmament of the ordinary Roman citizen, who was now drifting in an impoverished state into Rome and the larger towns. The great wars had been won, the foundations of the empire had been well and truly laid by the embattled farmers of Rome before 200 BC. In the process, the embattled farmers of Rome had already largely disappeared. The change that began after the Second Punic War was completed towards the close of the century in the reorganization of the army by Marius, as we will tell in its place. After his time, we shall begin to write of the army, and then of the legions, and we shall find we are dealing with a new kind of army altogether, no longer held together in the solidarity of a common citizenship. As that tie fails, the legions discover another in esprit de corps, in their common difference from and their common interest against the general community. They begin to develop a warmer interest in their personal leaders, who secure them pay and plunder. Before the Punic Wars, it was the tendency of ambitious men in Rome to court the plebeians. After that time, they began to court the legions. Section 9. The history of the Roman Republic thus far is in many respects much more modern in flavor, especially to the American or Western European reader, than anything that has preceded it. For the first time, we have something like a self-governing nation, something larger than a mere city-state, seeking to control its own destinies. For the first time, we have a wide countryside under one conception of law. We get in the Senate and the popular assembly a conflict of groups and personalities, an argumentative process of control, far more stable and enduring than any autocracy can be, and far more flexible and adaptable than any priesthood. For the first time also, we encounter social conflicts comparable to our own. Money has superseded barter, and financial capital has become fluid and free. Not perhaps so fluid and free as it is today, but much more so than it had ever been before. The Punic Wars were wars of peoples, such as were no other wars we have yet recorded. Indubitably the broad lines of our present world, the main ideas, the chief oppositions, were appearing in those days. But as we have already pointed out, certain of the elementary facilities and some of the current political ideas of our time were still wanting in the Rome of the Punic Wars. There were no newspapers, and there was practically no use of elected representatives in the popular assemblies. And another deficiency, very understandable to us nowadays, but quite beyond the scope of anyone then, was the absence of any general elementary political education at all. The plebeians of Rome had shown some glimmering of the idea that without knowledge votes cannot make men free, when they had insisted upon the publication of the law of the 12 tables. But they had never been able, it was beyond the possibilities of the time, to imagine any further extension of knowledge to the bulk of the people. It is only nowadays that men are beginning to understand fully the political significance of the maxim that knowledge is power. 2 British trade unions, for example, have recently set up a labor college to meet the special needs of able working men in history, political and social science, and the like. But education in Republican Rome was the freak of the individual parent and the privilege of wealth and leisure. It was mainly in the hands of Greeks, who were in many cases slaves. There was a thin, small stream of very fine learning and very fine thinking up to the 1st century of the monarchy, let Lucretius and Cicero witness, but it did not spread into the mass of the people. The ordinary Roman was not only blankly ignorant of the history of mankind, but also of the conditions of foreign peoples. He had no knowledge of economic laws nor of social possibilities. Even his own interests he did not clearly understand. Of course, in the little city-states of Greece, and in that early Roman state of 400 square miles, men acquired by talk and observation a sufficient knowledge for the ordinary duties of citizenship. But by the beginning of the Punic Wars, the business was already too big and complicated for illiterate men. Yet nobody seems to have observed the gap that was opening between the citizen and his state. And so there is no record at all of any attempt to enlarge the citizen by instruction to meet his enlarged duties. From the 2nd century, BC and onward, everyone is remarking upon the ignorance of the common citizen and his lack of political wisdom. Everything is suffering from the lack of political solidarity due to this ignorance. But no one goes on to what we should now consider the inevitable corollary. No one proposes to destroy the ignorance complained of. There existed no means whatever for the instruction of the masses of the people in a common political and social ideal. It was only with the development of the great propagandist religions in the Roman world, of which Christianity was the chief and the survivor, that the possibility of such a systematic instruction of great masses of people became apparent in the world. That very great political genius, the Emperor Constantine the Great, 6 centuries later, was the first to apprehend and to attempt to use this possibility for the preservation and the mental and moral knitting together of the world community over which he ruled. But it is not only in these deficiencies of news and of education, and of the expedient of representative government that this political system of Rome differed from our own. True, it was far more like a modern civilized state than any other state we have considered hitherto, but in some matters it was strangely primordial and subcivilized. Every now and then the reader of Roman history, reading it in terms of debates and measures, policies and campaigns, capital and labor, comes upon something that gives him much the same shock he would feel if he went down to an unknown caller in his house and extended his hand to meet the misshapen hairy paw of Homo neanderthalensis and looked up to see a chinless, bestial face. We have noted the occurrence of human sacrifice in the 3rd century BC, and much that we learn of the religion of Republican Rome carries us far back beyond the days of decent gods, to the age of shamanism and magic. We talk of a legislative gathering, and the mind flies to Westminster. But how should we feel if we went to see the beginning of a session of the House of Lords, and discovered the Lord Chancellor, with bloody fingers, portentously fiddling about among the entrails of a newly killed sheep? The mind would recoil from Westminster to the customs of Benin. And the slavery of Rome was a savage slavery, altogether viler than the slavery of Babylon. We have had a glimpse of the virtuous Cato among his slaves in the 2nd century BC. Moreover, in the 3rd century BC, when King Asoka was ruling India in light and gentleness, the Romans were reviving an Etruscan sport, the setting on of slaves to fight for their lives. One is reminded of West Africa again in the origin of this amusement. It grew out of the prehistoric custom of a massacre of captives at the burial of a chief. There was a religious touch about this sport. The slaves with hooks, who dragged the dead bodies out of the arena, wore masks to represent the infernal ferryman god, Charon. In 264 BC, the very year in which Asoka began to reign, and the First Punic War began, the first recorded gladiatorial combat took place in the Forum at Rome, to celebrate the funeral of a member of the old Roman family of Brutus. This was a modest display of 3 couples, but soon gladiators were fighting by the hundred. The taste for these combats grew rapidly, and the wars supplied an abundance of captives. The old Roman moralists, who were so severe upon kissing and women's ornaments and Greek philosophy, had nothing but good to say for this new development. So long as pain was inflicted, Roman morality, it would seem, was satisfied. If Republican Rome was the first of modern self-governing national communities, she was certainly the Neanderthal form of them. In the course of the next 2 or 3 centuries, the gladiatorial shows of Rome grew to immense proportions. To begin with, while wars were frequent, the gladiators were prisoners of war. They came with their characteristic national weapons, tattooed Britons, Moors, Scythians, Negroes, and the like, and there was perhaps some military value in these exhibitions. Then criminals of the lower classes condemned to death were also used. The ancient world did not understand that a criminal condemned to death still has rights, and at any rate, the use of a criminal as a gladiator was not so bad as his use as material for the vivisectors of the museum at Alexandria. But as the profits of this sort of show business grew, and the demand for victims increased, ordinary slaves were sold to the trainers of gladiators, and any slave who had aroused his owner's spite might find himself in an establishment for letting out gladiators. And dissipated young men who had squandered their property and lads of spirit would go voluntarily into the trade for a stated time, trusting to their prowess to survive. As the business developed, a new use was found for gladiators as armed retainers. Rich men would buy a band and employ it as a bodyguard or hire it out for profit at the shows. The festivities of a show began with a ceremonial procession, pompa, and a sham fight, prelucio. The real fighting was heralded by trumpets. Gladiators who objected to fight for any reason were driven on by whips and hot irons. A wounded man would sometimes call for pity by holding up his forefinger. The spectators would then either wave their handkerchiefs in token of mercy or condemn him to death by holding out their clenched fists with the thumbs down. The slain and nearly dead were dragged out to a particular place, the spoliarium, where they were stripped of their arms and possessions, and those who had not already expired were killed. This organization of murder as a sport and show serves to measure the great gap in moral standards between the Roman community and our own. No doubt cruelties and outrages upon human dignity as monstrous as this still go on in the world, but they do not go on in the name of the law and without a single dissentient voice. For it is true that until the time of Seneca, 1st century AD, there is no record of any plain protest against this business. The conscience of mankind was weaker and less intelligent then than now. Presently, a new power was to come into the human conscience through the spread of Christianity. The spirit of Jesus in Christianity became the great antagonist in the later Roman state of these cruel shows and of slavery, and, as Christianity spread, these two evil things dwindled and disappeared.